Παρακαλώ να πάρουμε τις...
Please take your seats in order to start.
Αξιότιμοι ομιλητές.
Dear speakers, dear friends, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you on the first day of the third Synergies Forum Cancer Policy, Research and Funding Strategies. This forum is being held in difficult circumstances all around Europe, because we know that structural and fiscal pressure keeps increasing, the needs of healthcare system become more and more complicated, innovation grows at a pace that sometimes outperforms the possibility of health policies to integrate it, and it is amidst this situation that we try to ensure that cancer care remains a priority, because it is a critical issue of social cohesion, public health and growth. Today is dedicated to this very thing: sustainable funding, access to innovation, precision medicine, development of human resources, and the major technological developments that have already transformed oncology care. Third Synergies Forum is held under the auspice of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Digital Governance, and is also held under the auspices of OCAN International, European Cancer Organizations, Organization of European Cancer Institutes, Union for International Cancer Control, the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology, the Hellenic Society of Pathology, the Hellenic Hematology Society, the Hellenic Urology Society, the Hellenic Society of Radiotherapy in Oncology, the Hellenic Society of Surgical Oncology, the Hellenic Society of Molecular Imaging, the National Association of Nurses of Greece, and the National Documentation Center, as well as SFE, the Association of Pharmaceutical Companies, PEF, the Pan-Hellenic Association of Pharmaceutical Industries. And the third forum is also being held thanks to the unconditional support of the following companies: platinum sponsors AstraZeneca, Brains ICS, Johnson & Johnson, Sandoz; golden sponsors AbbVie, Coronis, Alpen, Genesis Pharma, GSK, Integris Pharma, MSD, Servier, VNX, Pharmacev Lilly; silver sponsors Amgen, Astellas, Leo Pharma, Gnomon Informatics, Papapostolou, Pfizer, Roche Diagnostics, Roche-Helas. Official media partner, OncoDaily. Media sponsors, Vuli Television Channel, ABP, All About Health, Capital.gr, Daily Pharma News.gr, Health Daily, Health Mag, Health Pharma, Health Update GR, Health Update, WebNet, Iatronet, Medley, Περιηγίας, Plan B, The Daily Health, το αύριο της υγείας, and Virus.gr. Audiovisual sponsor, Konekalas. I would like to ask the moderators that will take on the moderation of the roundtables, as well as all speakers, to help us ensure the smooth flow of our agenda by keeping to their time, in order to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to speak and discuss. Thank you. Mr. Kapetanakis, the president of ELOG, is going to make a brief introduction. Good morning, everyone. Dear friends, dear speakers, dear guests, it's a great privilege for us having you with us in the third Synergies Forum on Cancer, as we have called this initiative of ours that was launched 3 years ago. It relied on the fact that cancer cannot be dealt with by a single entity, organization, person or anything else. No one can deal with that on their own. It is through synergies at national and international level that we will be able to make it. Synergies that contribute to the interaction between the national and the European ecosystem in healthcare. We consider our country and ourselves as members of a broader family. When this broader family is in constant discussion and interaction, we can improve the experience of patients. This is why we call that initiative Synergies. Today, things have changed. Greece has revisited and is currently Europe has currently revised its priorities. The future of the European Beating Cancer Plan is being faced with the necessity of making hard decisions. They will be made over the months to come. It is the first time that in Greece we lay the foundations for substantial reforms. The National Beating Cancer Plan, the National Cancer Registry, biomarkers, digital transition, clinical trials, all those things lay the foundations and create a unique opportunity. Underneath this opportunity lies a hidden truth. It's not scientific knowledge or motivation that we lack. We are lacking the right policies, and this is why this forum has not been held in order to repeat what we already know. It has been held in order to answer a difficult question: how can we move from theory to practice? How can we transform policies to better reality for people? How can we ensure that innovation reaches patients? How can we create an ecosystem that will keep operating regardless of governments, political persons, and circles? We don't want just to exchange views. We want to bring forward shared commitments and engagements. We want to co-shape concrete proposals in order to prove that collaboration is not just another motto. It is the only way to move forward and change things. Let's capitalize on that, because people living with cancer do not have another minute to spare. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapetanakis. And now we are ready to start with the first session of the day, Cancer Care in Transition, Global Developments and Emerging Trends. Let's start with our first roundtable entitled Developing a National Cancer Plan. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Emilios Negis, who is a journalist, managing editor of Pharma Health Businesses and Virus.com.gr, to moderate this roundtable. Mr. Negis, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Mr. Kapetanakis and Alok for inviting me to moderate this roundtable. With no further ado, I would like to invite on stage my fellow panelists, Mr. Nikolaos Arkadopoulos. He is the Dean of the Medical School and Professor of Surgery, Mr. Stefanos Triaridis, who's a Professor in Otolaryngology and Dean of the School of Medicine at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Mr. Dimitris Tsalikakis. Mr. Dimitris Tsalikakis join us online, Mr. Kyriakos Souliotis, Mr. Giorgos Vasilopoulos, who is Professor of Hematology at the School of Medicine, and Mr. Giorgos Kapetanakis, President of the BOD of Alok.
Καλά κάνατε, διότι ο χρόνος είναι χρήμα. Συγγνώμη, δεν σας είδα. Ελάτε.
Apologies, I didn't see you. This is why I did not announce you. Mr. Aristotelis Bamnias, who is an oncologist working at Attikon University Hospital. You're here to represent the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology, right? Yes. I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation to participate in this roundtable. And let me start by sharing my own thoughts, because, you know, we journalists tend to be rather critical when words and announcements are not implemented. And so this is why yours has chosen me as the moderator of this roundtable. It seems that things are getting on their way. We are here, we have the National Cancer Registry, we have a working group for the National Cancer Plan. And my first question to Mr. Kapetanakis, I will start with Mr. Kapetanakis and I will finish this roundtable with him. President, so What's the rationale building the ultimate national cancer plan by drawing lessons from abroad and adding more to that and improving that? But maybe there lies the risk of that never being implemented. Or should we rather opt for a national cancer plan that will be less ambitious, let's say, that will be more modest and prudent, but it will consider other issues such as the fiscal situation, the cost, which is the direction towards which the working group will move? What's your stance on that? Well, I would like to thank you, Mr. Nigis, for this question. I would like to say that no working group has been announced from the ministry yet, so we are waiting for the official announcement in order for that process to begin. This is currently work in progress. We are now on the start line and we are waiting for the encouragement to begin. We're waiting for the green light right now. So I would like to say that this is where the working group is currently standing. You talked about the ultimate national cancer plan. Well, our position is that we need something that can be implemented, that will be implemented. And in my previous introduction, I talked about the need to have something that will be implemented, that will be able to work. We're not starting from scratch because over the past year we have seen the National Cancer Registry being established. We see that the oncology care of cancer patients has gone digital. We have the biomarkers, we have the Prolamvano screening program. So we see that the preliminary work has already been undertaken, and we hope that this will be considered in this endeavor, in this new project that will be drafted by the ministry's working group. I hope that this will provide the guidance in order to have the results that are right for our country. Allow me to ask my next question to Kyriakos Suliotis. I know that he has long-standing experience, not only as an academic, but he has a long-standing experience in the administration of big institutions and hospitals. The most important thing for me is that he has worked with all the ministers of the past 20 years, either as a consultant or advisor or as a member of the academia. So we are going to build a national cancer plan. Will it be a 3-year long, a 5-year long, or anything else? We know that this implementation will go beyond the mandate of any government. So what we need is to gain as much political consensus as possible. How can we ensure that? How can we communicate that to the political parties in the best possible way? Because you are not a single political party person. You have collaborated with many governments.
This is the $1 million question. There are many plans that are gathering dust in the drawers of the ministry, so it's a reasonable question. So let's start with the basics. Is there any need met by the plan? Yes. We have a better system than the one we believe we have, but this plan will gather all initiatives, either completed ones or ongoing ones. We should devise a plan that has a strategic component and an operational component. So, what are the individuals, the roles, the stakeholders, the bodies involved, and what are the metrics that will allow us to monitor the plan? Because we have to monitor the implementation of the plan, because that's usually the pain point. This is why I'm insisting on the operational part, because we have to implement something, monitor its progress, and then make any necessary adjustments. Now, as to the political consensus, sorry to interrupt you, so far in the modern Greek history, with the exception of the memorandum period, the country does not have a history of political consensus, a history of binding time schedules, strict implementation and monitoring committees. I agree, but we shouldn't expect to resolve the political problem of the country in order to help people with cancer. Let's do our part as experts, and then it's up to the political system to demonstrate a kind of maturity. Okay, intersectorality, interdisciplinarity, willingness to change. This is where the political system comes in as well. There is this tendency of not wanting to share the credit. Ministers believe that their value is based on their bills and on the laws that they pass. No, it's how these laws are being implemented. You said that it's important to build this team. We have to prevent and predict the implementation method and the monitoring of the implementation. To what extent have the goals been achieved? That's the key to success. Before going to Mr. Tsalikakis, I will go to Mr. Bamias. I will give the floor to Mr. Bamias. Mr. Bamias, on the part of the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology, such a national plan in terms of the quality of cancer care, what are the important points that it should include? Definitely. First of all, I would like to thank ALOC for their kind invitation. I would like to stress that the national action plans against cancer have appeared in the past as well, under the same name or a different name. None of them has been successful. So what's the success strategy? The success strategy consists in an effort to involve various stakeholders depending on their role in the everyday life of cancer care. Greek medical oncologists will have to play a key role together with the patients, of course. It's this sacred relationship between the patient and the doctor, and this is a really strong relationship in our country, but also this is dictated by reality itself. It has been mentioned that certain initiatives are underway, such as the cancer registry, digitization, e-subscription, electronic pre-approval. Who has been doing all this? Greek medical oncologists. A few days ago, we've sent a letter to the Minister of Health, and we said that so far, even though the National Cancer Plan has been underway for 2 years now, our society has not been invited to the discussions. We have not been even sent some information. Everybody should be involved in the beginning of this plan, assuming their role and in very clear terms. And at this point, I would like to welcome the fact that, as we've heard, the National Kapodistrian University of Athens does play a role in this plan. I don't know exactly what this role is, but since they will play a role, this is very good. For the first time in the history of EOP, the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology, 3 professors are in the board. 2 of them are professors at the National University of Athens. So medical oncologists are represented. The National Kapodistrian University of Athens has about 20 medical oncologists, even though throughout Greece there are about 350 medical oncologists. So we need to make the most out of this conjuncture. let's go to Mr. Arkadopoulos, the Dean of the Medical School of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Will indeed the university play a key role? I'm very happy that the deans of the two largest medical schools of the country are here. Mr. Arkadopoulos, what could be the role of the University of Athens in devising and implementing this plan? First of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the question. Congratulations to Elok and to Mr. Kapitanakis for this, the establishment of this Synergies forum. Now, to answer your question, I have to tell you that the university, which is the steam engine of all developed societies, plays indeed an active role. And since October 2024, the University of Athens has signed a programmatic agreement in order to help develop the National Cancer Plan. And we are very happy to do it. We have excellent executives from the cancer care community. We have the knowledge, the expertise, the tradition, and the right mechanism for the university to contribute to the development of the National Cancer Plan. This national plan is necessary despite the lack of tradition in developing national plans in this country. Nevertheless, this plan is necessary because we do have very good individual players, let's say, but we need coordination. We need the coordination of a coach under a national plan so that everybody can do their best. And I'm really happy because the University of Athens that I've been representing can play a really active part. And let's not forget about training, about education. The prevention, the diagnosis, the treatment, palliative care, and long-term follow-up, all these components must be linked to education. So within the National Cancer Plan, we should train new medical staff, new nursing staff, new carers, healthcare professionals in general that will staff this national alliance. Let's go to Mr. Triaridis. In Thessaloniki, we tend to complain that Athens always leaves us behind in all aspects. Let's assume that there is indeed a national cancer plan. Is there a reason for regions to be involved in this national cancer plan, including the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki? First of all, thank you for the invitation. It is a commendable effort and a commendable ongoing effort. So it is part of this design of a national cancer plan, but it also leads the developments. I agree with many of the things already said, but let's be pragmatical. Right now, cancer patients in our country are treated, but we need to make this care more systematic and proceed to a quality upgrade of many actions related to cancer care. So I will agree with Mrs. Suliotis that we have to introduce metrics in the operational part of this plan. And a system is completed when the objectives set are achieved. Tumor boards must operate in their totality. Indicators such as quality of life, free of disease, and of course time schedules, all these are metrics. Early prevention, early diagnosis, and when it comes to early detection, prevention is very important. It can happen at the central level, but we can have targeted actions at the regional level as well. This is why regional universities must be involved and regional local communities in order to ensure effective prevention, which is different depending on the region. So local communities and academic institutions must be involved. I agree with Mr. Arkadopoulos that universities play a key role not only in training future healthcare professionals, but also in being in contact with local communities, because the role of university is not only to generate knowledge, but to use this knowledge to serve local communities. So at the local level, prevention must be transformed. Apart from the national prevention plan, we should have individual local plans that take into account the local epidemiological conditions. When it comes to early diagnosis, there should be actions that will facilitate early diagnosis, and we should have centers of excellence that will provide medical imaging, diagnosis, treatment. Right now, there is not a full design that includes the private sector as well. We shouldn't have a surplus of offer when it comes to medical imaging and biomarkers. The state should find out where in Greece there are gaps, because there are areas that are not supported with imaging services, with biomarker tests, in order to ensure early treatment and early diagnosis. Also, we have to ensure that psychological support and reintegration services are offered to our fellow citizens, and we should improve the structures and infrastructure of local communities, social involvement, and each local community play a different role in order to enhance all these stages. So my short answer is yes, we need central planning, we need a transformation of already existing infrastructure and operations, and we need also the involvement of local communities and local universities in order to maximize this effort. Of course, there are problems that have already been mentioned. It might be political problems, lack of funds, waste of funds, non-rational use of existing funds. These problems touch the central and the local level as well. So there is a lot of room for improvement for local stakeholders as well, in order to optimize their structures, their infrastructure, and set measurable targets, because measurable targets will support the national plan, such as morbidity indicators. And thank you. Let's go to Mr. Tsalikakis. Good morning, Mr. Tsalikakis. Following the words of Mr. Triaridis, your health region, health district, it has quite a lot of specificities. So we need a dedicated plan for treating cancer in your health region. And in your case, this is why we need a local plan. Is this true?
Yes, you're right, but let me start by saying good morning, and it is my second participation in the Synergies series of events of Aloka. I would like to say good morning to everyone, all distinguished friends and colleagues. Where do I begin? Well, I have heard many interesting things, but let me start from what Mr. Kapetanakis said this morning. Mr. Kapetanakis, again, I would like to thank you for the collaboration. We, at the Health Region, have developed a national plan that will be integrated with the National Cancer Plan, because this is a plan that consists of details of the needs of our geographic region. We know that every region has specific needs, and it is very important to know how we can better meet the needs of our regions. Now, last year, we were participating in the second Synergies Forum, and we had said that we would start with that. Mr. Nagis, I would like to repeat that the Minister has already announced the following. There is a plan for Western Macedonia for comprehensive cancer care with a radiotherapy machine, with PET scanner and chemotherapy infrastructure. This is a project of 14 million euro. It is worth mentioning the stakeholders of that project because it's indicative of how many people should be involved in such a plan. And you know, the organizations they represent do not matter that much if the organization is not represented by the right person. For example, a LOC and Mr. Kapetanakis, the National Kapodistrian University, Ms. Kitelidou and her laboratory, the Minister's press office. We are thankful about that, but it was the Minister who kept pressing on things moving forward. The University of Western Attica, Mr. Papathanasis from the Ministry of Finance, the Fair Transition Fund, the head of the region of Western Macedonia, the technical services. Maybe I have forgotten some things, but we have been able to submit a comprehensive plan to the Minister, and this goes beyond theory. We also need to ensure that those things are underpinned by thorough research and surveys. And we want to ensure that everyone's on the same page. I don't want to bore you with any further details, but because the Minister will elaborate on that, let me now say something that you mentioned for Northern Greece. We and Mr. Triaridis feel like we have been wronged by, but this time, in northern Greece, in Macedonia, we see things that are going on. There's a work in progress. I'm talking about Theogenia Hospital, and in October, the process of addressing the various appeals of the various countries and candidate contractors will be completed, and things will move forward. This goes beyond building a large hospital. This does not have to do with dimensions. This does not have to do with size. This has to do with a paradigm shift, with a mindset shift in northern Greece. I will talk about Pieria and Yanitsa. We are currently planning something, but we're in the very early stages, so I cannot make any official announcements. I just want to say that we have the Nikos Kourkoulos Center that delivers 180 chemotherapies per day. I would like to talk about the new robotic surgery equipment that has revolutionized all the surgical processes and procedures. I would like to say about Papa Nikolaou unit that gives an entirely new perspective to hematology cancers. And we hope that over the next month this will be handed over. And we have seen that the right people have joined that initiative. Mr. Tsalikakis, may I interrupt you for a minute? Well, I think that's all I had to say for Northern Greece. Well, you talked about decisions, hospitals, budget, but when it comes to human resources that will make all those things operational, have you made the right planning? Because we see new units being established, but we are still being faced with substantial workforce shortages. Oh, well, okay, let me talk about Theogenia. We have already made the relevant planning since last year already. The head, Ms. Sakellari, from the hematology clinic had shared their actual needs. You know, Scientists need a biologist specialized in this or the other sector. And when we hire through ASEP, the national procedure, you'd realize that we're not able to say that we're going to hire Tselikakis because he has the relevant studies, because he has in-depth experience with operating this or the other piece of equipment. But on the other hand, now we have the opportunity to hire people on freelance basis. And this will allow for directors to hire the specialized personnel they need. And all the resumes are registered in the database, and this will ensure that what we're building will operate just right. Now, Mr. Vasilopoulos. Mr. Vasilopoulos, you are professor of hematology. We know that you have highly costly diseases to treat. So the management of this disease is very important in social and financial terms. Which are the challenges you are being faced with in light of this national cancer plan? Please take the microphone. Well, let me start by thanking Yorgos Kapetanakis for the invitation. I would like to thank ALOC for this initiative. It is the third year in a row that this event is being held. And I have a short memory loss. What did you ask me? Well, you said that we have costly treatments. Well, yes, you have to tackle severe and serious diseases. So your challenges, how can they be included in the National Cancer Plan? Well, I'm not an economist. I am a hematologist. I'm the president of the Hellenic Society of Hematology, and I also represent the needs and interests of patients. And I'd like to remind our audience that the first who started beating cancer was Richard Nixon. Of course, he resigned due to the Watergate scandal, but he left a legacy against cancer, in the fight against cancer. So we are approximately 60 years later, and we need to ask ourselves whether things have changed in terms of fight against cancer. We have seen the global trends, but let me say that now we're able to provide precision diagnostics. This is a revolution. And this is something that we saw thanks to CHIP in 2007 for all diagnostic procedures. Diagnosis has changed, has been revolutionized, and we as hematologists are facing substantial challenges. It would be nice if the ministry included us in the NGS panels for the accurate diagnosis of hematological malignancies. Secondly, I would like to address the cancer patients. This is something that I had seen happening in the States and in England. You know, as soon as a patient has to deal with a cancer diagnosis, well, this is that nothing more than nothing else, and they fall apart. Everything collapses. You do realize that sometimes it is difficult for those patients to talk to their physicians, and there is this auxiliary staff that will share with the patient the next steps, the appointments that they need to book, and they become their personal cancer journey consultant for the next 4 to 5 months. Well, that's an important thing for all cancer patients. Let's now talk about the expensive, as you call them, medicines. I guess you talk about the CAR-T cell therapies that are now flooding the market. We also have the bispecific antibodies that are extremely expensive. Yes, of course, I know. When we have a single administration costing 360,000 euro per administration, and there are other things that have to be administered every 15 days, well, you do realize how important a problem that is. And research is also another important part. When it comes to research, I dare say that in Greece we have clinical research that is currently being financed by pharma industry. We have but a few of investigator-sponsored studies, and we know that Greece has a substantial problem with basic research. We know that. And this is why I'm no longer involved there. But we know that applied research, simple research, is moving forward, and sometimes we're waiting for a patent to expire, approximately in 12 to 15 years for most drugs, and then we wait for the state to support all those products that are being produced here, that are manufactured here, that give added value to Greece, and they can be the cornerstone of a specific policy for drugs. Mr. Kapetanakis, what you call the National Cancer Plan, to your perspective, what its features should be? Should it be a compass? Should it be a stricter memorandum of understanding? Should it include a checklist that needs to be filled in? Will it be of a binding nature for the minister and other co-signatories? What's your stance in its implementation? Well, thank you for this question. Let me start differently. Mr. Bamnias said that we hadn't been asked for our input. It is true that other plans have been drafted in the past. He's absolutely right. Why didn't those plans move forward? Well, because this is an effort where everyone should be involved, the entire oncology community, all the stakeholders represented in this round table, and many more. And in order to answer to your questions, all those involved in the process, and this is a process that needs to be shared and that needs to be structured jointly, is a procedure that should encompass all the different perspectives. Mr. Styliottis and all the other fellow panelists said that we need to opt for measurable targets, that we need to make real-life adjustments, and it's not one solution fits all, that we're implementing that and then we will never revisit that. No, we have to monitor the entire process, we need to have KPIs in place, and we need to be able to adjust. Yes, but in all previous plans that were never implemented, we never had a representative from the Ministry of Finance. We had the healthcare bodies participating. They took stock of what was needed, but when they had to come across the right resources, they didn't have the opportunity to come across the right resources. That's why they were never implemented. Well, my point is that in order for a plan to be implemented, it needs to encompass and involves all representatives. Let's say health regions, patients, hospitals, the bodies and organizations such as AOP, OVP, and all the other bodies that are directly involved in that. Because then we'll get to a point where there will be a major discrepancy between the planning and the implementation. So this is something that needs to encompass everyone and integrate input and feedback from everyone. And as soon as this is a shared endeavor, this will be successful. This will be implemented. This is how we will move forward, and we will be able to fulfill our own share. Political commitment by the state, engagement and commitment on behalf of our associations that we will support that. And this is where the secret lies. This goes beyond an academic paper, another academic paper, I dare say. The point here is to bring everything together under a certain document. We have international experience, and Europe has done exquisite things. And Europe has managed to pave the way and show us the way. We can capitalize on experience from other countries, and we need to integrate all those aspects so that another word, the word interoperability, will be implemented in a successful way. And this will make nurses, physicians, patients' lives easier. And of course, when it comes to the operational aspect, this also needs to be improved, because we want the various services to do their part, and patients need to enjoy the optimal care. That's the recipe. This is the direction towards which we should move, and the presence of the two medical schools holds critical roles, because education is a key component of that process. Well, Bamnias, I don't know whether you would like to make any final remarks based on what you said. Well, I have many remarks to share, but we don't have time. I just want to say that I'm happy about the following. I see that we share the same opinions, and the two main stakeholders share the same opinions, medical oncologists and patients. Governments come and go. Ministers, secretary generals, the same. The whole point here is to inspire the people who will implement this initiative. The National Cancer Registry that has already been mentioned as the cornerstone of that effort is something that is being maintained by medical oncologists. And medical oncologists have to deal with all sorts of red tape procedures in their daily lives. We talked about education, and the education of new young physicians cannot be completed due to these red tape obligations. How can we inspire those people to work with us? Well, we cannot do that by going to the extremes, by official scrutiny or anything else. No, we need to have them on board since day one. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but right now the HESMO has a board that is widely accepted and acknowledged. And like I said, it's now the right time to sit around the same table and draw the lines that will commit ourselves to begin with. Mr. Suliotis, I saw that cancer costs approximately 2 billion euros per year, including the direct and indirect costs, although we don't have the exact data in Greece. But I see some reports that indicate this money. But we see that patients do not benefit from all those treatments, although in theory they are available. But the care organization, as has already been mentioned, and the patient pathway is not known to everyone. Patients have such a hard time in navigating themselves in that ecosystem. What should such a national cancer plan include in order to deal with the financial aspects of the disease?
I would like first to make a comment on what was said before. There is a strong basis, and we have to be based on evidence. And the evidence shows that 80% of cancer patients trust and are happy with their medical oncologists. So patients trust their physicians, and also their digital leaps have been achieved in our country. So we do have data and evidence that we can use. A third point is that in the study we conducted together with the log are that the main problem of cancer patients is not the economic burden. Cancer care is indeed reimbursed. There are other expenses around it that are not reimbursed. 50% have carers, and most of them live with the patients and they don't receive any remuneration, even though they have to cut back on their working hours to help out. This is an important burden, and that we should consider this into our cancer plan. Also, the psychological component. This is crucial for patients. I remember some patients saying, I felt guilty because I would be a burden to my family. And what patients themselves ask are a planning of their appointments, reminders, and we can do that. Reminders to both the patient and the carer. Planning of group appointments so that there is less waiting time. I understand that if we say that we need an extra billion, we cannot come up with it. That shouldn't be the basis of our planning. We should be grounded. Ilias Moschalos said to Alexis Tsipras when Alexis Tsipras was in government, he said, President, let's first see where the money already allocated go and then come up with extra funds. Yes, but thanks to digital transformation, we now know where the money goes. I don't think there is much waste. There might be room for improvement, for better management, But an action plan must take into account the financial and the fiscal environment as well. But when it comes to the economic burden on patients, they are mostly concerned with other issues, not treatment itself, which is reimbursed. For example, many of them have to transfer to another region in order to receive treatment. That's a major cost. 62% of households say that 20% of their income goes to cancer care. Yes, for nutritional supplements, carers, tests that are not reimbursed or on time at least. So there is a big issue here. Plans are nice, but patients will see the change when they feel indeed the benefit in their everyday life. Thank you. Let's go to our two professors, to our two deans. Is there any final comment in order to conclude this first panel? Yes, we've heard a lot of useful information in this panel. I will disagree with George Vasilopoulos. There is good research and basic research in Greece. 80% of cancer research is undertaken by universities or university-connected institutes. So that's the job of faculties of medicine, and we do that in Greece even though research is underfunded. There is basic research, there is clinical research, clinical trials are doing very well in the past years. So let's not be pessimistic. My other point is related to what Mr. Suliotis said. There is good access to treatment as well. The time to treatment, time to surgery, and the access to innovative, novel treatments is at a rather good level. But there are some organizational gaps or everyday problems. Who is going to pay for the nurse? Why there are not enough nurses? Why there is not a psychologist in the hospital? Yes, there are such gaps. And another important gap is the pathway of the patient before reaching the hospital, and that's a major trouble for patients. And let me share an example with you. If there is a finding in a mammogram, there is a very big trouble that patients have to go through before they reach the hospital. They have to do an ultrasound and then an MRI, and they need to find when to do that, when there is an appointment available, and then a biopsy, and then go to the doctor with all these test results. Once they reach the hospital, then the treatment will be right. But first, they have suffered a lot before going to the doctor. There is a Prolambano screening program, and thanks to this program, there were many suspicious findings, and the system had to meet this demand, and that was not planned. First of all, when we talk about a national cancer plan, we talk about transforming and enhancing already existing infrastructure and changing mindsets. Right now, there is not only a national plan for cancer. There are chronic diseases, there are other diseases as well, and all this is interconnected. So apart from the national cancer plan, we need to improve the infrastructure and the actions related to chronic diseases. So we are now talking about a national understanding, let's call it. So education, health, and possibly foreign policy must be based on consensus, on long-term planning. And now, as mature citizens, we need to find out how we can increase life expectancy, how we can improve indicators and improve quality of services. So the university can play a part in research and in planning. As Mr. Arkadopoulos said, there is good research in Greece. Maybe it's not publicized enough and it does not receive adequate funding. So we need to do something about it. We do know that research funds, both international and national, go to research, but we have to be more demanding when it comes to deliverables and how to implement the research findings. Mr. Vasilopoulos, a final comment, and we will conclude with Mr. Tsalikakis. Well, I don't deny that there is clinical research in Greece, but not basic research as we know it in the US with deliverables. When it comes to hematologic patients, because that's a pain point, it is a particular group of patients that do not have the clinical dignity, let's call it. We need clear units, clear rooms. The situation is unacceptable. We need more clear units in our country. Unfortunately, there are not enough. Mr. Tsalikakis, let's conclude this panel with you. Is there any date on when this will be implemented in Western Macedonia? No, that's the minister who should announce it in September, Mr. Georgiadis, together with Mr. Papathanasis. Allow me to make a final comment. I heard a lot of interesting stuff. As far as I know, the system is much better compared to 4 to 5 years ago. Of course, there are still weaknesses, and we are here to try to improve the situation. But what we should keep is that there is less waiting time for radiotherapy, for treatment, and less time for the results of biopsies. In my opinion, these three factors are doing really good. We are monitoring these times at least 3 times per week. What about regional hospitals in your health region? I think that you had the average highest grade when it comes to patient assessment. Is there something that's concerning you based on the answers of patients? Well, of course, there is a lot of room for improvement, many areas for improvement. I think Mr. Suliotis said that some of these improvements can be achieved without any cost. For example, the reminders for appointments or the cancellation of appointments and the relevant information. Some of these problems can be immediately and without any cost be improved, as well as the change of culture, the psychological support to patients with cancer. These factors are very important and are costless. Let's not forget that these patients have lost their balance, and so we should take them by the hand and lead them through the patient pathway. And we help them navigate through the health system. So once there is a finding in a mammogram, let's say, what should this woman do? It's not that difficult and it's not costly to improve this situation. We've done rather well. We've only gone 3 minutes beyond the time allocated to us. I hope that next year we will have an actual tangible national cancer plan. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you for this very interesting panel. Let's now move to our next round table with the title Health as an Engine for Growth, Investing in Cancer Care for Social and Economic Resilience. Ms. Vasiliki Angouridi, Health Editor at News for Health GR and Euractiv Health Capitals, to join us on stage because she will be the moderator of this panel. Good morning. Let's save some time. So, a few words. I'm Vasiliki Angouridi. I'm a health editor at newsforhealth.gr and Euractiv Health Capitals. The topic of our panel is how we can turn health as an engine for growth, how we can look at health as an investment rather as a cost factor. Because so far it's true that we keep talking about health expenditure, translating this into cost. We don't talk about how investing in cancer care can become a strategic investment in productivity, social and economic resilience in Europe. We have a distinguished array of speakers in this panel. So let's start from my left. Mr. Meletios Athanasios Dimopoulos, Professor and Chairman of the Department of Clinical Therapeutic School of Medicine at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and also working at the Alexandra Hospital. Also Mr. Panagiotis Tsakloglu, Professor at the Department of International and European Economic Studies at the Athens University of Economics and Business. Mr. Kostas Athanasakis, Associate Professor of Health Economics and Health Technology and a visiting fellow at the London School of Economics. Mr. Ewout van Ginneken, I hope I pronounced it correctly, the Director of the European Observatory on Health Systems and Policies.
She's a health policy analyst from the OECD. Welcome, everyone. Θα ξεκινήσουμε κατευθείαν για να μην χάσουμε.
We will start straight away. I will start with Mr. Tsakloglu. Professor, in Greece, public debate still treats health expenditure as a fiscal cost. But when does a health expenditure turns into an investment?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for the kind invitation, and I would like to say that apparently I'm not an oncologist and I'm not a health economist, and you know that those are specialties that are quite relevant to the topic addressed. Well, I have been an expert on social policy finance for many years now, and let me now answer your question. Usually people ask the following question: is that an investment or a cost? Let's say that every investment entails a cost. Anything that has to do with public spending entails a cost. Now, the question is whether that spending for health is spending of investment nature or of consumption nature. It is without doubt that what we use in terms of money in hospitals, those are investment expenditure. The other cost is that of a consumption nature or not. Well, let me share with you a theory that is frequently referenced by health economists. They talk about the human capital economy, and they say that when we invest in ourselves, we become more productive, so the spending is spending. That is, to my point of view, and spending of investment nature, because we improve our work or working force, we become more productive, we live longer. And this is the reason why most of the health expenditure, before being categorized as such, do not consider those aspects, because the economic definition has to do with the physical capital, not the human capital. Now, the human capital theory that I mentioned before is usually applied in education. We invest ourselves through training and education, and this makes us more productive and we generate more income. And It is frequently referenced in the health sector as well. And so a big part of spending for health accounts for all those things. This has to do with the so-called preventive spending. So, which is the feature that the Minister of Finance should consider, the direct fiscal cost or the overall cost of from the health investment? Well, that's a good question. Well, no matter the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Health, we know that they have a difficult role to play because there are demands being raised having to do with education, training, health, national defense, so many different sectors, and they need to prioritize the investments that need to happen because we know that needs are endless. This is not the case with our budget. So the tool that we use is the cost-benefit analysis. That's very useful. And the cost-benefit analysis, so when we have to address sectors such as the healthcare, is very important. And we also need to consider the social aspect, the social cost and benefit analysis, because this can show us the impact on the various aspects of the and parts of the population. And in this light, their role is difficult, but they have the right tools in their hands. Mr. Dimopoulos, I believe we all agree that cancer calls for substantial investment. We keep talking about the priorities. If you were to choose a single investment that could give the maximum ROI for patients and the economy, what would that be? Well, I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel with other distinguished colleagues. Undoubtedly, prevention and early diagnosis of cancer are investments that will bring us to the future. And we know that this will also mean less resources that will be consumed, let's say, for surgical procedures, radiotherapy, or any other systemic therapy. Thanks to AI and the opportunities offered by AI, and let me say that we, as Europe, we are still lagging substantially behind compared to China. And I believe that this can have a multipliers effect for prevention and early diagnosis. So maybe investing on that sector, if there is a single thing that we have to do, would be this. What's the actual cause when we miss this early diagnosis window? Because we don't talk only about boring treatments, we also talk about the quality of life and the productivity. For example, we know that low-dose CT scan is indicated for patients with tobacco history, and this can diagnose lung cancer in early stages. Therefore, this might mean that they can undergo a simpler procedure and help treat and address that issue. This is something that we have seen in the past. We had more patients with metastatic disease requiring palliative care treatments, systemic therapy, targeted therapy, radiation therapy. Can we imagine that targeted therapy in patients who have certain mutations, lung cancer might cost 6,000 to 7,000 euro per month, whereas a low-dose CT scan has a cost that is not more than 100 euro. Similarly, for colorectal cancer and many more other cancers, for example, breast cancer, we have the same pathway. So early diagnosis is key, and further interventions aiming at early diagnosis are also equally important. We know that obesity is a common culprit for various cancers, colorectal cancer, gynecological cancer. So this investment will pay off because it will lead to improved quality of life, and this might also include avoiding early retirement. Mr. Athanasakis, why do you believe that it is that difficult to consider cancer care as an investment rather than a cost? Well, I believe that This is important. But this whole discussion needs to rely on documented results, investment in cancer care, and not a cost when this relation is measured and documented. What do I mean by that? Well, when we had a discussion about the reimbursement of biomarkers in Greece, our scientific group, in collaboration with SFE, carried out a survey that showed that the presence of a biomarker, when used for treatment guidance, could save 12 up to 19 euro for the healthcare system per euro spent on the biomarker. This was something that was documented and used as an argument in favor of that, and this made all the decision-making process easier. I believe that what we now see as an investment implies the following. We try to draw results across numerous aspects of the economy. We know that this is difficult, but we need to focus on that. We no longer treat the disease in terms of volume of services, because you know that our systems are based on the credit rationale, meaning that we pay for certain volumes of service, etc. But right now we need to rely on the principle of paying for results. In theory, this is quite noble, quite ambitious, quite nice, but we need the right funding mechanisms to support that. And there is another dimension in that. Mechanisms will pay for things that will never happen. And they follow another rationale that has to do with funding prevention. This is something that can be done because right now in our system we have two wonderful opportunities. First of all, the opportunity of using data in order to provide the right documentation and evidence, and this can help us show what we can achieve when we look at the disease as a results or in a results-oriented perspective. And let us not forget that Greece has done a lot in order to introduce the prems and proms. And so all the patient experiences lay the foundations for the transformation of care if we want to pay for results and not for services. This is what we should do. I believe that this is something that will show the investment. And this entails and substantial opportunity. We need to look at the results, not the cost. Okay, before moving to Mr. Serianis, Mr. Demopoulos want to make a short comment. Well, yes, I want to say something about the biomarkers. I think that in order to finish this discussion about biomarkers, the most cost-effective scenario would be in every patient with a cancer diagnosis, they should have a full genome analysis reimbursed, because that would address that issue. That might be a cost of 500 up to 1,000 euro, but in that case, we would have all the answers. When I see a patient, I want to know which are the mutations that are present. I need to know that those mutations can be targeted by various treatments, so that would prevent me from implementing the try and error system. That would allow me to record the various mutations for this particular patient, and those mutations might not be targeted by some treatments today, but they might become targetable in the future. For example, the RAS mutation in pancreatic cancer. 1 year ago, we could have never seen that this would have been possible, but now it is possible to target that mutation. So instead of saying that we are going to reimburse 5 biomarkers in lung cancer, 3 in uterine cancers, or others in chronic lymphoid leukemia, well, no. With next generation sequencing, we can address that problem, and this will yield results for our patients. And now cancer care is disease agnostic, meaning that we move away from a certain disease and we move towards targeting certain mutations that might be common across numerous cancers. Well, yes, that's very right, but in order for that to be implemented, we need to ensure that single individual biomarkers are reimbursed, and then we will make the relevant path to see whether that would be feasible. And this is how we can streamline the reimbursement process. Well, yes, biomarkers biomarkers will also be addressed in another roundtable. So I believe that we can move forward right now. Mr. Synergies, so we talk about investment in oncology care. You talk about the entire spectrum from prevention until precision medicine. What does it mean in practice? Well, let me give you a few numbers because we talk about investment. Brilliant. Yes, we want numbers. Now, cancer, based on research data from European Commission, costs the European healthcare system approximately 97 billion euros per year. And it costs another 50 billion euro in Europe in terms of lost productivity. Those are the numbers. Now, the OECD, and I'm glad that we have a colleague from OECD here, estimates that the improvement of the factors that lead to higher risk of cancer could prevent 400,000 cases per year. And this would save 61 billion euro, and this would give back to the economy the equivalent of 2.6 million working people, productive people. So you could realize that those figures are quite important when we consider the financial aspects of the problem. And I believe that at the level, not of the Ministry of Finance, maybe at the level of the Prime Minister, we should rely all decision-making and strategy drafting on those figures. The rationale behind that is that in order for you to make the most effective investment, you need to look into the overall value chain. It has to do with why those cancers are on the rise, what the whole genome sequencing that Mr. Dimopoulos talked about before, as well as the reports and the exposure are things that we have to consider because there are things to which we're exposed throughout our lifetime. So we need to invest in identifying those issues. This will lead to targeted therapies and targeted theragnostics procedures. Also, we need to better understand this data. We have too many data right now, and I fully agree with the fact that we need to implement NGS in genome analysis for everyone. All patients is something that's been done. Thank you, Professor. And yesterday I was talking with some other Johns Hopkins colleagues. The price of NGS in the United States is approximately 100 euro, not 1,000 euro. So we can achieve lower prices. Now, we want to have the right data at hand, and on the other hand, we need to realize what those data mean. We need to be able to read them. And right now, there is still a gap because we have data that I'm afraid are not considered in the cancer care design. Fellow physicians know that those things are useful and they should use that, but I'm afraid that the protocols are not always updated, so there is this issue when updating the protocols, and AI is quite helpful. AI allows us to read a big volume of data in little time, and the combination between medical knowledge and biological knowledge at the level of systemic biology in parallel with the understanding of advanced IT systems is the key in order to unlock the potential of all those mechanisms and consider how the exposure to various factors affects the occurrence of tumors. Mr. Dimopoulos is my physician, you should know, and I'd like to personally thank him not only for his care, but also for his wisdom. I would like to say that usually, oncologists talk to their patients about their behavior, what they need to do, change the diet or anything else. But no one talks about the environment where patients live in, the working conditions, the stress they suffer. And this is part of the investment in this comprehensive value chain.
Leona, Ms. Bowers. Professor Dimopoulos mentioned the importance of investing in early diagnosis. Does OECD evidence support that? And if I may just add on that, across OECD countries, what is the strongest evidence that investing in cancer prevention and early detection pays off financially, I mean?
Yes, thanks. I think we heard some compelling data from the OECD about the value of prevention and investments. We really need to be thinking about cancer as a macroeconomic issue, not only a health issue. because of its implications on lost productivity and lost labor market involvement. Cancer is responsible for 1 in 4 premature deaths, so people dying early before age 75. And this is only a growing issue. The OECD finds that there's a 16% increase in early onset cancers. So cancers among women, specifically between ages 15 to 49, over the last 20 years have grown by 16%, driven by breast cancer, thyroid cancer, melanoma, colorectal cancer. What this means is that people are getting diagnosed at an earlier age, affecting more of their working lives, affecting more of their lives so that they would have to be dropping out of the workforce. The economic impact is larger, and more years with disability and need for survivorship services. This ultimately really brings us back to the point of why prevention and early detection is so important. And we heard the data already about the impact of prevention. Prevention can save 400,000 lives, 400,000 new cases of cancer every year if we are able to achieve the best risk factor prevalence of EU countries. So if we were able to get to the lowest smoking rate seen in any EU country, the lowest alcohol consumption rates, we would save 400,000 new cases of cancer every year and bring millions of people into the workforce who otherwise would have to drop out. Also, in terms of early detection, we know that early detection saves not only lives, but it also saves money. Detection of breast cancer in stage 1 only costs half as much to treat as cancers that are detected in stage 3, and much lower than metastatic cancers, where we often have to start applying very expensive systemic therapies. Screening is one of the most cost-effective interventions we have, and these are the ways that we can improve the economic returns on our cancer system.
So if you had one message for finance ministers rather than health ministers, what would it be?
That message would be to look at the broader costs of cancer, to not only think about the costs of treatment, but to really think about the broader effects on the economy when someone is diagnosed with cancer, what that means for their involvement in the labor market, what that means for the burden on society, and to think about it as really an investment, and particularly starting early with investing in prevention, where we see that only 4% of health spending today goes to prevention. And that's a real lost cause, because it's not only cancer that would benefit from investments in prevention, it's cardiovascular disease, it's COPD, it's obesity and diabetes, and a number of other conditions that the investment really will pay off in dividends.
Thank you. Ewout, so we've talked about the economic and clinical arguments. From a European perspective, what still prevents governments and countries from investing earlier rather than paying much more later?
Well, there are several factors, and I think great panel, I think almost everything has been addressed. And also you started already to talk about, what are the arguments to convince a Minister of Finance rather than a Minister of Health? And one of the things that we found when actually working together with OECD on the state of health, where we also have a synthesis report where we look at also NCDs. And we tried to model, and we figured out that when you manage to reduce premature death from NCDs, you could actually reduce workforce decline by 12%. And I think that these are the kind of statistics that a finance minister should find interesting and attractive. In general, about health, we live in weird times, geopolitical turbulence. We need to talk about competition. Competitiveness is the big word, but also about security. And a resilient health system with good services is also part of a security policy. So it's also extra arguments that you can bring in to convince a Minister of Finance. I mean, with the observatory, we've had a whole work area on the health and the economy, trying to argue the investment cases. And we keep doing it, but we also keep changing tiny how we argue. And indeed, so now we try to also produce more products that talk about competitiveness and security. So I think this is part of it, but also health diplomacy. We need to become much better as a community, in this case also cancer community, to talk to ministers of finance and policymakers and bring those arguments. And yes, I also don't like it. Health in itself should be argument enough, right? The health system. Actually, you know, if you look at the competitiveness, global competitiveness index, health is a pillar of the global competitiveness index. So that in itself shows you the importance, I believe. But yes, I think we need to become better, all of us, in arguing and bringing in the right data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very complex thing, indeed. So, Kyria Athanasaki.
Mr. Athanasakis, we've talked about value, but how can we measure value in cancer care in oncology? With QALYs, or do we need a wider approach? Well, it depends who you ask. I ask you. If you ask me, we've learned since a young age that we focus on QALYs, but on cost per QALY, but now we don't all agree. We are trying to look for value in terms of health outcomes. Well, this is a multi-aspect issue, and there are different perspectives. There is value for service recipients who now have a better quality of life. They can use their free time as they want and develop their personal wellness. And that's what makes society better. When people feel well and they can contribute to societies. There is also a value for the healthcare system that's based on outcomes and on investment. With Mr. Sakloglu, we said before that the days lost, of work lost cost 1,750,000 euros, and that's an underestimate because it doesn't count a lot of categories of patients. So, in fact, a health intervention can bring value, but how can we measure it, not theoretically, but practically, in order to make decisions that can lead to policies? For better or for worse in my opinion, health economics can do a pretty good job in this. But what they can do, as Ewout said, they can break this short-sighted approach of the political players. Politicians throughout the world, not only in Greece, prefer tangible results that can be seen today, but that's not the case for prevention. Prevention can be seen at the long term. So these outcomes must be measured, and we have to measure the value of a prevention policy in terms of cost benefit. And I will repeat that the introduction of experience recording and outcomes recording, the so-called PREMS and PROMs, are important because this is another aspect to listen to people, because this gives a different perspective which is complementary to the measures already taken. So, in your opinion, short-sightedness, is it this the biggest barrier for Greece? Well, it's not only the case for Greece. It's everywhere around the world. We said that 3.4% is the funds that go to prevention. This proves how all European and global health systems treat prevention. We need to change this. Otherwise, systems won't be sustainable. 71% of expenditure in Greece goes to hospitals and drugs, and this is in a country with an aging population. How can we change the debate in order to measure the overall social benefit and not only the strict health expenditure? Well, costs will be limited if we indeed move to personalized treatment of each patient, which will come up through the collection and processing of data, thanks to molecular analysis. That would lead to a sharp reduction in cost, and as Professor Sariani said, this also requires a different mindset in terms of therapeutic protocols, drug comparisons. So, because some treatments will not be given only, for example, to patients with pancreatic cancer, but it will be given to all people that have the RAS mutation. So we have also to retrain our healthcare staff and I'm talking about in key principles of statistics, molecular biology, in order to allow them to understand the data. So if this is achieved, then yes, the cost will be reduced. We have better and more efficient use of drugs, and this will lead to better patient treatment. Also, AI leads to what we call dry labs, meaning labs that are not based on real data and cell cultivation cultures, but they are based on drugs that can go to clinical trials, going beyond basic research to and this will be achieved with AI. Now, a question to Mr. Sarianis about AI. It is usually presented as the critical catalyst for oncologists, but what do we need in order to actually get value from AI? Two things are necessary. First one, we all need to have access to data, I mean all researchers. This is not always certain. Right now, there are techniques being developed that allow for better machine learning using a confederate method. So I don't need to give you my data in order for you to analyze them, but an AI agent can access my system, read them, analyze them, and give you the results rather than primary data. This is extremely useful because we need to communicate with everybody the research results. This requires certain infrastructure, certain systems. The second thing, so first one is access to data for researchers. In Greece right now, there have been investments in AI factories, but we need to accelerate them and implement AI in this major issue. And this means to involve more bodies that are not necessarily in the front line today. So I'm talking about IT people. This requires a change of mindset. And the other important point is to be able to understand what's actually happening to control technology and use it in clinical protocols. This doesn't necessarily happen immediately. There is a very interesting study in the US where in cancer patients, the following experiment took place. There is a next number of doctors who diagnosed patients and already had the results, and the diagnoses were 75% correct. And they asked the AI to do the same diagnosis. the relevant percentage was 95%. So when we combined doctors and AI, the percentage was 85% because physicians didn't believe in AI. So there is an issue of retraining researchers and physicians on how to handle these AI tools and make them better, of course. Thank you.
Mr. Tsakloglu, how can productivity and the broader social framework be reflected in the funding decisions made for the funding of cancer prevention initiatives? Well, it's what I talked about before, about the cost and benefit analysis. And Mr. Fahim and Mr. Athanasakis also talked about those things in a quite eloquent way. We talked about the cost of prevention, but this is the wrong question to ask. The right question is, what is the cost of prevention compared to the cost of non-prevention if I do nothing about this or the other thing? Right now in Greece, we have a very good natural experiment. Prevention spending has skyrocketed. Mr. Athanasakis talked about that, and through the RRF, we spent 300 million euro more on prevention. 6 million tests were carried out, and I believe it all focused on cancers. I don't know whether it was testing for anything else. So we identified more than 300,000 suspicious cases. So we can have a significant overview of what the cost would be for all those people, and most importantly, what the impact would be on the lives of those people in terms of their working life and their social life. All those things can be quantified. And this is where we can draw the cost-benefit ratio that I mentioned before. We have many surveys and research. The truth is that I didn't see all the high results that Kostas mentioned before, but all the studies that I have consulted gave great rates of return. So this is a strong argument.
What does value in cancer care truly mean from an OECD perspective? And how can countries make better use of the resources that they already have?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question because we're talking a lot about cancer as an investment and how important it is to invest in certain areas, especially prevention and early detection. But it's also important to look at how we're using our existing resources. Because we can be doing a better job using them more efficiently, which will free up funds for the things that really matter. So, for example, right now, a lot of cancer care is delivered in high-intensity hospital settings. This has improved over time. We're seeing move towards outpatient care, community care, home-based models, but it could be moving a lot faster in that direction. And that direction really has implications both for cost savings, to lower cost settings, and to being aligned with patients' preferences to be closer to their community, closer to their home when they're receiving treatment. So countries like the Nordics are leading in this way, producing more than a quarter to half of their mastectomies, for example, are now being performed on a day basis rather than through inpatient care. And we're also seeing, in general, the home-based model take off. I know that Greece has also invested in some ways to move care out of the hospital, to initiate hospital home programs for cancer care. And this is a very important development for reducing spending and improving patient experience, both which come together. Another aspect of this is also reducing unnecessary tests and treatments, which definitely are in place in cancer. This comes from overdiagnosis in some cases. For example, prostate cancer in older men whose life expectancy wouldn't be altered if they didn't have the diagnosis, and often leads to much more intensive treatment than is beneficial for their quality of life as well as has a cost impact. Here, initiatives like Choosing Wisely, which operates internationally and in 10 EU countries, where clinicians actually come up with recommendations to reduce low-value treatments and care. For example, reducing use of chemotherapy in the last days of life, reducing unnecessary screenings, integrating palliative care early. This kind of initiative is very important because it comes from the perspective of both improved patient quality and the patient-centered perspective, led by clinicians, but also has important implications for cost savings to the system.
Thank you. So, Ewout, across Europe, we often have good strategies on paper. Why is implementation still so difficult?
Well, that's the key question that we struggle with. The observatory first and foremost, because our partners are national governments and they ask us for their help, for our help in implementation. Well, we did research, a European large research into integrated care models, and we looked at ones that were successful, and we also looked at why they succeeded, and we came up with like 12 strategies that would help implement and scale up these integrated care models, some of which were also cancer projects, by the way. And it really comes down to different things, you know, also like a macro level supportive policy, which is often really lacking. And many of these projects talk about how they manage to circumvent the restrictive national policies. A lot is about finding a common objective to rally behind as a country and then go for that together with everybody involved. A part of it is leadership and fostering leadership, and not just leadership at the tops, but also, you know, the champions in these networks themselves. Training, a really important part, and especially now we heard about AI and the new skills needed in AI, and also the new roles that we need to understand. We need interprofessional learning, that the different groups involved in providing care also know what the others are doing and how we can work together. Financing models that also think along, okay, if the money runs out for a test pilot, what is the next step? How do I get if I have the evidence that my program works, that I can get taken up into regular financing, because good programs have really ended because money stopped. And I can go on, but these are some of the things that we need to think of if you implement, any new innovation in care and provision.
Is any healthcare system doing it right? Do you have any examples? Like Liora mentioned a few, but are there countries that Greece could serve as best practices for countries like Greece?
Now, I see it more in pockets of innovation. I do see around that countries are trying to think of how to set this up, but to have one good example will be hard to single out. But often it can also be regional. We also do not have to think immediately of national policies. This can also take place at lower levels where, a smaller group bands together and then also tries to expand from there. We really found that the bottom-up part of this, of scaling up, is as important as the top-down. It needs to reinforce each other.
Thank you, sir. We have a few minutes.
We have a few minutes left, and I would like to ask from everyone to talk about the practical details. Let me start with Mr. Tsakloglu, which is the financial or structural reform or change that could radically change the way in which we invest in health. Well, two things. And when we talk about prevention, those are the things that have to continue. The Minister for Health has committed that those things will continue. A second thing that is not addressed by this conference is the topic of another topic of discussion. The fact that cancer is now becoming a chronic condition. Therefore, in some cases, more cost-effective and more humane, having the long-term care in place. Mr. Dimopoulos, touching upon the previous discussion, if the national strategy for health was to be reset and restart, what would be the first priority? Well, everyone would agree on prevention and early diagnosis. Those are two different things, but we need to keep prioritizing both. We need to find resources, like the minister said, after the RRF end. And I believe that Europe in general should not miss the AI train. We see that there is a substantial effort being made with the European Investment Fund to find 50 billion in order to support startups that will undertake the scale-up, provided that those things will stay in Europe. So this is very important, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of all issues. We need to have this initiative, and Europe should not be lagging behind compared to countries such as China, the States, and India. Mr. Athanasakis, how can we create incentives in order for the system to reward innovation and not just the treatments? Well, I think that the most important thing is to show the relation between cost and the outcome. And we need to pay for the results. This is not easy. Like I said earlier, we need to pay for something that will never happen. This is what prevention is all about. And this goes beyond theory. Times in the system. Right now, the system does not know what's going on, what's the time needed for people who are in need of those services to navigate themselves throughout the system, to go from assessment to treatment, diagnosis, and so on and so forth. So those things need to happen. And that's a way to reward the best ones. And this is an easy way to do that, and that's the first step. Mr. Sarianis, how can Greece become a regional hub for research and innovation in oncology? Well, there's a single word there, connection. Meaning that we need to move beyond our Greek style, that we are the best in everything, the Greek style of excellence, because we have teams that are better. It is very important to accept that. We have proven that this is true. The best of us are doing that. And secondly, we need to ensure interconnection with the European, international networks. Mr. Dimopoulos talked about other big countries such as the States, China, and India as well. Now, when it comes to funding, it's very important to have the right funding connection. We have the Europe Speeding Cancer Plan with the EU Cancer Mission, and ELOC is the national contact point for this mission. And now there is a request, and it's great seeing that Mr. Papandreou is here, because we need to discuss that at the level of the European Parliament. We need to have a competitiveness fund for 2 billion euro, which is a major investment tool that can finance competitiveness. And since we talk about a potentially new Ministry for Research in Greece, the association between the national funding initiatives with the international ones is of paramount importance, because right now we are creating major infrastructure, and the National Institute for Research will inaugurate a new center of excellence for cancer diagnosis. And in collaboration with Hagios Savas Hospital, they have created a comprehensive cancer care center, but they should not be limited only in Athens, in the city center. We need to have them interconnected with the rest of Greece. For example, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and many more oncology centers in Crete or throughout Greece in any way. And we also need to give that to the people, because we want to be effective. Thank you.
What level would generate the fastest return on investment over the next 5 years?
Well, I would say that I would look at it in terms of where there are gaps, because that's where there's opportunity for growth. And we see really large gaps in between EU countries. There's a 1.6-fold difference in mortality between countries in the EU, with much higher rates in Central and Eastern Europe versus the Nordic and Western European countries. And those gaps are opportunities for learning. It means that some countries are doing better when it comes to early diagnosis, to prevention, to treatment pathways, to monitoring the quality of cancer care, and setting up expertise centers such as comprehensive cancer centers to improve care and outcomes. And by assessing those inequalities, and that's what we aim to do at the OECD with our country cancer profiles and our flagship reports, we're able to identify where there's opportunities and learn from countries that are performing well.
Thank you. So Eva, where you live in Europe, Laura just mentioned it, still often determines cancer outcomes. So what is the one governance reform Europe should prioritize to reduce inequalities in cancer care?
Europe specifically, or?
Well, You mean globally? What is it?
No, or nationally or European level?
Well, I would like to hear about Europe, but yes, nationally would also be, if you could suggest reforms there.
Well, I think that we could even go one step further back. I mean, we now know where we can make more gains, also through your cancer reports. Also CVD, especially in Eastern Europe, is of course an area, but okay, we're mostly talking about cancer here. I would say really early life intervention is something we need to look much more into. Very young age, bad health will lead to chronic disease later in life, and that is something that we probably haven't, well, again, it suffers from the difficulty that we're having already now in arguing for prevention. So I think that is an area where we should really definitely look at, and where there needs to be support, and then sometimes European support, like with Europe Beating Cancer and CVD plans, that can help start such a process. I also believe that what we also need is, and that was something that came later when we were talking about how do you implement, is of course sharing of good evidence. For cancer, we have the OpSpace project, where we are sharing different innovative approaches that can really be solutions in different settings. That I think that is something that we all need to tap into and be aware of.
Thank you so much. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους πάρα πολύ.
Thank you all for this beautiful discussion. I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity and 5 more minutes for this roundtable.
Ευχαριστούμε.
Thank you very much for this second panel discussion. We will now have a short coffee break. 15 minutes, please. Please be back in 15 minutes in order to catch up with our schedule. Let's be back at 11:25.
In 2025, Sandoz reached over 1 billion patients with conditions from common cold to cancer. We became a standalone company in 2023, but the heritage we build on today began 140 years ago. In 1886, two visionaries, Eduard Sandoz and Alfred Kern, founded chemical company Kern and Sandoz in the heart of Basel, Switzerland, to manufacture synthetic dyes. In 1939, the company shortened its name and began operating as Sandoz, a name soon known worldwide. Fast forward to
Καλημέρα και πάλι. Παρακαλώ να καθίσουμε για να μπορέσουμε να ξεκινήσουμε με το επόμενο.
We're ready to begin with our next roundtable. Please take your seats. The next roundtable is about the multi-annual financial framework, challenges, continuity, and alternative funding streams. I would like to invite Mr. Richard Price from the European Cancer Organization to moderate this roundtable. Mr. Price, the floor over to you.
And I'm the Policy Director at the European Cancer Organization in Brussels. It's an enormous pleasure to be rejoining so many friends and colleagues here at ELOC's third Synergies Forum. And today we're going to be discussing a subject that I think very much speaks to the need to find synergies in life, and that is the topic of the future EU long-term budget. So we're joined by a superb panel who are going to help us navigate those issues. And I'll be delighted to introduce them very shortly in a moment. But I thought before doing that, perhaps we could set the scene for the discussion with a few slides giving the context of today's debate. So you can see here, what I'd like to maybe cover with you is what is the EU multi-annual financial framework and what does it matter to cancer care in Greece. And you can see there on the slide, we're talking pretty big numbers, 2 trillion euros over the next 7 years, distributed to different projects and initiatives all over Europe. So not small figures at all. If we go to the next slide, please. The next slide, please. Or do we have a clicker? Sorry, can we move the slides forward? Thank you very much. So, in very short terms, the EU multi-annual financial framework is the way the EU operates over a 7-year cycle. It sets the priorities, it reflects what the EU think is most important, and that includes topics like agriculture, cohesion, research, innovation, and indeed health security and other matters. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you so much. Right. And this is what the multi-annual financial framework covers when it comes to cancer. So great initiatives that you'll have already been hearing about in the discussions this morning. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, a major framework to support all countries go further and faster in their cancer policy. The EU Research Mission on Cancer, which is supporting very strong collaborative research frameworks all over our member state countries. The European Cancer Information System, shining light on inequalities that still require urgent policy attention. The European Cancer Imaging Initiative, which is really bringing to life the opportunities of big data to turbo boost research and treatment improvement. Joint actions such as those on personalized cancer medicine. These are challenges that countries face together, and by coming through EU mechanisms are meeting those with greater confidence into the future. And if we think about what that means for Greece in particular, I'm sure you may already have some familiarity with the new Hellenic Cancer Mission Hub, galvanizing the different forces in Greece that can drive forward a more productive future in terms of research and cancer policy action. The EU NetCC, which is driving an EU network of comprehensive cancer centres, providing cancer patients with new standards of care that would not otherwise be possible without that sort of intervention. The joint action on networks of expertise on cancer, allowing patients in Greece to access some of the best expertise wherever that might be in Europe. The EU Can Screen joint action, which is really informing and helping to develop Greece's response to cancer screening needs. And just another example, the Interact Europe project, which is now taking place in cancer centres all across Greece to help boost interspecialty cancer training. So those are very practical, pragmatic things. When you are in a hospital, you might not see the EU flag, but there be no doubt that cancer centres in Greece are being supported by these initiatives. And I think, moreover, there's a set of EU goals now on cancer which all countries are responding to. And one of the things that's been so positive to see is in country after country, new cancer plans that reflect the European framework, that are supporting actions towards HPV cancer elimination, that are helping to get those smoking rates down and improving access to comprehensive care and screening. So those count for something, and I hope when Greece's new national cancer plan comes forward, those goals will also be reflected in that national framework. But we're in a period of significant change, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which continues to dominate our television screens, has caused, of course, seismic shock in terms of understanding that Europe has a security challenge to respond to, and I think that's undeniable. The graph on the right there also shows you another major dominant theme at the minute. I think everybody's conscious that in terms of share of the global economy, the United States and China continue to rise, and relatively Europe is falling behind. So our decision makers in Brussels and elsewhere are very conscious of both these things, and when it comes to the next 7-year budget, some pretty radical change is on the cards. So a giant competitiveness fund, which embraces lots of pre-existing funds, such as the EU for Health programme, that has been funding and supporting cancer policy action, and quite significant changes as well in terms of regional funding, and it was mentioned a little bit in the last session as well. Health is put into a pillar within that competitiveness fund alongside agriculture, biotechnology, lots of other things. So immediately there are some alarm bells. What happens to the future of Europe's cancer plan? What happens to the future of things like the EU network of comprehensive cancer centres under this framework? So we've been working with partners, friends, allies, people like ELOC and PASICAF and others to try to intervene on the debate. And these are some of our big asks. We ask for some ring fencing and security that Europe's Beating Cancer Plan can continue into the future. We're asking for an open-mindedness to perhaps improving the mechanisms for coordinating EU funding, and perhaps something like a European Cancer Institute could help that. And we're calling for national and regional funding to support the capital investment needs that might exist in Greece. When we think about the next Greek National Cancer Plan, could some of that regional funding support the improvement of screening schemes, workforce needs, laboratory infrastructure, those sorts of things? So we want a kind of coordinated approach for cancer across the EU budget. So I'm delighted that the politicians in Brussels, the members of the European Parliament, have been really active on this. They saw the issue straight away, and there's a consensus across groups from left and right and in between that there needs to be a different approach when it comes to securing EU cancer policy. So we're pleased that the actions of the intergroup on cancer and rare diseases, which set the way with a declaration for World Cancer Day, and then the Parliament as a whole took a lead there and published and agreed a resolution of the full European Parliament voted in Strasbourg on the 12th of February, backing the calls for protection and ring fencing for cancer funding and other asks from the cancer community. And that's now reflected in the official mandate of the European Parliament when it comes to the European budget, and they've asked for 10 billion ring fence for health priorities, including Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. So, full marks to the European Parliament, absolutely took this issue extremely seriously and continue to do so. The bad news is the European Parliament is not the final decision maker on this. It's a decision making that also very much involves the national member states. So here we are, the presidencies of the European Council. These are the kind of chairing of the government's discussions about these topics, and we're just in between Cyprus, final day of its presidency this week, and then moving on to Ireland, Lithuania, and there is Greece as well in 2027. So in terms of those discussions and debates so far, it's really accelerated under the Cyprus presidency. There is a kind of consensus that defence, competitiveness and security should be priorities, but the arguments at the moment have been a lot about the overall size of the budget, and that's a familiar debate between so-called frugal countries and friends of cohesion, and Greece commonly is typically in the side of the friends of cohesion. So several governments are resisting proposals around cohesion and agriculture spending, but as it stands at the moment, health and cancer haven't yet been one of the big areas of debate. So we're trying our hardest to work with local partners to raise the consciousness and have this issue put in spotlight. But there is a timeline and a clock ticking. Everybody's hopeful that by the end of this year, some of the major agreements can have taken place. So the Irish presidency is taking that ambition forward, and I think we need to take that seriously. I put this in, I thought this was just from last week. The European Council as well have been thinking about how is the money spent, and is there ways that they could better monitor and evaluate what difference the budget's making. And I think at ECO we take a very open-minded to that possibility, and it's maybe something that as a cancer community we could be making our own suggestions. How do you measure the performance of screening, of vaccination, of other prevention measures, and perhaps that's actually an opportunity. And so finally, I think when it comes to what can we do in Greece and what kind of influence can Greece yield on this, every country has to agree the budget, so that automatically gives countries big and small a say. But the last panel was really touching on this as well. When it comes to these sorts of decisions about where the money goes, the health ministry itself doesn't have all the authority. It will be up to finance ministers, it will be up to prime ministers to all agree on the needs. So that sort of intimates that we need to be talking about the economic case. I think in cancer, we talk a lot about lives saved and lives improved, but sometimes we also need to look at some of that economic argumentation as well. So we're delighted to be working with you lot to see if we can get Greece to join Belgium, Spain, and some of the other countries to start expressing its concerns and looking for that ring fencing for health and cancer. So let's meet our panel, who will be helping us explore this topic. And joining us online, I'm delighted that we have Tomislav Sokol, MEP, who is a member of the European Parliament's Committee on Public Health and very active on a range of health policy issues, including legislative files on pharmaceuticals and digital health, and has been a long-term champion of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. Then here with us in person, someone who likely needs little introduction to this audience, the indefatigable Nikos Papandreou, MEP, who's an elected politician, an economist, an author, a journalist, and so much more. So Nikos serves in both the European Parliament's Economic Committee and its Health Committee. Otherwise, we also have with us very, very unique and important perspective, and that's coming from the Greek Finance Ministry. So Dr. Pavlinos Karasotou, who's been leading fiscal policy at the Greek Finance Ministry. And before I go any further, I hope you'll forgive me, Pavlinos, to take the opportunity to wish you a very happy Saints' Names Day. Ronya Pula, I think has got that one right. And then a great friend of the cancer community, Pernilla Günther, who's a member of the EU Cancer Mission Board, a former national politician in Sweden, a founder of the patient organisation Focus, president of the European Patient Safety Foundation, and grounded in all that she does by the deepest lived experience of cancer and what it means to individuals who receive that diagnosis and the journey that they then embark upon. And then bringing us back to the Hellenic world, Antonis Trifonos, who is the Patient Support Services Director at PASICAF, one of Cyprus' leading cancer charities. So let us get started, and I'd like to turn first, if we have Tomislav online, I believe we do. Is Tomislav with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Super, thank you, Tomislav. Well, you've been one of the members of the European Parliament really taking a leadership role to help secure consensus between political groups that health and cancer should be ring-fenced areas of EU budgeting, even within the Competitiveness Fund umbrella. So that's a very significant achievement given the many areas where the Parliament is very far from united on. But could you give us maybe some insights for our audience? What is the role and the authority of the European Parliament on the budget negotiations? And do you think the Parliament can hold firm and maybe get some concessions from governments on this point?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I will have to apologize, but I think that was communicated before that I will have to leave pretty quickly. But just to give the few most important insights which I think are crucial. So first, you covered, I would say, almost everything that is important, so all the essential numbers. So I will not return so much to that. Just maybe to add something. So first, in the current 7-year budget, so MFF is the 7-year budget of the EU, we have 4.4 billion euros allocated for EU for health program. What is also important is that this is not everything that finances health. That's maybe also something important, because one other very important source is the Horizon program. So Horizon program for research, where, for instance, a lot of funding related to cancer research is part of. And I'm glad that we were able to secure in the previous mandate that beating cancer is one of the priority missions of Horizon. So in the previous budgetary period 2021 to 2027, or the current one, but now we are negotiating for the next one, we have two major sources of funding, or I would say three. So we have EU for Health program, 4.4 billion euros. We have Horizon, 94 billion euros in total, where cancer is one of the priority missions. Plus we have the cohesion funds, cohesion policy for countries like Croatia, Greece, etc., where these countries can also decide to earmark part of their funding for infrastructure, etc., for healthcare. So essentially, we have three major pieces of funding, but of course, the one that is really ring-fenced for health is EU for Health. And this is why EU for Health was so important, that this is the only big fund that is completely allocated solely for healthcare, and we know in advance which amount is available only for healthcare. And this ring-fencing for a fixed amount for health was the crucial added value of EU for Health program. Just maybe to add something to that, is that in the mandate before that, so before 2021, we had only 450 million euros allocated for health, solely for health in EU budget. So definitely, so now we had the increase by the factor of 10. So that is the current state of play. What the Commission proposed, as you said, is that health is not a standalone program. We don't have a ring-fenced amount, but it's part of this big competitiveness fund. Competitiveness fund there is primarily for innovation, for funding industrial policy, also partly research, especially applied research, etc., etc. What is important is when we speak about who will benefit most from which fund, those countries which are heavily industrialized, meaning more developed countries of the EU, will benefit probably mostly from EU competitiveness fund. And these are usually the so-called frugal countries. So I think that's important to say. So frugal, when I say frugal countries, we are actually speaking about most highly developed countries of the EU, who of course do not want to contribute as much money as before for less developed countries like Croatia, Greece, etc. So they want to take a bigger part of funding into competitiveness fund, where they will probably stand to gain more from it. So this is what is important to mention. Speak about, I don't like this term frugal countries because it assumes that there are some countries who are more financially responsible, and there are those countries who like to spend whatever they can, which are less developed countries, and the situation is definitely more complex than that. I would also like to add the fact that those most developed countries, so-called frugal countries, are also the ones that benefit the most from free movement of goods, services, etc., from the common market. So without the common market, biggest economies, industrial economies of the EU, like Germany and France, etc., would definitely could not be sustainable. So the industrial capacity that these countries have definitely could not function without the common European market of 450 million people. And that is important to mention, that it's not the question that you have those countries who just want to spend and those countries who are more financially responsible. So everybody benefits from this whole package, and that is important to mention. When we speak about what the Parliament wants, so what we adopted already in our interim report on the next 7-year budget is to have again ring-fence funding for health, because in the Commission proposal for the period 2028 to 2034, health, as you said, is part of this big competitiveness fund. The fund that the strong industrialist country will most benefit from, and which is definitely not something that we want in the European Parliament, because we think that if we want health to retain its status as one of the priorities of the EU, which has been gained from 2020 onwards, that having a ring-fence separate funding for health is essential. Because if it's not ring-fenced, that essentially means that the European Commission can decide to reallocate funding on whatever they want. So that means that we could have 10 billion euros for health in the end, but this means that it can only have maybe 500 million euros for health, depending on the arbitrary decision by the Commission. Not fully arbitrary, but essentially, if it is not ring-fenced, we give the Commission, the executive, the administration, the power to decide how they will spend this money, and that means that healthcare really have a big problem, that healthcare can really lose a lot of the funding or not benefit from a lot of this funding. This is why it was important that the Parliament, as you said, adopted this position in the negotiation, that we want at least 10.05 billion euros ring-fenced for healthcare within the competitiveness fund. for you for health priorities that you already have. That is very important because that means that still the priorities should remain the same, including beating cancer, public health objectives, etc., etc. So that means that not everything will be spent for pharmaceutical industry, etc. That public health will remain that main priority for the next 7-year period. So this is what the European Parliament wants. As in addition to that, we have the cohesion policy as well, where also member states will be able to decide what to spend for healthcare. And we have the Horizon program, which now the Commission has proposed to be raised from 94 billion euros to 175 billion euros, which is also very important because if this is accepted, then also funding for health cancer research will be much stronger than it is now. And in that sense, the Commission proposal is fine, as long as it also includes cancer as one of the priority missions of the next Horizon, for which we will again have to fight. So to sum up, we have the cohesion policy still in the Commission proposal. We have a Horizon program where we will fight for ring fencing, for having cancer as priority mission, and remains whether we are able to ring fence 10 billion euros at least within competitiveness fund for the same public health objectives like we had in the previous budgetary period, which includes also beating cancer. So the procedure is, what is the procedure? Commission proposes as the EU executive, so the Commission makes the proposal. The Parliament has to give consent, which means that the final 7-year budget cannot be adopted without Parliament. But but usually that should come at the end of the process. But the Parliament does not want to be left out of all the previous stages of the process. This is why we adopted our position already now, so that when we start negotiating with the Council, we already have a defined position. Which means that now this is binding for the European Parliament in the future negotiations with the Council that at least 10 billion euros is allocated for health. So this means to simplify things that the budget cannot be adopted without the Parliament. But also the budget cannot be adopted without the Council. So the Commission proposes, the Council adopts its position, Parliament its own position, and then we negotiate until we find the agreement. Now the ball is in the Council's corner. So now the Council has to define its own position, and only after that they can start negotiating with the Parliament for the final decision. Within the Council, what is crucial is that this is decided unanimously, which means that that within the Council, to determine the position on budget, all 27 countries have to agree, which is a big, I would say, opportunity for healthcare. Because if you have theoretically one country like Greece, maybe, but of course even better, several countries who say we want health to be part of the budget in a fixed manner, to have ring-fenced budget for healthcare, then this could stall the whole process until the other countries agree. What is also good is that within this whole budgetary proposal of the Commission of 2 trillion, this 10 billion euros is peanuts, it's nothing. So if you are able to ring-fence this 10 billion for healthcare, this will not affect the other parts of the budget so much as is the question with cohesion, agriculture, etc., etc. So what I want to say is that if you are able to get one government, or ideally several governments, to say we want this 10 billion euros for health, I believe, since these countries can block the whole process, that it will be easier for the others to give it to them, because it's small money, just to continue with the process further. And I think this fact that the budget is adopted unanimously, plus the fact that 10 billion euros is such a small percentage out of the whole proposal, really gives us a chance to do this and to save the ring-fence funding in the next 7-year EU budget. So this is essentially what I wanted to say. So definitely Commission proposal not good, but now this is not the final say. Council and the Parliament have to agree. Parliament wants 10.05 billion euros ring-fence for healthcare, plus healthcare as part of Horizon, cohesion, etc. And now we have to put the pressure on the Council, especially national government, so to say we want this funding for healthcare as a necessary condition to adopt the whole budget.
Thank you so much, Tomislav, and some really helpful points of advice there. One is that There is a range of funding instruments, be it EU for Health, Horizon, cohesion funds, that are all relevant for cancer, and we need to get them working well together. The second is around the governance is important here. Who gets to make the decisions about where the funds go in the future? And I think that's something we as an organisation want to give more views on, to make sure every euro of EU spending on cancer is well directed and achieving full value. And then you enlightened us a bit on the decision-making process, and that message again, every country is important in the final decision, and Greece can be one of those champions who make the difference. And hopefully, as we work with ELOC and others, we might make some more progress on that possibility. Thank you again, Tomislav, and for all the work you're doing in the European Parliament on this topic.
Thank you.
So I'd like to keep on the parliamentary scrutiny question. And Nikos, you've been really active in the Parliament and elsewhere, not only to remind and restate the importance of EU investment for health and cancer, but you've also been looking at some recommendations for being smarter and wiser about how that funding is allocated, and maybe how innovation fields could be better supported, and how we might look as well at workforce capacity. So could you share a little bit more on that sort of viewpoint?
Kalimera, hello. I'll speak in Greek, Thomas, if that's okay. And hello to Brussels, or where you are. Θα μιλήσω ελληνικά.
So I will speak in Greek. And we are all here in order to address the issue of cancer. Mr. Sokol talked about something very interesting, that we need to put a veto in order to increase the budget for health. If a country like Greece or Croatia say that no, we don't sign that unless we have 20 billion, then this will not be voted. And given that this is a small number of budget, we might be able to extort our way for that budget. And we know that the Sante team that has been recently established is the one that can help us highlight the needs. I have proposed for European Competitiveness Fund to include health as well, and that brings me to another proposal that falls beyond the budget of the multi-annual framework. We need to find more money. I don't think we can make it with the existing budget. You know what costs cancer entails, even if we have 20 billion and the European Beating Cancer Plan, well, this will not make it. We need to proceed to another quest for funding. How are we going to do that, you will ask me. Well, okay, we have the RRF, the Recovery Fund. We also have the COVID Fund. We, who are progressive, have proposed the issuance of a European bond. And given that we also have a high defense expenditure, we cannot have all those things unless we find the right resources. So we need a dedicated fund, a European bond for health. That's our proposal. A European bond for health focusing on cancer. This might go as high as 200 billion. So the lobbying that we need to do, I'm talking about positive lobbying, is to find a way to finance other things. This is how RRF worked. Greece received 56 billion euro. The same happened with Spain, and this is how we were able to run our prevention program. I'm also a member of the Bio Act, or all those complicated things that I heard before, and the language you use in Europe is more or less technocratic, and I prefer moving away from that. And now, when it comes to innovative drugs and new treatments, well, there, another fund has been proposed with private entities, with bodies, and the pension funds. I tend to say, yes, Mr. Price, I will conclude shortly. We see all that wealth that is being produced in the States, in Google, Apple, and we are here lurking and longing for that money. And the only thing that we can think of is how we can tax that rather than using that. I wonder what had happened if ICA, let's say, the Social Security Fund, had invested 5 million in Google 15 years ago. Maybe this could have allowed us to have money to pay the pensions. So maybe we take some risk, calculated risk, and maybe that's a solution for health. If we want to play in that geopolitical game, if we want to have new products, new treatments, we need to find investment tools. Apart from the multi-annual fund, we need those two things. Ring-fenced funds for health plus a European bond for health. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nikos. And I think what I took from that as well is we're learning a lot of lessons from the current military aggression of Russia, but we're not learning the lessons from the last crisis, which was COVID, and the use of innovative funding instruments like recovery and resilience. So perhaps a great deal more scope for innovation in thinking about the deployment of EU funding. And maybe that segues very nicely to the Finance Ministry point of view on all of this. And I'd like to ask you, Pavlina, in terms of us on the panel, we think a lot about lives saved and lives changed. But of course, in the Finance Ministry, you have to make very hard-headed choices between different priorities. So could you enlighten us a little bit into the sort of thinking that goes on in the Finance Ministry when it comes to allocations for health, allocations for cancer, etc.?
So good morning from me as well. I'd like to thank you for this invitation. I would like to talk about the MMF before moving to the priorities of the Ministry of Finance. Like we heard, right now negotiation is underway at the highest level possible, at the level of prime ministers, ministers of finance, and other competent ministers. The vice presidency in Greece also plays a key role in that, and the main pillars for negotiation, the main thematic areas of negotiation are two. We have the system architecture and then the allocation of funds that are spent on the various sectors. When it comes to the system architecture, our understanding is that more or less it has been completed. In what sense? In the sense that we have the 4 policy pillars. I'm not going to address the last 2, but the first 2 have to do with the main policies that are available in the European Union, the CAP and all the traditional policies, and every member state has a certain amount that is allocated to them. And we also have the second pillar, the so-called competitiveness. And under this pillar, the member states do not have a pre-agreed sum, but they submit plans, and depend on their competitiveness, they will receive the respective budget. All member states compete each other in terms of their programs and their proposed plans. So another major challenge is to see what will the national cancer plan entail, which are the policies that will be integrated in the national plan so that we can be competitive towards other member states and ensure that more money is allocated to us. Now, another question that has to do with the system architecture is the fact that the new MFF has an entirely new way compared to the partnership agreements until today. It is like the methodology followed by the RRF. So we talk about milestones that are met, and then the money sums are being disbursed. The partnership agreement relied on the conventional obligations and their level and degree of completion. So now we have an entirely different rationale. So the challenge is how we can better put together a concrete proposal in order to promote our country. And let me mention a last point. We know that there's still room for negotiation in terms of the money sums that will be allocated. And so this is where the discussion is being held. It has already been discussed. We know we have the so-called frugals, and we also have the pro-cohesion advocates. We also have the differences between the member states who receive those aids and all the countries that are the providers. So there is a big part of discussion here, and we know that the whole financing thing falls under this scope as well. How much money will be allocated to all those policies also has to do with where this money will come from. So the truth is that we are waiting to see how this discussion will develop, and this will take a few more months. Now, when it comes to health, it is true that Greece has some very good programs, screen programs that are underway. And based on the RRF and the partnership agreement, various actions received funding that had to do with infrastructure improvement, with research funding, and also at the level of national resources, we also have the Innovation Fund. So we need to see how this will work out and how this can further develop. So we talk about a toolkit comprising both national and European resources. And this will set our priorities for the next period. That's all.
Evelina, and I sort of take from in between the lines of what you're saying as well, that there's probably cancer policy actions that are quite finance ministry friendly in a way, that if they're presented properly, be it screening or prevention, that there's a return in the future.
Well, yes, it mainly has to do with the fact that it's not only the Ministry of Finance, also the Ministry of Health is involved, because they determine the main strategies and the main priorities. They set the priorities, and obviously they also need to give their own input to the national plan. I'm confident that they will do that in the best possible way.
Thank you. Pernilla, in a former life, you were one of these national parliamentarians who were holding discussions with colleagues, trying to drive consensus, trying to get financing put to the right places. And I think a challenge we face at the moment is nobody really thinks it's a bad idea for Europe to work together on cancer, and nobody thinks that investment in cancer is a bad idea either, but sometimes it's overshadowed by bigger concerns or priorities that have more political muscle. So what do you think the cancer community should be doing to respond to that? Do we need to make more noise? Do we need to get better at using the data? What do you think, if you were pitching this to the Swedish health minister or the finance minister, how would you go about it?
Well, first of all, I think that there is some kind of misunderstanding, Richard, to talk about healthcare as just something for the health minister. Because we know that the Minister of Finance or the Finance Committee but also the social insurance system is very, very much involved to healthcare. And if we talk about one of the goals for the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which is quality of life, I mean, to not being able to go back to work or be able to work and provide for yourself and your family, that's not a good quality of life. So when people are worrying about how to survive their daily life, because the cancer might have been, or another disease as well, has become a financial burden. It overshadows everything, you know. You can take your diagnosis, you can take your treatment, you can survive, but to survive is really to have also the power to do something of your life. So that might not seem political, but it is. Because when we think about health insurance system, it's also about how we finance people's lives when they actually have been through a very, very tough treatment sometimes. So I would say that not to use only, emotional arguments or facts. It's also about taking into account that this is a disease that affects so many people also around. It's something that we need to take action on in every society. And we also, I think, need to remember that health or healthcare has not been involved in European policies for so many years. I mean, it has been a national competence, and I think we need to really work more together, in all of these parts of financing, as well as also to see that a resilient population is also something that we need in wars or crises of any kind. So a healthy population is an investment. It's not a burden in itself. It's really to keep people healthy, to be able to actually, take what it comes and deal with it. As a population, citizens in a country, if you have just a country filled of people with no strength to be resilient, of course we can also see the results from that. So I think we need to rethink, healthcare as an investment in people, because people is always the most important thing to a country. The citizens are always the most important thing. If we could get that, and we are losing ourselves in technical, discussions only, I think we are losing also what our work, whether we are policy makers or any kind of decision makers, we have lost it.
Thank you, Pernilla. And I think, from what you're saying, that a healthy population is part of European competitiveness, and we don't make our countries more competitive by allowing them to be sicker than they need to be.
No, we could hear Draghi's report and his recommendations. Of course, competitiveness is about people, competence and resilience.
Thank you so much. And let's return then to the Cyprus. And Antonis, Cyprus is just wrapping up its presidency of the European Union Council, and PASICAF has been quite active with many other organizations in that country to express some of these arguments, both before the presidency and during it. And I just wondered, do you feel you're being listened to and the government is responding?
Thank you, Richard, for your question. I will answer it, but I cannot miss the opportunity to take it a first step further from what Priscilla was saying before, and Pernilla, that you said it's an investment, and I will take it a step further. Cancer is not a health issue. It's a political issue. We're speaking about economics, quality of life, the ability to work, and we know that if we don't have all the policies in place, and screening was mentioned a lot in the morning sessions, and coordination, and who's going to coordinate all these issues. So unless, and I'm totally agreeing with you that, and with Mr. Papandreou, that we have to change the shift of mind, that seeing cancer as a health issue, it's above all a political issue. It's not by chance that we have all these MEPs are with us. It's about policy and politics. And yes, Richard, responding to your question, I know that, to be fair, with the Cyprus government, it's been chairing all these last 6 months, the presidency and the meetings in Cyprus. And one can say that from a role of a chairman, one has to be careful or not to take sides. But when it comes to health, neutrality it's not something we should try and keep up with. But it is true that the Cyprus government is listening in the last few months or so. Maybe it was all the work that was previously had been done, but now in Cyprus we have established by law a National Cancer Institute. A National Cancer Institute that doctors participate, patients participate, the Ministry of Health participate, and the Ministry of Finance participate. That's with 8 members in the board. So this National Cancer Institute will try to implement the national cancer policy that we were talking in the morning for Greece to have the plan, and we're aiming to have a plan soon, as soon as possible. But you only need another strong factor to make this happen. You have to make, and I'm looking at you, George, you have to make sure that there is a budget. There is no plan to be implemented unless there's a budget going with that plan. And of course, everybody has to get involved, as you said in the morning, and you set it up very beautifully on how everybody should feel that this is a part of them and not something that to implement it on them. So at the same time, PASIGAF has not been passive. Together with ECHO, we did the Larnaca call, which clearly placed cancer, health, investment in European cooperation in the center of the debate. And we also wrote to the President of the Republic asking that cancer remains high on the agenda during the discussions on the future of the European budget. For us, this is not simply symbolic. The next EU budget will shape whether Europe can continue investing in prevention, early diagnosis, innovation, survivorship, palliative care data, research, and equal access. These are not abstract European policies. They affect whether a patient in Cyprus receives timely, coordinated, and dignified care. So my answer is yes. I believe the government is listening and responding, but we now need to move forward from positive signals and commitments to real action and how we implement these services to be strong for the families and their patients.
Thank you so much, Antonis. And I think some of your comments there are a wonderful way to perhaps begin to wrap up our session, because you said a very nice phrase there. Cancer is far more than just a health issue. It's much bigger than that. It's a political issue, it's a human issue, an economic issue, security issue, and more. I think another key take that we should perhaps go forward from today's meeting is about the need for innovative thinking on financing and the different arrangements that could apply. And maybe just one last thought is, when it comes to the decision-making on the EU budget, on first sight it might seem a very far-away process, meetings in remote locations where decisions are made behind closed doors, but actually EU democracy is a lot more accessible than that. We have a very active European Parliament who are influencing the debate, so be in touch with your MEPs because they're important, but governments are listening and they're interested in what NGOs and stakeholders have to say, so nobody should be shy in coming forward to their government representatives either. So with that, I'd like to ask our audience to show their expression of thanks to the panel in the usual way, and wish you all a very nice lunch, networking, and an afternoon as well.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τους ομιλητές αυτού του.
We would like to warmly thank the speakers of this roundtable. Let's move to our next roundtable, named Reforming Cancer Policy and Ensuring Sustainable Access to Innovation. And I would like to ask from the moderator, Mr. George Sakas, health editor at Tovima newspaper, to come up on stage and moderate this roundtable.
Καλό μεσημέρι και από εμάς.
Good afternoon. We will talk about a crucial issue that is always discussed in similar events. So I would like to welcome on stage our panelists, Mr. Olympios Papadimitriou, President of the Hellenic Association of Pharmaceutical Companies, FE, Mr. Theodoros Trifon, President of the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industries, PEF, and member of the Executive of Medicines for Europe, Ms. Kavita Patel, President of the Pharma Innovation Forum and General Manager at Roche, Greece and Cyprus, Mr. Emmanuel Salustros, Associate Professor of Oncology, Faculty of Medicine, School of Health Sciences, President of the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology, and Mr. Elena Petello, Senior Research Fellow in Public Health, Lecturer in Evidence-Based Medicine and Evidence Reform Policy at the University of Crete.
Και αντιπρόεδρο στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση Υγείας, μάλιστα. Πριν ξεκινήσουμε να πω ότι στο πάνελ...
In this panel, the Secretary General of Strategic Planning of the Ministry of Health, Mr. Angelis, was invited, as well as Ms. Flora Bakopoulou, President of the Committee for the Evaluation and Reimbursement of Medicines. Due to prior commitments and due to some changes in the ministry, they were not able to attend. So we will talk without the representatives of the ministry, and hopefully the ministry will take into consideration everything we will discuss. As I said before, we will discuss once again about how we can ensure sustainable access to innovation and scientific achievements, novel treatments, new diagnosis methods for cancer, and is Greece able not to be a pariah in this ecosystem? I will start with you, Mr. Papadimitriou, because recently SFE says that 1 out of 5 novel drugs come on time in Greece, relatively on time, either through the well-known pathway of approval to be reimbursed or through EFET, the parallel pathway. Are we indeed lagging behind or not? Good morning. I would like to thank ELOC for inviting me once again in their event. Mr. Sakas, the latest research showed that our country is indeed experiencing huge delays when it comes to the access to novel treatments. But most importantly, out of the novel treatments indeed available in our country, at least half of them arrive through alternative paths, such as EFET. And this proves that these drugs are necessary to the medical community and to patients, since their entrance to Greece is approved, but for obvious reasons they cannot be accessed through the normal method. I guess this is because of financial reasons. And the question I have asked more than once is whether by using this alternative method, everybody needing them can have access to them. There is the red tape, There is a well-known procedure that needs to be followed that mostly depends on, I guess, the willingness of the therapeutic physician, treating physician. That's the pathway to get the approval, so this alternative type of approval. So the controversy in this case is the following. On the one hand, the system needs these novel treatments, but it's not able to find an orthodox, let's say, normal reimbursement method as it applies to other types of treatments and drugs. And this might, and we know that if we follow the pathway of the Institute of Pharmaceutical Research and Technology, we buy these drugs more expensively. And this also shows that there is underfunding of the system, because the system seems to have identified the need, seems to be wanting to have these drugs, but on the other hand, it doesn't secure the necessary funding in order to bring them to Greece following the standard method. Year after year, the so-called open budget becomes worse and worse. As far as we hear, in LP pharmacies, the situation is not much better, and there is a worsening year after year. So it's normal for Greece to become a pariah, and it's normal for pharma companies to want to bring novel treatments to Greece as frequently as they used to do in the past. Can we put a stop to this trend, and how can we stop it? In our opinion, in order to stop this worsening, first of all, we need to ensure better funding, more funding, which has been an ongoing request, and everybody believes that we are just asking for money, but there is a separate issue as well. The rules and conditions under which drugs are administered to patients that need them need to be improved. If some drugs are not good for us, so they are considered clinically non-significant, they should be rejected and not purchased. But if we want them, then we need to ensure that the necessary conditions are met to make them accessible in our country. And the state wants to have all drugs without giving any money. And this leads to an impasse. And giving the rising US policy on drug prices, which throws a shadow over Europe, I don't think the perspective is much optimistic. Unfortunately, there is no representative from the ministry to answer this anyway.
While clinical innovation in oncology is accelerating at an extremely fast pace, patient access to these therapeutic breakthroughs remains highly fragmented across Europe. In your view, what are the key elements that define a health system as innovation-ready?
First, thank you to ILAC for the invitation and for bringing this group together to have this very important discussion. In order for a country to be seen as innovation-ready or innovation-friendly, it needs to meet the needs of the scientific progress. Scientific progress right now is going at a highest speed we've ever seen. And this only is meaningful if it meets and reaches the patients that need the innovation that's being discovered. What we see in cancer, we're entering a completely new era. We've made significant progress in cancer as it relates to targeted therapies, immunotherapies, and advanced diagnostics and biomarkers. And this will accelerate exponentially with new technologies and the introduction of AI in early discovery. So the challenge as a world we face now is not to the speed in which discovery will come to introduce life-changing, life-saving medicines. The challenge lies in, will we be able to get these medicines to the patients that need them quickly, equitably, and sustainably? Here in Greece, we've had great success as it relates to the screening initiatives and early diagnosis, especially when it comes to cancer therapy. However, with this comes a great social responsibility. When you identify patients early in their disease, then it is really important that each patient has the access to the therapy that they need. And for this, it requires a sustainable, predictable healthcare system. And this is where we need to, with great urgency, make significant improvements for the reason that my colleague here just shared. We know that only 1 in 5 approved medicines over the last 4 years are coming to Greece. They're coming through other channels, but even as you include IFAT, you see year over year a greater than 50% decrease in availability to the Greek patients. In order for us to improve the situation and make sure that innovation is reaching the patients that need it, we need to have a predictable funding framework. We need to ensure that adequate funding is being allocated to these innovative therapies so that the population needs are met. We need to ensure that the budget that we have is used efficiently. There is a need for rationalization. There is a need for evidence-based decision-making and looking at the clinical and holistic value that an innovative therapy provides. Last but not least, we also need to have shared responsibility. A system is not sustainable if all of the risk falls on just one segment of the healthcare system. Today in Greece, that risk falls on the industry, where you have the industry covering 8 out of the 10 medicines in the hospital channel. And EOP is not much better. You see this getting worse over time. So we need to urgently address this issue and have co-responsibility where you have caps and expenditure, but you also have frameworks and the right frameworks in place for co-responsibility. To me, as we think about the speed in scientific progress, it's a collective responsibility. For all of us sitting in this room and for all of us sitting in the state, it is really important that we collectively think about how can we ensure that we don't just discover great science, but that science reaches the patients that need it.
Thank you, Mrs. Patel. Κύριε Τρίφων, και η φαρμακοβιομηχανία.
Mr. Trifon, pharmaceutical industry is part of the patients and oncological patients care system. How can Greek pharmaceutical industry contribute even more when it comes to ensuring that patients will have access to oncological medicine? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation. It is a great joy for me to be part of this panel. When it comes to giving access to patients to the treatments, oncological treatments, it is a multi-dimensional matter. And let me start by mentioning that Greek pharma companies are doing investments, both Greek and foreign pharma companies, in order to create an ecosystem for research and manufacturing that could ensure better access mainly to generic drugs, especially in difficult times. So, the first part is that especially with the manufacture that will happen in Greece in the years to come,
we will have locally manufactured drugs that will be following all the quality standards that could cover a larger part of patients, such as multiple myeloma, prostate carcinoma, and blood cancers. That is something very positive. At the same time, Greek companies, we invest to the interconnection of research with industry, with the innovation ecosystems, and with using financial tools, such as Athens Life Tech Park, where clinical trials could be done more easily, more quickly. We will accepting startups that will lead us to more targeted treatments, or in discovering some drugs that will be included in the ecosystem in order to serve patients better. This ecosystem, whenever it has taken place abroad, it provides solutions that could help patients, but it is necessary also to have a framework, not only human resources that will be properly trained in order to allow industry to connect with the academia, but also to have people that are very goodly paid. For the first time in Greece, right now, there is a capital ecosystem from the European Investment Fund, 150 to 200 leveraged million that will be given to research startups. And all the databases, biodatabases. So this was when it comes to investment. A second very important part relates to HTA. So in order to give access to patients to necessary drugs, what we should do is operate HTA in a more structured way, better, with better human resources. Until 2022, or a bit later, Greece, unfortunately, reimbursed all drugs that were patented without assessing its clinical efficacy, the benefit compared to other treatments, to older treatments. We had the biggest system of resubstitution from old good treatments with new treatments. Drugs that were third line and fourth line, in Greece they have been used as first line treatments. That created a large pressure in the financial system, and now the industry have to pay that with increased clawback because more drugs have been reimbursed. This is a huge challenge, and let's not forget prevention. Medicine in the years to come, in the decades to come, will focus on prevention, will focus on specialized treatments, and all that ecosystem should be adopted by Greece by leveraging the use of AI. It is not easy. We need to be very well organized and, of course, targeted funding. Thank you very much, Mr. Trifon. So, Mr. Salustros, we have heard a lot of things when it comes to treatments, when it comes to the effort to give access to patients to cancer treatments. However, technology and science develop very quickly when it comes to diagnosis and when it comes to the proper management of cancer patients. What do you believe? Which are the challenges for this ecosystem in Greece for the years to come? Thank you very much, Mr. Sakas, for this question. And thank you, Mr. Kapatanakis and Elok, for giving us this opportunity to be here and discuss very meaningful issues when it comes to cancer care with all the stakeholders. This is a great success. Allow me a comment when it comes to drug innovation. I would like to stress that drug innovation, pharma innovation, should not be restricted to new drugs, new medicines. It is the possibility of the patient to get at the right time the right drug. So, if we imagine an innovative drug that is not given to patients at the right time, we cannot have the right diagnostic approach, it cannot be included in our management plan as it is decided by a scientific committee, or if we cannot follow the efficacy as we have listened, then we lose a big part of its value. So we believe in EOPEN, in the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology, that access should also come at the right time. Now, when it comes to your very interesting question, thank you very much. I would like to stress that innovation should not be limited to treatment. We should assess it throughout the range of the processes, starting from primary prevention, timely detection, treatment, but also palliative care. All of us have welcomed the program Prolambano, preventing in Greek, which is truly an innovation for healthcare in Greece. However, if we will not keep it, or why not make it even better, this will be a thing of the past. And allow me to say that prevention and timely detection right now follows a personalized approach. I can say that by including genetic information, we can allow women to have access to mammography more safely. So in other countries, this discussion has already opened. I'm talking about the increased prevalence of people younger than me, younger than 50 years old. They are not included in the prevention program, so innovation is needed also in prevention. If you ask me which is the most meaningful or very meaningful innovation for cancer patients, that would be the palliative care when drugs are not expected to be very efficient. So bringing a comprehensive palliative care program should be a high priority for the Greek state. And of course, we cannot have a fragmented approach. All this should be included in the National Cancer Plan. And of course, we all welcomed it very gladly. But we have stressed that this should not remain an administrational or academic endeavor, but it is about time for us to start implementing it in a very meaningful way. Patients should remain in the epicenter, but also healthcare professionals, EOPEN, the national healthcare system, and other scientific communities should also be at the epicenter, since they will be the ones that will be called upon to implement it. Thank you very much.
Now, Ms. Petelos, you made a correction when I mentioned your title. I am a vice chairman for HTA in the European Health Union, but it doesn't matter. I think we all know each other pretty well. So we've already talked about some points about holistic care, clinical patients, and as far as I know, in Europe there is now a trend, a wider reform of cancer policy. Would you say that there are certain points that are not now met through this reform effort in Greece in order to turn innovation into an actual benefit for people? That's a very complex question. There are two pillars: what happens in Greece and what happens in Europe. Both Greece and Europe have both excellence and very good researchers and scientists. Even though brain drain is still ongoing, and there was a small reduction of innovation in, in investments in Greece and in Europe. Let's take it step by step. The previous panel included Penila and other colleagues from Brussels. The European semester was published a few weeks ago. There were very rarely recommendations for health, but now there are, because there is crisis in many health systems. Greece ranks first when it comes to out-of-pocket payments, payments from patients, from their families, which have a catastrophic impact, 9%, which brings them below the poverty threshold. So the issue that comes up is that we've been talking about access to innovation, access to better outcomes. But how is this possible when there is such a bad economic situation? The Prolamvano program is about early diagnosis that includes biomarkers. But in order to do that, you need to wait a lot. You need to send the samples abroad sometimes, which creates uncertainty amongst patients. And when we talk about these programs, we don't have a very good picture because the existing registries don't give us a good idea for our patients in Greece, reimbursed based on foreign data. So this is why HTA is so important. The pharma industry talked about it. So everything said is to the point. But in order to find a sustainable reimbursement method and a just reimbursement method that truly rewards innovation, you need data. And right now, we need more digitization, especially of primary care. And we need more data apart from health data in order to come up with a national cancer plan. Now, a remark on Europe. There has been an effort by the Novo Foundation, by Novo Nordisk, to look at the clusters of true innovation in Europe. Greece is absent from this landscape, but if the right tools were in place, Greece could be introduced. I have seen what happens in Greece and with the collaborations with foreign scientists, and it's a pity that Greece is not in this map, because there are many Greeks that work in the R&D sector. We could really have bioclusters in Greece as well, and having a biocluster facilitates access to treatments that are not easy to get otherwise. When it comes to Europe now, a last remark. We need to be careful on how RFF is used as a tool. It is not an emergency tool. It is as if taking a consumer loan to go on holidays, even though this loan was granted to you for another reason. So we need to be very cautious as to the needs met through the recovery fund in order to ensure sustainable development. Of course, immediate needs need to be met, but when we talk about infrastructure, primary care facilities are infrastructure as well. So we need a better strategy. Thank you very much. Mr. Papadimitriou, cost was already mentioned, and this is always a major factor for novel treatments and access to treatments, but the industry has always said that this is an investment and we need to invest in innovation. What Greece should do? What's the model that should be implemented in Greece? First of all, before answering your question, I would like to say one or two things. Our out-of-pocket payments in cancer care do not apply to drugs. There are other components that are paid out of pocket, but not when it comes to drugs. Mainly it's about the care of the patient, the out-of-pocket expenses. Now, when it comes to the use of generic drugs, I think it's something that's needed, but I have the feeling that as the way in which we treat these out-of-patent drugs in terms of closed budget, it's not that different whether you use a generic drug or not. But in which cases we should opt for out-of-patent drugs compared to more novel treatments. So in which cases the job, to put it that way, can be done using more established treatments compared to the needs that have to be met through novel treatments. And work needs to be done in that respect. And it is the state that has to set some limits in cooperation with healthcare professionals. Now, how can we do better? We are saying that we have one of the most developed prescription systems, etc. Recording, indeed, and data registering is how we will be able to better evaluate how we use what we have, what's their added value, which products there should be more focus on, but we don't do this almost at all. And I also need to identify another weakness of the system. Amongst other things, possibly there are not incentives for healthcare professionals to contribute to registration and data entry. And also, there is no administrative support. We shouldn't expect from healthcare professionals only to fill in all these forms and enter all this data. The role of a physician is to diagnose, to select the right treatment. Of course, they must play a role in data collection, but it shouldn't be only up to them to carry this burden. And I don't think the state is doing anything in this respect, especially when it comes to cancer care, where there is a huge problem. The expenses are potentially bigger, so we need to prioritize it. Thank you, Mr. Papadimitriou.
I understood. You seem to describe the transaction to value-based healthcare model. What principles should guide this transaction, and how can the required reforms be designed to prioritize the patient?
Before I discuss value-based healthcare model, I'd like to acknowledge some of the discussions that our panelists have had as it relates to clinical trial research and investments coming into clinical trial research, and the potential Greece has to really bring more of these investments into the country. And we see great potential in terms of the scientific community and the researchers that Greece has. And we know the importance of clinical trials because they enable early access to highly innovative treatments and solutions. In order for this to accelerate, we need to radically redesign the pharmaceutical policy, which I spoke about earlier. Right now, we think of health and the way that policy is designed, it is really looking at cost containment and expenditure caps, and only over expenditure then is unilaterally, you get a payback allocated to all medicines irrespective of the value that they provide. This is why value-based healthcare models are so critical and important. The HTA will definitely be a catalyst to move us and modernize our healthcare system and how we look at pricing and reimbursement to a value-based system. Now, when we think about value, it's really important that we don't limit how we see value. We need to look at value not only in terms of the immediate impact it can have, but also the long-term value. So we need to look at the holistic value that an innovative treatment provides. By holistic value, I mean the clinical value, that is the efficacy, safety, or quality of life improvements, as well as decrease in the burden to the system, so cost savings to the healthcare system, as well as allowing patients to go back to work and be productive members of society, removing that burden also from family members and caregivers. This holistic value needs to be incorporated as we look at the HTA assessment, so that when we move from an HTA assessment to then moving into how pricing is determined for these medicines, we don't restrict it so much that we unintentionally restrict access and minimize the recognition of value, because that will work against us. Because what we're really trying to do is ensure that the most valuable medicines that our patients need and that patients have preference for are available to them. So I think that as, and I would applaud the state for the efforts that are being made to move into redefining the health technology assessment in Greece. However, in doing so, let's make sure that we don't restrict access so much that patients don't end up getting what they need.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. Κύριε Τρίφωνα, αναφέρθηκε πιο πριν...
Mr. Trifonos, we talked about out-of-pocket expenses, the burden to patients, and how difficult it is to manage their disease for patients. What are the key barriers that you identify in this effort of patients to access? I think that there are two key factors that impact on access. Of course, speed and then cost. Cost and fiscal budgets that from time to time are not corresponding to programmatic needs and programmatic promises. But of course, in order to be able to say that safely, you need to have introduced protocols. You need to know anything about disease prevalence. But I want to make a more general comment. It is important for Greece in the next 7 years to make the most out of the Cohesion Fund. First, we need to see how the Cohesion Fund will be shaped for the new MFF. The Horizon program, these funds need to be directed to actions to the benefit of patients and will have a multiplying effect for economy. It is very crucial for our country because after 2032, there will be many interests that need to be paid by our national economy. So if we don't have a high economic growth, we may need to adopt some cost-cutting measures. So we need to always have in mind how patient needs will be financed, will be funded. When a substance is no longer protected, it ends up at having minus 25% of its initial price. So there is a difference when a substance, a drug is out of patent. So this is very critical where to use this money that is now cheaper. It is important for HTA committees and other committees to be able to assess our clinical data because this will impact on access in the years to come.
Mr. Salustros, we have heard how difficult it is to create a patient management ecosystem. As an oncologist, a clinician, which are, in your opinion, the difficulties that don't allow patients to have access to the best possible treatment? And say a few words about the National Cancer Plan. How is it going on? How is it evolving? Thank you very much. Very good, both of your questions. As an oncologist, I believe there is room for improvement during all the stages. We need to focus a lot on the primary prevention, not only to timely diagnosis, but also prevention with building long-term policies. If we want to give mammographies to all Greek women over 50, this is true that we will understand who suffers from cancer. But if we go even further by promoting exercise and health diet and allowing citizens to live better and allowing women when they work to breastfeed their children, the only certain thing is that we will be able to prevent cancers. Now, when it comes to drug treatment after diagnosis, there are a lot of difficulties. And when it comes to innovation, I would like to stress something that Mrs. Patel expressed very well. We measure how much a drug costs, but the lack of a certain drug is never measured and assessed. Imagine how much a patient with a metastatic cancer would cost that should receive chemo because they don't have access to the biomarker that would allow him to have a direct treatment. The same patient with a metastatic breast cancer that cannot get a precision medicine, how many opportunities of care we are going to lose if we don't have access to the biomarker for those patients to receive targeted treatments. Those are just a few examples in order to make you understand the whole context. Now, also in the end stage cancers, we also need to improve, to do better. Now, when it comes to the National Cancer Plan, I could not imagine a better way than treat holistically and improve cancer care in Greece. Unfortunately, I cannot give a short answer because there is no official information towards our community, but I'm sure that the people responsible for planning will do the best possible effort in order to come up with a national cancer plan that will allow cancer patients in Greece to have a better future. Thank you very much. And last question, and then we will conclude this panel, Mr. Spetelos. There is reference of having national assessment frameworks and that each country can decide by themselves if they want to reimburse a drug or not. This is rather weird. How can this country opt for that and the other not? So how can this process not be against the patient? Thank you very much for this question. This is a difficult question because there is a European reality and there is a very specific Greek reality. First of all, the European HD regulation is the so-called clinical utility regulation. It is not an HTO regulation. Greece and other countries have to fill in the HTA form in order to have a value-based assess. You have to know your population first and foremost. In Greece, we don't know what our population is all about. I don't know who made people believe that our digital system is wonderful and that is very good and very interoperable. Excuse me, this is from my experience. Now, when it comes to comparative efficacy, that cannot be done without data before and after, as well as the catastrophic payments. Yes, they may come from other products. We need to have a path of care. So the goal of the regulation, and this is clear, and we're now discussing legal details, is to avoid duplication. And this is why countries send data based on the population. Greece has done rather well, and the HDE Assessment Committee in Greece is doing a good job. It is not easy based on the regulation to identify clinical efficacy anew. Of course, we can fill in our own data. One cannot say that I will wait for NHS and Germany and other people to assess it, and when it is good for us in 2 or 3 or 4 years, because reference is made 2 years, I will be able to reimburse, because the drug will not come and it will never reach the patients. It is obvious that if we will continue towards this path, we will still have cut downs within the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. Now, this is not only a problem that pertains to Greece. Greece doesn't have an HTA body. We are the last country without an HTA body. We have a committee, but I believe that this will happen shortly. However, no matter what, we need data. We need capacity. Not only a lot of people, a huge number of people, but also the ability to pay those scientists and to have people that are specialized in different fields. And of course, this is a huge challenge for Europe as a whole and Greece alike, because right now all countries have focused on implementing the regulation. So nowadays, countries have a huge effort, and the European health data space is also important. The countries should have their own data and fully assess HTA, not just a revision. This would be dangerous, and I hope that in Greece we will avoid. We all hope it. Thank you very much. We have kept our time. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τους.
Thank you very much to the speakers of this very important panel. And we can continue with the next panel titled Aligning Quality, Reimbursement and Value in Precision Oncology, the Biomarker Forum. And I would like to ask the moderators of this panel to take the floor, Mr. Michail Liondou. He is an associate professor at the Department of Clinical Therapeutics at the University of Athens, and Mr. Yorgos Kapetanakis, the president of the BOD of ELOC, to take the floor as the moderators. All right, I would like to welcome you, me and Mr. Liodos, and let us ask our panelists to join us here. Mr. Janice Hogan, Mr. Nektarios Tavernarakis, Mrs. Daphne Kaitelidou, Mrs. Eleni Kourea will join us online, Mr. Kostas Athanasakis, Mrs. Hara Kani, Mrs. Maria Gazouli, and Mrs. Evi Pouliou. Welcome, everyone. We will do the introduction right now, Mr. Liontos. We would love to have a representative from the state, but sometimes things change. Unexpected things happen, surprises. So, unfortunately, nobody could come here today from the ministry. This is a huge panel. All our guests are very distinguished. Let me say that we will introduce our panelists first. I will make a short introduction and then I will also present our panelists. We forgot Mrs. Kotsakidou. I apologize, Mrs. Kotsakidou. I wasn't wearing my glasses. Mrs. Kotsakidou, apologies. Dear friends, hello. It is a great pleasure for being here. I would like to thank Alok and Mr. Kapetanakis for bringing me here today. I want to discuss about a very important issue when it comes to medical oncology.
Our host here, we want to apply precision medicine now in oncology. And what does precision medicine mean? It means that I understand the molecular biology of the tumor and I understand the clinical characteristics of the patients. And I combine them both in order to find the best treatment, usually targeted treatment, immunotherapy, and ADC. In any case, if I want to apply precision medicine, I want to know the biomarkers. And we used to have clinical biomarkers. We as a doctor said that we're good doctors because I can understand what is your problem by the clinical impression I had. But now these are specific molecular biomarkers that we have to use. And when I go to the conference, what I see is that we have more and more biomarkers in order to address the problem of cancer. And nowadays, we use to sequentially measure biomarkers in order to adjust our treatments. And the next frontier is not just NGS, immunohistochemical analysis, is liquid biopsy sequentially to the patients. And it is a great pleasure to have with us Dennis Horgan, that is Executive Director of European Alliance of Personalized Medicine. And I believe that is a very important person in order to address this issue. What is the minimum standard of care that we should have as a country in order to apply precision medicine according to the European standards? What is your opinion?
Yeah, so my background is a lawyer. So I mainly work at the European level, also at the national level, focus on the policy and regulatory issues, and how to bring innovation to healthcare systems. So what you mentioned is true. I mean, you have a lot of different biomarkers and more biomarkers that are being developed in the area of oncology, but across different diseases, and also in neurology and in cardiovascular. And issues is, which was mentioned earlier, around this area of diagnostics is not really valued by healthcare systems in the right way. Often healthcare systems are set up to treat patients, but are not set up to diagnose patients. And this has been an issue because now we have a lot of more science that identify different biomarkers that can link to different targeted therapies, but then the systems are not set up in the right way to bring this innovation into healthcare systems. And a classic example is Oncotype DX, where you had a biomarker for breast cancer, but this was developed in the early 2000s, but this type of innovation took nearly 20 years to get into European healthcare systems. And this would have huge added value for the patients in terms of avoiding overtreatment, in terms of chemotherapy. So a lot of women could have been identified earlier through this biomarker, but then healthcare systems were not set up in the right way. And this is from a clinical, because different clinical trials had to be set up in Europe, and then the clinical evidence wasn't often accepted, or you had different type of guidelines that were developed. Similarly, when you ask about minimum standards, I mean, on liquid biopsy, you have two different guidelines coming from the ESMO, European Society of Medical Oncology, and you have another one from the European Society of Pathology. And these guidelines are often confusing policymakers in terms of what standards, or what not the minimum standards, I think is the word should be, what is the optimal standards that should be put in place to support getting this type of innovation into healthcare systems. So a lot of issues we hear in these conferences, I mean, which was discussed a lot in the sessions. I mean, what are the key issues that what policymakers should put in place? But often the policies that are developed are working across purposes. You have the in vitro diagnostics regulation, you have the pharmaceutical legislation, you have the Biotech Act, then you had the council updating of the council conclusions, and a lot of these regulatory frameworks are not working in the right way. And this leads to this big discordance in terms of what policies should be put in place to support the minimum standards, because what evidence is needed. And this is similarly in issues around reimbursement of different therapies. Often the standards for HTA agencies the evidence is not accepted in the right way. So this leads to this disruptive form of different types of technologies getting into healthcare systems. Similarly with Oncotype DX is quite a good example. Liquid biopsy is another core issue. I mean, a lot of issues, we wrote a number of papers. You have different societies. You have the European Liquid Biopsy Society, you have the International Liquid Biopsy Society, but then sometimes there needs to be more coordination between the medical societies and between ESMO or European Society of Pathology and different initiatives, so then we can work more in a coherent way, so that Europe could have one standard when we have the health technology assessment. How can we have joint coordinated assessment in a more effective way? So the standards are one issue, but it's acceptance of the evidence is a core issue, and then working in the right way. Europe has done this through the European Beating Cancer Plan, while a lot of funding was allocated in terms of socialization of cooperation, and these were the real purpose of these projects, because healthcare is a national sovereignty. So healthcare was perceived that it was, although cancer has no borders, we had to find a way how we can work more in a cooperative way. But now there's more willingness through the different medical societies, patient organizations. You have a lot of different forums like ELOC here that facilitate a lot of cooperation, but it really needs to be a top-down framework that gives guidance to policymakers, that they have confidence in the science, they have confidence of the different type of willingness of the different HTA agencies or different technologies to work together to bring this innovation into healthcare systems. So standards are one issue, but really is about this acceptance of the framework to bring biomarker testing or advanced molecular diagnostics into healthcare systems. Because we can keep talking about standards, but really it's the framework that in terms of infrastructure, the clinical guidelines, the training and education of workforces, and then the willingness of patients themselves to get tested. And doctors have a core, the GPs, family physicians, have a core issue to refer patients to get tested at an early stage. So minimum standards are one issue, but one needs a healthcare system-based approach really to facilitate bringing advanced molecular diagnostics into healthcare systems.
May I have one follow-up question? Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for your statement, but if we want to apply something tomorrow in Greece, do you believe that creating data for the biomarkers in the local level and specific guidelines from the national society would be helpful in order to understand what is useful for us?
Yeah, I mean, guidelines, of course, are very useful. Guidelines are very useful, but you have many different guidelines coming from many different areas. Well, if you look at one needs a framework like ESMO, provides certain guidelines. You have the willingness of the joint clinical assessment at the European level. There's many forums at the European level to facilitate cooperation, so having one standard. Of course, then you need the interpretation of the standard. But if you have multiple approaches in multiple countries, one sees the example again of the General Data Protection Regulation, where we said, okay, we want to share data, but then each country was implementing it in different ways, which leads to this unwillingness to share data. And this, I think, one needs, you need infrastructure, you need training and education, you need better awareness, but then you need a complete standard across the European region. So then innovation is not accessible in one country, but it's acceptable in all countries. Because the evidence in terms of standards should be similarly across all regions, because it's evidence. The evidence if it has efficacy or not.
Thank you, Dennis. Και τώρα θα περάσουμε στον κύριο.
And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Nektarios Tarnevarakis, professor of the Medical School of the University of Crete, president of the European Molecular Biology Conference, and member of the Foundation for Research and Technology. He is a person who has worked in the field for a series of years. He has long-standing experience. So Mr. Tarnevarakis, Greece has significantly invested in infrastructure for precision medicine, such as EDIMO. You were the one who started operating it. So my first question is how we can make sure that this infrastructure will work tomorrow to the benefit of the patient and of medical science alike. And second question, based on your experience from international actions and participation in international bodies, what is the recipe of the countries that are doing well? What should we do? What are they doing differently? What should we do differently in order to say that the research community can actually work? First of all, thank you for the invitation. Personally, you, Mr. Kapitanakis, and Elok, for this very honoring invitation. Your questions are both interesting. I will start with the existing infrastructure in Greece. Indeed, as you know, for quite a few years, there are national networks for precision medicine. One of them is about cancer. There is another one about cardiovascular diseases, and a third one about degenerative diseases. The cancer network was the first one that laid the foundation for the other two as well. So it was the first experiment we did in Greece in order to establish a precision medicine network. There are already precision medicine units in Greece, 2 in Athens, 1 in Thessaloniki and 1 in Heraklion. These units clearly worked. There was an increased interest from clinicians. Many samples have been analyzed, thousands of samples from throughout Greece. And in many cases, these analyses made the difference between life and death for some patients. So I believe that their usefulness has been proven in practice. We are at the stage of concluding the second period of funding of these networks. They work on a 4-year period. Right now, the second phase, the second 4-year period, is about to finish. And of course, we need to continue this effort. We need to ensure funding to continue operating this network smoothly. Unfortunately, this is not the case for the moment, but I hope that this funding will be secured because these networks have proven how useful they are. And apart from the initiative of precision medicine in Greece, they've also created and trained very expert staff that operates these units, and it would be very bad for our country to lose this expertise. But I do hope that there will be funding for all these 3 networks, which have proven to be very useful. And I think we need to further expand them because their capacity is not enough right now in order to analyze all samples. Now, when it comes to your second question about what can be done in Greece to become better, first of all, we need to take a look at what has happened in other successful countries and introduce some of these practices and at the same time contribute. A major problem identified in Greece is the non-existence of well-organized, systematically organized biobanks. It's something that it's unfortunately missing. Also, we don't have a unified cash registry yet. There have been some efforts, some steps have been taken, but we are not successful yet. For precision medicine to work, we need all that. We need this infrastructure, biobanks, a registry, a cancer registry, in order to be able to get the right information that will allow us to treat all forms of cancer based on the analysis of samples. What we also need to do, and it is very important, and Greece can contribute to this respect instead of importing what has been done abroad, is the creation and development of new biomarkers. Because, of course, the approved biomarkers that will start being reimbursed are very important, 37 in total, but they're not enough. And they are not always very accurate. They are not always those that will still be used 2 or 3 years later. It's a dynamic situation, so based on new scientific data, we review the biomarker lists, we adjust them. Some biomarkers might be eliminated, or some new, more accurate ones will replace the existing ones. And how does this happen? Through basic research on the carcinogenesis mechanism. So there is research activity in Greece on this, so we can actively contribute to the development of new biomarkers. This is something we need. This effort doesn't stop in the existing biomarker. It is a two-way relation. The use of the existing biomarkers can lead to the review of the existing list, and this is where the Greek state should invest. Thank you very much, Mr. Tavanarakis. We do hope... Yes, I have another question. I hope that this registry that started last year, I hope that this registry will manage to become efficient, because we will need it. I think this is something that we need to discuss with Mr. Kaitelidou. The cancer registry is filled in many cases, but the procedures need to be standardized in order that we get reliable information. Allow me to ask a question to Mr. Tavanarakis. Mr. Tavanarakis, I'm a big fan and user of these networks. The problem is that services were developed for academic use, not clinical use. For example, the turnaround time of a clinical decision cannot be 3 or 6 months. But when we want to build something that's based on academic use, we can start like that and then expand it. But these networks were started having a different use, so we need to decide on the standard that we will be based upon. Academic centers of reference that can be used for other purposes as well. You're absolutely right. These networks were an initiative by the Ministry of Development, not the Ministry of Health. So indeed, their initial purpose was rather academic, a research, and not so much clinical purpose. And because of the understaffing, there were delays indeed. And I would say that there were a pilot project to see what can be done, how we can implement similar practices in Greece. There is still a long way to go in order to have an automated network that could rather quickly give results to clinicians. But it is a first step to see what can be achieved with the existing infrastructure, and I do believe that the use of this infrastructure might use to developing other infrastructure which will be better. And it is very important to receive financial support in order to better staff these units, because understaffing is a major problem, and this is why there are such delays. I mentioned this because I think we need a strategy behind this. We need to invest in a strategy. And having said that, I think it's now important to listen to the opinion of Ms. Daphne Kaitelidou, Professor of Health Management at the Department of Nursing, President of the Agency for Quality Assurance in Health, ODP. She is the most appropriate person to talk about quality, because quality is very important for biomarkers, because we need results that are clinically translated. So the result depends on the collection method, on the transport method, on the isolation method, the machinery and the equipment used to analyze it, the scientist that completes the analysis, and the relevant report. So how can we be sure that the result that we get from a provider is the one we need?
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking the organizing committee of ELOC and Mr. Kapetanakis. It's always a pleasure to be here. And secondly, you have asked everything with this question, and of course you're quite right. The most important thing that we should understand is that quality is a horizontal aspect. When we talk about quality and biomarkers, we usually tend to mean the credibility of the laboratory, and this is not the case. In my opinion, Mr. Tavernarakis and the previous speaker have discussed this, and this is it is a multi-dimensional, I apologize, issue when it comes to the quality of biomarkers. I will start by having equal access, patients having equal access. The reimbursement is given, in my opinion. We cannot discuss about quality if all patients that need this, they don't have access, and their access depends to the place of residence, by the hospital that a patient is referred to, or, as you have said, by financial issues. So reimbursement and equality, equal access is a precondition for me. Then we have to assess all kinds of dimensions of quality. Since biomarkers affect clinical decisions, we might change clinical course. So how much biomarkers inform clinical practice? Safety of biomarkers. When we talk about safety, we think of interventions of drugs. Precision is also very important. A falsely positive or a falsely negative finding had huge impact. A falsely negative finding might mean that the patient will not get treatment immediately, so that may cost a person's life, a patient's life. Now, when it comes to human-centered care, it is not always enough to see if this treatment is good enough, which is the value for that patient from this treatment, and how we can measure it. How is it measurable? And if the information is available for healthcare professionals. We have heard a lot about the outcomes of the patients, the patient-recorded outcomes. All those should be combined and allow us to understand what is important. We should also have the registries that we need and to have biomarkers about the whole path of the care. Laboratory mistakes become before the analysis usually. How do we manage the samples? How much time do we need from the time of the collection until the treatment, etc.? So, when it comes from Greece, it is necessary to set up a framework. So just saying that we introduce and reimburse biomarkers, this is only the first step, but setting up the framework within the wider strategy, this is even more important in my opinion. And I believe that this was just the beginning, but we should work all together and very ordinarily in order to come up with governance, come up with transparency, to have benchmarking, to have proper registries. This is a continuum, so to say, a very short question. Public institutions right now have the availability, do they have the data that they need in order to come up with this framework? This answer would be completely different if this discussion was done a few years earlier, 2 or 3 years earlier. Now we're at a rather good stage when it comes to data. We don't have everything that we need, of course, but we have data enough. The other day, I was at the presentation of IDICA, and a lot of steps have been done forward. I was very glad to listen to that progress. So now we have to combine all those data. 5 years ago, we built an organization that wants to measure all those indicators, and this is also important. Are we mature enough? No, but we can do what it takes. But of course, we need to work together. We need for the academia to collaborate with scientific associations, societies. In the industry should contribute to this effort, the ministry, patients. So the answer is that it is up to us at the end of the day. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaitelidou. Now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Kourea. Can she hear us? But before that, I would like to ask Kostas Athanasakis the following question. Do we have Mrs. Kourea online? Yes, I am. We cannot see you. We can hear you, but not see you. My camera is on. I don't know why you cannot see me. No, I would give the floor to Mr. Athanasakis now. Dear Kostas, you have designed a new framework for the assessment. Okay, now we can see you. You have designed a new framework for assessing and reimbursing the biomarkers. We know that cancer, the community did a wonderful job last year. We achieved a consensus and we came up with a new framework. At the same time, we got the approval for a specific number of biomarkers for 33 indications. And starting from October, when the law passed, it remains to be implemented. We know that it delayed. Something started at the beginning of this month, at the beginning of June. However, I would like to ask you this question. Which is the most innovative thing and which is the biggest stake in implementing biomarkers? And my second question to you is, how are we going to safeguard that this new system will be updated quickly without having to delay each time, to start anew each time? Because science now works very quickly. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to make a necessary distinction. Right now, this framework is a framework for the reimbursal of biomarkers. And it needs a process that is different from research. Reference is made to the application in the field. Clinical efficacy, diagnostic value, all those things should be taken into consideration. And of course, for the cost-to-benefit relation, this is also a parameter. So this framework is not built for research purposes. The law that passed in October allows for the update of the list that was based on the cost-benefit analysis. And this was a huge argument. But in my opinion, it allows for the process to be dynamic. Right now, we can include new biomarkers as they come into clinical practice. Let me tell you something that is not widely known. If we had some time, and a big more political will, our proposal included yet another part, how we can assess other biomarkers that we want to include in clinical practice with another process. We will bring this proposal back. We don't want to include only companion biomarkers in this process. I have to say that it also entails some administrative work, but we all understand this need. Therefore, this will be the next step, as well as understanding the procedure for the reimbursement of technologies such as NGS. Always reference is made to reimbursement and not clinical trial. So, in my opinion, this is what is important. We should try and manage this thing on the field, that people that are actually eligible for biomarkers should be included, because this is doubly important. Because we should always bear in mind the insurance result. Because we take into consideration that when we insure people. So in my opinion, those are the next steps forward. The electronic registry is going to help a lot towards this direction. Thank you very much. Let's give the floor to Mrs. Correa. Can you hear us, Mrs. Correa? Yes, I can hear you. Mrs. Correa is a professor at the university, at the Department of Pathology at the School of Medicine, and she is the president of the Hellenic Society of Pathology. My belief is that pathologists are very important when it comes to biomarkers, and I would love for all the laboratories that are related to biomarkers to be set up as pathology laboratories. Which are the gaps, in your opinion, when it comes to the quality and the samples of the biomarkers, and when it comes to the techniques are used? And unfortunately, the central pathology laboratories are not the basis yet for that assessment. I would like to thank Mr. Kapetanakis and Delog for extending this invitation. Unfortunately, I couldn't be today with you physically, but everything that I have followed so far is very interesting. And some of the things that you have said have been mentioned by previous speakers. Of course, references made to precision medicine and biomarkers. Without biomarkers, we don't have precision medicine. However, of course, that has a lot of challenges. Mrs. Kaitelidou mentioned that earlier, references made to equity, to equal access. We should give access to all patients that need it without having, let's say, with their finances to block them. So right now, the fact that the ministry is going to reimburse biomarkers, even if the list is short, because as you all may know, the proposed list, the updated list for biomarkers that have been proposed by EOPE in collaboration with EPA was rather larger, longer. Even this short list is a good first step. 11 years have passed since the previous update, so it is about time to start implementing this, but also take into consideration that we should set up a framework in order to allow for a continuous update of biomarkers. And reference is made not only to predictive biomarkers. Right now, in order to diagnose specific types of cancer, we need biomarkers that are not reimbursed. For all gliomas, we need biomarkers that are not reimbursed right now from the Greek side. For a lot of sarcomas, we need specific biomarkers. All those should become a priority. Thank God those tumors are not very often, but for the patients that suffer from those kinds of neoplasms, there is a need for equal access in the diagnostic field, in the diagnosis. Now, when it comes to the quality assurance, we do have a framework. There are both national and international standards, and Mr. Hogan mentioned those standards. Those standards should be implemented in Greece. There is a national framework that should be implemented. And we should make it obligatory for all laboratories to undergo quality controls. They should be certified as biomarker labs in order to know that we have good results and not falsely positive or falsely negative. And this, for the public sector laboratories, is not always a given. We would love for the ministry to force public hospitals to certify their pathology labs and, of course, to support them financially, because this is a very costly procedure. This is a major thing on my agenda when it comes to ensuring the quality of biomarkers. The next issue is about standardization, the standardization of results, and not only when it comes to biomarkers, but when it comes to standardization of forms of cancer for the registry. Since we will have then information on a national level that will allow us to decide on the national strategies. So biomarkers are a sine qua non condition. Yet another major issue is to organize networks. Mr. Tavernarakis mentioned that we need to set up national networks. We cannot have all the tests in all laboratories. We should have laboratory hubs, major laboratories that should offer most major specialized tests. So this is part of the national strategy, and pathology labs and our association is willing to become part of this discussion. So labs are also biobanks, and Mr. Tavernarakis mentioned biobanks. All pathology labs are biobanks to begin with. There is a plethora of material that can be properly stored, and that's to become national treasure, allow me to say so. And last but not least, the speedy results. Biomarkers the results should be given in a short time period, because we need to give the oncologists the information needed very quickly. We cannot wait a month to get back the results of those tests. There is a delay when it comes to cancer diagnosis, and this also pertains to surgeries and also for patients themselves. If they will not be operated timely, then the treatment will suffer in consequence. So the pathology labs can be supported in order to be able to give diagnosis back more quickly, and the reflex testing for cancers, that we are certain that we need specific biomarkers such as breast and the uterus. That would allow us to give the result more timely. So reflex testing is also a very important matter. It is a political decision. It doesn't cost us anything. They have already been prescribed, those biomarkers. We could do this more quickly, and we could do the so-called reflex testing, since some cancers do need specific biomarkers. very quickly. I don't want to bore you with a lot of details, and of course, I remain at.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you, Ms. Correa. Indeed, this was an in-depth comment, especially what you said about rare cancers. What can we propose in relation to rare cancers? In the framework of the biomarkers that we had submitted together with the OPE, we had included these types of tumors as well, and the exact molecular biomarkers that we needed. So we had submitted them. Of course, the ministry needs to include them in the updated biomarkers list. Now the floor to Ms. Kani, Head of Medicine's Decision at EOP. There are already some processes underway. With EOP, we've been waiting to see. We want to see EOP implementing what has already been passed by law. Can you give us an update on the time needed, on whether the budget is enough? Because we saw some reformed budgets. I understand that's not your issue of responsibility. Thank you very much for the invitation. Even though that's not my area of responsibility, what I would like to say is that the negotiation process is underway for these biomarkers. But what's most important is what Mr. Athanasakis says. Under the law of 2025, there is a new framework of reimbursement assessment. There is a framework based on which assessment for reasons of reimbursement will take place. And this framework is very clear. What is assessed is the analytical sensitivity and specificity, the clinical use, and clinical reliability of a biomarker. And secondly, in order to reimburse it, we need the estimated target population, the eligible population. That might be the most difficult part of a folder, to find which is the eligible population and then make an estimate on the budget. So when HTA assesses the reimbursement of new biomarkers, it is very important to have these elements in the folder. And the same applies to every new biomarker that might come. What's still pending is the ministerial decision concerning the stamp fees that need to be paid for this assessment, and also submit the right folder. I would also like to say that biomarkers might be in various parts of the chain of information. We now want to reimburse biomarkers that concern the therapeutical indication, so not the ones that can impact the metabolism of a drug. All reimbursement systems so far look at the reimbursement of what is described in the marketing authorization. The research use of a biomarker or its administration outside the scope of the indication are not right now in the framework of reimbursement. I need to be clear on that. That's all on my part. Thank you very much. Let's go to Ms. Ghazouli, Professor of Biology at the School of Medicine of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Maria, we've talked at length, the both of us. We've known each other for years. In relation to what Ms. Kani said, in Greece right now there are medicine that are paid by the state, but some cheap biomarkers are not reimbursed. And there are also many patients who undergo expensive tests for their genome, but I don't know their clinical use. How can we make sure that patients know which tests to take? And how can we move to a quicker reimbursement? Well, this new legislative framework was passed in order to make this situation better. So this framework focuses on biomarkers have been validated in large populations. They are part of the guidelines and need to be reimbursed. This list wasn't updated, but now it has been updated and it is dynamic, so any new biomarker that is included in guidelines and in the clinical practice can be included in the reimbursement list. When it comes to panels, there are much more genes tested, but we don't know everything about them and we don't know how to interpret all of them, because there are many mutations of unknown clinical value for the time being. In 5 years from now, we may have identified their clinical value. So it's a dynamic field. And unfortunately, reimbursement and legislative systems don't have so quick reflexes. But we've taken an important step in order to start. We want to further expand it, and we do hope that this happens soon. Many of you talked about quality. Right now, negotiation is underway. Labs must be ISO certified, otherwise tests taken in non-ISO certified labs won't be reimbursed. And it is very encouraging, right, that we have many genetics experts. Hopefully there will be much more such experts that will be able to interpret the results. So important steps have indeed been taken, and more of them will be taken, because it is a huge area of interest and a lot of work is being done. Thank you, dear Maria. Let's move to our next speaker, Ms. Evi Poulou, molecular biologist at Evangelismos Hospital, quality manager at the Hematopathology Department at Evangelismos Hospital, and quality assessor at the Hellenic Accreditation System. Ms. Poulou, a lot of debate has been made on quality. Who assesses the credibility of these labs and procedures? How can we ensure that they provide high quality work? Because low quality means low credibility, wrong diagnosis, etc. Can all labs in Greece conduct tests in all types of cancers, and other expert labs that can do it? And is accreditation enough? Or we need ongoing external control that will monitor the performance of these labs? Because this entire structure we've been building, if it's not based on quality, it will collapse. Very well. Thank you very much for the invitation and for paying me the honor to be here with you today. So, ESIV, the National Accreditation System, is, for the time being, responsible for accrediting and ensuring the quality in such labs. Anyone can be accredited if a certain standard, 15189, is implemented. The key benefits from accreditation are traceability, increased credibility of the results, also ongoing training of the staff, because it is an obligation under the standard, and another important thing, the risk management. A lab that has committed to use this standard should assess the risk, find corrective measures for possible failures and mistakes before they reach the patient. The new updated standard is very patient-focused and all requirements are patient-centered. One of the key requirements, as I said, is the validation of test results, especially now. The possibility for NGS is much easier and it is more available in many labs. But amongst other things, what these labs should do is to document the clinical use of a certain biomarker, because this is important for reimbursement and for patients' benefit. So they need to prove that each molecular finding is directly connected to either the patient prognosis or the response to a certain drug. So no general information without documentation. Also, continuous learning and ongoing training allows for new information to be absorbed. And now, as to the external control you mentioned, it is a sine qua non condition for a lab in order to get their accreditation to participate in inter-lab external assessment programs. This is very important and it is a necessary requirement. They should be able to participate in such programs at an annual basis. So they submit a 4-year program of participation in such schemes that are ISO certified. So our results can be comparable throughout the globe, in fact. And of course, an accredited lab must use all procedures that will ensure in every run and periodically in the year an internal quality control. And of course, this is supervised and monitored through scheduled inspections by a SIV for the initial accreditation and then 6 months later, 1 year later. So the lab is always trying to record their SOPs, their techniques, their practices. So this makes the entire process safer and more credible, more trustworthy. All these new techniques require bioinformatic analysis, which also needs to be documented. This means that patients, in theory, get the best result possible. I think I answered all your questions, or haven't I? Let me know if I haven't answered any question. And let's continue this round with Ms. Yota Kotsekidou. She is a Corporate and Regulatory Affairs Director at AstraZeneca Greece. Ms. Kotsekidou, what's your opinion on the situation of biomarkers in Greece? In various cancers, female cancers, lung cancers, we have biomarkers thanks to the clinical programs run by the relevant scientific society with the support of pharmaceutical companies. Through the studies that you've conducted on biomarkers, what do you believe that needs to be done in the period to come?
Thank you very much, first of all, for this kind invitation. So biomarkers may seem a bit specialized or a detail. It is not a detail, and it is of paramount importance. If we were to think that 40 to 60% of new cancer medicines are targeted treatments, and that since we have so many new cancer treatments that are targeted treatments, that predictive biomarker is necessary, and we haven't updated the list for 12 years, the gap is huge. And this is why ELPE and a series of initiatives have been taken in order to fill in this gap. Nevertheless, I don't know if this is reimbursement. A lot of times we say, yes, we have access, patients have access, and I understand why we say that. And I understand what is happening in the other European countries. And that with a delay of 1 or 2 months, one may still have access to a treatment. But when we talk about reimbursement and access, we don't have our minds something like that. Those time periods in oncology, in cancer care, and when we're talking about first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth line of treatment, this is very important, not only on a clinical aspect, but also on a humane level. Biomarkers play a huge role, not only for using in the best possible way those innovative drugs, they are hugely important for patients too, because they will be certain that they get the best possible treatment at the best possible moment. Allow me to add, it is important for the healthcare system because reference is made to not having enough funding, but we don't use the resources in the best possible way. And when 40 to 60% are targeted treatments, I think that this is a huge issue. It shouldn't be left aside as a detail or a very technical matter. So it is important for the healthcare system itself and, of course, for us. Since our side, the pharma industry, doesn't have anything to do with selling biomarkers. We want our drugs to be used in the best possible way, and we want to have the best possible cost-benefit relationship. So, 2 steps, in my opinion. First of all, what started in October with a new law for the 37 pairs of biomarkers, and the national healthcare system has delayed a bit. Please don't quote me, but I want to state this publicly. This is a period that is not good to delay, because we might be in the danger of delaying even more. And secondly, there was the law of the parallel process of assessing new drug treatments with the relevant predictive biomarker. The system is moving towards the right direction, combines diagnosis with treatment, but all of us should be alert in order to find a rational way for all the stakeholders to work together in order for that process to start taking place. So since we are talking about a new HTA body, this is very relevant, but I will stop now. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kotsekidou. I am very glad, dear Michalis, because we have a wonderful panel, Michalis. I think that we have talked about a lot of dimensions when it comes to having access to precision medicine, biomarkers, and everything that we have already been doing in Greece, everything that has already started. Of course, in the last comment, Mrs. Kotsekidou has talked about the aspect of time. We should run and not walk in the months to come in order to avoid other delays. And please make a final remark in order to close this panel, because there is lunch. This discussion was wonderful. I would like to thank all my co-panelists. Unfortunately, I will not end on a positive note. Right now, we are used to having access to all treatments, to have access to biomarkers through the pharma companies. With the framework, all those things will delay. So we will have to be ready to adapt. We all want this framework, but let us not forget that this framework will be important on a financial note, but it will not be pleasant when it comes to its implementation. I would like to remind you that this is not positive, but this is a reality. Thank you all very much.
Πριν περάσουμε για το διάλειμμα και το γεύμα, θα ήθελα να σας παρακαλέσω να μην βγείτε για λίγο ακόμα από την αίθουσα, για να βγάλουμε μία φωτογραφία μετά όλοι μαζί, μια και είμαστε εδώ, και να πάμε να φάμε στη συνέχεια.
In 2025, Sandoz reached over 1
Μετά από ένα σύντομο...
Good afternoon. After this short lunch break, I hope you got some rest. Let's go to our second session, from European Cancer Frameworks to National Implementation. Let's welcome Mr. Marios Themistokleous, the Deputy Minister of Health, and then move to our first roundtable entitled Person-Centered Cancer Care, Improving Outcomes, Experiences and Efficiency. And I would like to ask from the moderator of the roundtable, Ms. Theodora Psaltopoulou, internist, professor in epidemiology and preventive medicine, to join us on stage so that she moderates this panel.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ποιο είναι το θέμα αυτής της ενότητας? Είναι η ανθρωπική.
So, in this roundtable, we are going to talk about person-centered cancer care, patient-centered cancer care. According to the WHO, that's a desired model. There are other models as well, hospital-centered model, the physician-centered model, that it seems that with this model, we get better care, better adherence to treatment, more satisfaction since patients are involved in decision-making, better health outcomes, and emphasis on prevention and promotion of quality of life. Also, patient rights are protected under this model. We are very happy because the Deputy Minister of Health, Mr. Marios Themistokleous, is here with us, so that he can present these topics using the state's perspective. Our other panelists are Mr. Athanasios Vozikis, professor at the Department of Economics and director of the Laboratory of Health, Economics and Management of the University of Piraeus, Ms. Madalina Iamandé, executive director of Olkan International, Professor Eleftherios Thireos, President of the Athens Medical Society and Head of General Directorate National Agency for Quality Assurance in Health, and Ms. Paraskevi Michalopoulou, Vice President of the BOD of ELOC, President of the Hellenic Association of Women with Breast Cancer, Alma Zois, who is the most important panelist in this round table since she represents the patients. And I will join you now in the panel. Mr. Themistokleous. Your ministry has launched many important health initiatives, such as the bracelet in emergency care, also the applications that allow us to have our medical tests available in real time. In your opinion, what are the most important initiatives you've introduced as a Deputy Minister of Health? I mean, in terms of cancer care. Hello, good afternoon. I would like to thank once more ELOC for their invitation and for the exceptional cooperation with the Ministry of Health. And I would like to congratulate you for this conference, because these conferences lead to a constructive dialogue and to solutions as well. The national health system in recent years has put an emphasis on cancer patients. We've undergone two major crises. During the first phase, our aim was to stabilize the system after 10 years of financial crisis. And of course, there was a lot of stress and destabilization because of the pandemic. So two series of measures were taken. The first series of measures aimed at containing the system and provide organizational efficiency to keep our physicians in the system, etc. Make the NHS attractive for young physicians in order to reduce having many vacancies, even in Athens, That's a key factor for the system. You need to have staff. And thirdly, we put an emphasis on the nursing staff and then infrastructure. Right now, the NHS has the largest number of staff, physicians, nurses since 2009, more material. There are specialized departments. We've made a huge effort to renovate and upgrade buildings and infrastructures of the NHS. And also a huge effort has been made to direct the system towards digital transformation and digital systems. When it comes to cancer patients now, we've reduced the waiting time for radiotherapy thanks to two donations of equipment and thanks to the funding instruments. The average waiting time is no longer than 60 days now. The waiting time for chemotherapy is rather good. 2 weeks maximum, starting from the 0 minute. We also now have a digital patient cancer record. It has been delivered as a project, and it now needs to be activated by the healthcare professionals. And all the other initiatives that concern the entire NHS, less waiting time for appointments, less waiting time for surgery, and some of them apply to cancer patients as well, because they also undergo surgeries and hospital care. To conclude, there are new cancer clinics, cancer hospitals. Some of them are already operating, while others will start their operation soon. I'm talking about the Cancer Hospital of Thessaloniki. Its construction will start 1 year from now, and it will be completed in 4 years. But also the cancer department of Soteria Hospital, the cancer department of Lamia Hospital. Also, there will be a daily care for cancer patients unit, thanks to a donation by La Vie en Rose, a company, cosmetics company. Also, the Latsis families has donated a daily care unit for cancer patients at Rio Hospital. Also, the cancer care department at Atikon Hospital, a donation by the Martinos family. With all these departments will radically change the infrastructure for cancer care. When it comes to Soteria Hospital, you've been building radiotherapy infrastructure. And what about the afternoon, the evening surgeries? Because they were very helpful for cancer patients. That's the talk of the day. Well, cancer patients don't have a waiting time. But anyway, if we reduce waiting time, we help cancer patients as well. That's a new framework. We started with 90,000 cases that waited for more than 4 months. There were the so-called cold cases that could wait for more than 3 to 4 years. Right now, most cases don't wait more than 4 months. There are very few cases that have to wait for more than 4 months to 6 months maximum. From hard metrics of productivity of a healthcare system, we are doing pretty well compared to other European countries. And that this has been achieved with 3 methods. But the most important one, which is our heritage, is more surgeries during the moment. during the morning. We have more than 50% increase of morning surgeries from 2025 to 2024, which means more nurses, more anesthesiologists, more surgical rooms. And this will be a heritage for the NHS because starting from the end of June, the vouchers from free of charge evening surgeries will be over. Thank you, Mr. Themistokleous. Now, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Vozikis. As a professor of economics and health management, what do you believe about the readiness of the healthcare system to implement this person-centered system? I would also like to thank you for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to participate in such an interesting panel, which analyzes cancer care. First of all, I would like to take a few steps back and say that within the framework of OCAN Greece and its cooperation with OCAN International, in the last years, two major publications have been released. The first one is about efficient cancer care, and the second one is about people-centered approach to cancer care. Within this context, last year, there was a research by our laboratory and by our university in cooperation with the University of West Attica, and there was a report as to the readiness of the healthcare system to implement a comprehensive cancer care system in the form of an action plan. To be honest, we had a lot of concerns on who to invite to participate in the study. We did a stakeholder analysis, so we involved in this study, first of all, those that will implement such care, meaning 8 large cancer hospitals in Greece, and stakeholders from many other sectors and activities. For example, quality of care, the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncologists, the Nurses Association, experienced experts who would complement this study. So we managed to identify the strengths of the national healthcare system. These strengths have been described by the minister. Which was the most important strength? Well, the most important strength, there are 3 of them. First of all, indeed, there is moral, political, and financial support in order to implement a national cancer plan. Secondly, the conditions are mature in terms of infrastructure projects that will support the cancer plan. And thirdly, there is now the right human resources in place that will be able to implement this cancer plan. Thank you very much, Mr. Vozikis. We will come back to you.
Ian Day, Executive Director of OCAN International. So everybody was talking about you. So which are the lessons from OCAN International initiative for a patient-centered care in order to have the best possible health outcomes?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much for having me today. Yeah, indeed, it's been a pleasure, and my previous speaker already mentioned the 2 key publications, really. One has to do with the action guide on how, what is needed to implement efficient cancer care, in terms of the system, in terms of the human resources, and also how do we measure if we are ready. So we are very proud to have partnered with Allcan Greece for this effort and to see such promising results and such strong research outcomes. And the second one is this report which I have with me today. It's a report on person-centered care, and it was published in March. We actually had a launch in the European Parliament together with MEP Papandreou, and even for that we partnered with ELOC and with Allcan Greece. But this comes with 7 concrete steps and 7 concrete recommendations on what we need to look at when we speak about person-centered care. Starting from screening and early detection, but also on digital technologies, on the electronic health records, for example, all the way to survivorship and financial toxicity. We've discussed even in the morning that in Europe we have a strong health system where treatment is reimbursed. So when we speak about cancer treatment, we don't have to worry too much. But everything else, all those soft add-ons, like the care that it's needed, like the work that we can or cannot do, maybe there is a decrease in productivity. So all these add up to a loss to society, just for one person diagnosed with cancer. So all these aspects need to be looked at together to make sure that the person is at the center of care when we deliver it. And I've heard so many encouraging examples from Greece even. The fact that you already passed legislation to have treatment closer to care outside of the hospital, that's very encouraging. And the right step forward to move towards a system that is focused on the person and not necessarily on the hospital, as you rightly mentioned, or on the disease itself, as you rightly mentioned at the beginning. So this would be the lessons. They are condensed in 7 steps and over 20 examples of where person-centered care works. So we've looked at examples from the real world on how we can implement these efficiency measures that are centered on the person.
One example that you could mention?
Definitely, one could be even Greece. It's not yet in the in the report, but definitely it should be the fact that you have care models that go towards the person. I think that is it's significant. Another one I could give, it's the navigation, person navigation, patient navigation. This is something that combats fragmentation in a way and prevents the patient of getting lost into the system. So many times you have to go to various points of contacts that are not in one place, and it's easy to just drop off the pathway if there is no one to support you, to guide you, and help you get the care that you need.
Thank you very much for your input. Και τώρα έχουμε μαζί μας τον κύριο...
Now we have with us Mr. Thiveos, Mr. Thiveos, I do apologize, the Director of the National Health Service. So how digital tools are used for the benefit of patients, especially during the last years with the ever-increasing availability of those tools? Since we also enjoy the protection of the patient's rights. Thank you very much for this question, and of course for inviting me here to this initiative and to this roundtable. Because person-centered cancer care is not only the patient's need, but also what we should focus on. So the participation of patients, this space has got three pillars that we have to take into consideration. First of all, an inclusive decision making, meaning that patients themselves should be allowed in the decision for the management of their needs. The second thing is the comprehensive healthcare networks for cancer patients are necessary, because today, with the digital tools, we should do this a reality. And last but not least is the coordination of that patient care. That means that healthcare systems should help patients navigate this treatment path. And of course, if you wish, those will characterize the quality of the healthcare services provided. Healthcare services quality is a culture of assessment. I measure myself, I assess myself and compare myself to others. The digital tools nowadays, as they have been developed, help us towards this direction. First of all, because the network of 12 cancer hospitals will shortly be completed that include digital tools, the so-called patients registry, the support and the interconnection with the national patients file, the electronic health record. And 1 hour ago, we had a meeting in LP because the hospital care at home has been completed. Nowadays, we can support cancer patients at home. Digital tools play a very important role to this in order to give the patients the best care and to allow them to have a better experience. So nowadays, we can serve the needs of the patients in the comprehensive way. We need a documented decision-making process and evidence-based practices. We want to allow patients to participate in the decisions, but also to encourage them share their experience. And last but not least, the so-called digital web through IDECA with digital tools, and we want them to be useful for patients. And through the hospital at home, through this program, digital literacy of patients, meaning the ability to use devices at home to support them through telemedicine services is very important. And last but not least, I want to talk about the coordination. We should start from prevention, timely diagnosis, and then we should help patients navigate this path, because we know that a comprehensive approach, especially with the inclusion of primary health care, we should not leave patients refer themselves alone and find their path alone. We should not forget infrastructure, because quality does not only include clinical outcomes, but also the infrastructure and the healthcare personnel that provide those services. So participation of patients should be very active, and now it is also institutionalized. The participation of patients is included in the quality assessment committees in the hospitals. Thank you very much, Mr. Thireos. And now the floor to dear Mrs. Michalopoulou. I think that you are the best person in order to express how cancer patients experience this person-centered care, how patients participate in some decision-making in the hospitals, or the informed consent form in order for an operation to take place, or the right to forget, and you also can share a lot of your experiences. I would like to thank the Deputy Minister, because everything that he has mentioned and some other things that he may have not have mentioned do take place in hospitals around the country, both in the region and in the capital city. A lot of things have been done. Now, when it comes to digital transformation, this is something that we have all experienced lately. Of course, a lot of have been said about the patient-centered care approach. The point is, if patients experience it with the way that we discuss it here today in this panel, or in various other conferences and fora. The truth is that in reality, things are not exactly like that. Patients have a different way of measuring and assessing patient-centered care. It means that I have the time to discuss with my treatment team, with my treating physicians, and I can understand which are the next steps in my treatment and why we have opted for this solution. Meaning that I am part of that team, so meaning the decision taken for me also include me in the decision-making process. It also means that people respect my time, my personality, and my everyday life. Or when I have to move, I shouldn't be responsible myself for finding the financial means. I may have to travel for my treatment and I may not have the money. It also means that I don't feel alone in this very complex system. I have a person holding my hand and referring me to the next step. If the patients have all the above mentioned experiences, then the system should have been patient and person-centered. If we were to listen to the discussions among patients, they would say, oh, thank God that professionals talked to me very nicely. Oh, thank God the physician had time enough to talk to me. It is like feeling that this is happened by chance. This is not a given that healthcare professionals would be kind or the physician would have time. We don't want this to be by chance. We want this to become a reality in patients' lives. Then and only then we can assume, we can say that this system is person-centered, patient-centered. So you are very pessimistic. You don't see anything positive. No, I see a better future. And let me mention two examples. Let me mention two examples of a patient-centered approach. First of all, the integrated care system for cancer and hematological patients that has been presented last Friday in Thessaloniki and the previous Friday in Athens. It is a very important reform where reference is made not only to digitalization, but about the whole path of patients in the system, including the documentation. Just allow me to mention a few things. The documentation and the registry of the cancer councils, meaning that we do have an interdisciplinary approach, the therapeutic protocols, meaning that we safeguard that I have the best possible treatment because the approved therapeutic protocols have been implemented. Interoperability of hospitals. This was not a given until now. Reducing of repeating tests, reducing of being sent in hospitals, and that hospital is not aware of what has happened in my previous hospital, and digital cancer file. In that file, in that record, we would have everything, my tests, my appointments, my treatment plan, my next steps, and a contact point with my treating team, with my treating physicians. This is a huge reform. That will take place in 12 hospitals around Greece. The Deputy Minister will confirm if that will start from the 1st of July with the goal to increase its capability, but also for that to take place in more hospitals as well. And the second example that you will allow me to mention is the network of the breast cancer centers. 6 public hospitals with great experience in managing breast cancer collaborate under the auspices of the first health region in order to get certified with very specific criteria in order to provide the best possible care to breast cancer patients according to European standards. Those certified breast cancer centers, meaning that they will offer certified high-quality services, interdisciplinary approach, technological infrastructure, specialization, participation of patients, clinical trials also, yes, clinical trials, of course, research, etc. And one would ask, why is this so important? It is important because the services that will be offered there will be very high. The model that will be introduced will be very new. And the first health region invited Alma Zois, the Hellenic Association of Women with Breast Cancer, in order to co-decide and co-plan this network, meaning that we can introduce patients' experiences in those hospitals. So, in my opinion, those are huge leaps that showcase that there is good intention when it comes to bringing patients in the center of the care. And we do hope that we will experience those reforms. So Mrs. Michalopoulou allowed us to talk about the digital cancer health record, about the therapeutic protocols, even if you know that when we go abroad, people ask us, how is it possible for you to prescribe and reimburse all those drugs? We should know that any drug should be available in Greece at any given moment, and this bringing patients in the epicenter, meaning that among physicians we should have social workers and psychologists. Do you have any processes of assessment in place? Do patients have to fill in some forms? Before starting to talk about assessment, allow me to say a few words. If we had a cancer patient, where in Europe they would like to be in order to receive treatment? Greece has got some disadvantages, of course, that we will mention. However, in lots of things, we are doing much better compared to other European countries. Which are the challenges for Greece? Greece doesn't have a certain pathway. We have discussed this a lot, and I have explained why we have this great difficulty in organizing this. This is due mainly to one reason, to the freedom of Greek patients to visit to any kind of hospital. If we will build a pathway, we will tell that patient, since you live in Pagrati, you will go to Yonimatas Hospital, you will be operated to this specific physician, and the patient doesn't have any room for opting a different solution. When we want to build a pathway, patient's pathway, a pathway care, that means automatically that patients have no opportunity whatsoever to choose a different solution, a different treatment plan. Any kind of diversion means that they will have to go to the private healthcare system, and that cost will be very high for 99% of the population. So, the fact that we don't have a specific pathway This is the main reason. Secondly, we don't have support services. We lag behind. Compared to big cancer hospitals abroad. They have better psychological support and better support with social workers. This is one of the fields that I believe that we have a big room for improvement, a lot of room for improvement for the future. And of course, we're very flexible. I will answer as a physician. Our system is very patient-centered. Imagine another European country that a patient can call the treating physician on the mobile phone in the afternoon. This is something that does happen in Greece very often, and this is not an option for any other European country. The more organized the system, the more difficult it is for patients to communicate directly with their oncologist. The patient cannot call their oncologist at the mobile phone. This is the center of patient-centered approach. Patients in Greece have huge access to their treating physicians, to their oncologists. This is the case only in Greece, almost only in Greece, with any other organizational problem that may carry along. And third is the access to innovative medicine. Greece officially ranks 10th out of 27 EU countries when it comes to access to innovation. Forget about what we say, the problems that we have with budget. Greece ranks 10th out of 27 European countries officially. We reimburse more indications when it comes to cancer drugs, and oncologists, our physicians, Greek physicians, can prescribe more treating solutions compared to other EU countries. We should understand where we can do better, but we shouldn't falsely believe that some disadvantages are caused by the existing advantages. The better organized the system is, the less flexibility the patients have. Organization is built when no corners are cut. Patients cannot choose for their physicians. I just want to clarify the fact that in a lot of hospitals, such as Attiko, we have more patients than beds. This can be solved by allowing a certain number of patients to be treated there and stop any more patients. I agree that we should find the cases that have difficulties, go to the next step. Finding an oncologist, finding physicians to operate us. Patients that have difficulties to navigate the system, they should be able to find a navigator, because we don't want to leave any patient alone. Now, when it comes to assessment, as you may know, right now, patients that are treated in hospitals receive an SMS in the mobile phone, a text message with 30 questions, a questionnaire. The findings of those questionnaires that are truly realistic and give a true image of the hospital. So according to those questionnaires, 75% say that their treatment is good or pretty good. So within the next system, that will be sent also to cancer patients, because until now cancer patients were not receiving this text message with a questionnaire. Within the month of July, this questionnaire will be sent to cancer patients alike. So people that are treated in cancer clinics will receive a questionnaire in order to assess the system.
So in a few months from now, you have to tell us the results from the assessment of cancer patients. We are looking forward to it. And now the floor to Mr. Vozikis. What are the tools available as a professor in order to record patient experience or patient outcomes, patient wishes, patient desires? What's your approach when it comes to the patient evaluation of the healthcare system, and what are the results so far? First of all, let me highlight the following. On the one hand, there are the patients. I listened carefully to what previous panelists said, but on the one hand, we have the patients who are anxious, but also they are demanding. And they demand to be involved in decision making, and they want to be heard. They want their voice to be heard in all matters related to them. On the other hand, we have a healthcare system which must want to listen to patient voice in order to identify its weaknesses, which is not that easy to detect using other methods. So, in the macro level, in the policy-making level, yes, a few years now, there is indeed patient involvement is required under the law. It remains to be seen whether it is actually substantial and whether the voice is indeed heard, or it is only in theory. This is another topic that can be indeed be the topic of a different discussion. Let's talk about the micro level now. How do we listen to patients' voice? How do we find out what happens to them in the healthcare system? What are the tools to do that? How they are assessed, and are they indeed used? This is why we have the so-called PROMs and PREMs, patient-reported outcomes measures and patient-reported experience measures. These tools record the quality of life outcomes and other references to how they are experiencing their care, their treatment, and the tools that are used for patients to record their own experience from the contact with the healthcare system. PREMs and PROMs are parallel in nature, but according to a recent study, they also complement each other. And in fact, they influence each other. To put it in layman terms, a good quality of life as recorded by patients also suggests and is linked to a positive experience from the healthcare system. So there are tools in place. We have generic tools that can be used regardless of the disease, but there are also disease-specific tools related to specific types of diseases, types of cancer, and we need to use them in cases where we indeed want to identify what's been happening, and especially in terms of cancer care. And I'm happy to hear that you are going to send a survey to cancer patients as well. Truth be told, we don't use them all that much. Despite the fact that quality of life tools are a part of clinical and research practice, there are very few years that have been integrated into clinical trials. And do we use them in registries? We need to include them in registries as well in order to follow the entire clinical course and the experience of patient. And to sum up, we need to include at all healthcare levels the patient voice. Because this is what makes care more efficient and more effective, because we are able to identify where resources are wasted. Thank you very much for sharing this with us.
Mrs. Diamandei, so in European level, because there are differences in the patient care for the oncological patients, which are your strategic improvements concerning oncological care in different EU countries?
Yeah, it's hard to define, you know. It's 27 countries with very different systems, approaches, priorities. So there's no unified.
So they do have differences in survival, differences in drug access, difference in radiotherapy access, different in therapeutic protocols.
Exactly.
There are like a gradient from west to east.
Countries. Exactly. There are many differences, but I think what we can look at when we say European level and access and efficiency, and including patients, obviously, along the way and in all the decisions that we're making, it's important to remember that according to a survey that Allcan conducted almost 10 years ago, half of the patients did not feel included in the decisions about their treatment at all. So that's a huge number. And if we speak about person-centeredness and patient-centeredness, this is something that we definitely have to rectify. So that would be one recommendation and one approach, and I completely agree with Professor Voziakis. It's not much more that I can add to the recommendations, honestly, because ticking all those boxes and looking at both clinical measures, but also the patient voice, combined together, that's when you get a system that is efficient and a system that is less fragmented, and where the coordination of care and access to care actually starts to function as intended to.
So you will have a lot of work.
We all do.
In pan-European level. Okay, οπότε έχουμε λίγα λεπτά.
There are a few minutes left for Mr. Thireos. Talking about this topic, talking about comprehensive cancer care and about specialized centers. Do we indeed need specialized centers in the system, and how important it is to have comprehensive cancer care centers in this people-centered approach? As it was highlighted in the discussion, it is very important that these specialized centers are now being implemented according to the patient's demands. What patients want is to know who their physician is, to be able to talk to them and for physicians to listen to them. Also, another weakness needs to be remedied. I'm talking about interprofessional, interdisciplinary support and cooperation. And we need to leverage other sources that are complementary to the healthcare system, such as social services of the regions, for example, of the municipalities, and also invest in our human resources, because training and support is always needed. Thank you very much. And last question to conclude this panel to Ms. Michalopoulou. Is there any perspective to succeed? succeed in achieving patient-centered care? Well, the examples I mentioned demonstrate that we are able to succeed. We are looking forward to succeed. Let me just add a few words and say something to the minister. The minister said, I don't know what happens abroad, but you said that we are in close contact with our physicians, that we can contact them. Well, that's not a general rule. It depends on the doctor's personality. I don't know what happens abroad. Okay, but let me say something else that I have not encountered in any other country apart from Greece. Even though it's not your area of responsibility, it is the Ministry of Labor's responsibility. In this digitized era, we shouldn't go to centers of disability, open up their shirts and show their wounds. We live in a digitized era, and this is unacceptable for the patient's dignity. And this does not require a single euro to be implemented. Yes, you're right. This needs to stop. It will stop once the digital health record is in place, because we will have digital data on the surgery. So there will be no need of proving that you've undergone surgery. This is unacceptable. I agree with you. Thank you all panelists. I do hope that we've answered some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τους ομιλητές του τραπεζιού που μόλις ολοκληρώθηκε.
Thank you very much for the panelists of this roundtable for the very important remarks. There is a small change in the plan since we are waiting for the Ministry of Health, and we will continue with the next panel titled Bringing Cancer Innovation to Patients, Clinical Trial and Translational Pipelines. I would like to ask Mr. Zisis Koslakidis, is the Director of Laboratory Services and Biobanks at the International Agency for Research of Cancer of the World Health Organization, who will be the moderator to take the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you very much for this kind invitation. I would like to ask my co-panelists to join me here. Mr. Giorgos Papazisis, Professor of Clinical Pharmacology and Medical Director at the Clinical Research Unit at Paggeorgiou Hospitals. Mrs. Irini Katodritou, who is hematologist, oncologist, director of the Department of Hematology at the Athens Cancer Hospital. Mrs. Evangelia Koraki, who is president of the HACRO and also executive board member of the UCROF and CEO of Coronis Research. Professor Leonidas Alexopoulos at the National and Technical University of Athens and co-founder of Protavio, and Mrs. Corina Pateli-Bell, who is founder and president of Fairlife LC. So, unfortunately, we don't have a representative of the ministry, but we will continue, and I will start by giving the floor to Mrs. Koraki. Could you please tell a few words about clinical trials in Greece and the new European agenda for economy in order to start discussing this very interesting topic? Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much for this kind invitation. Thank you also for giving me the floor first. In this country, we have taken a lot of initiatives, and we keep trying in order to improve this ecosystem, but there are still challenges, of course. So lately, we have the new ministerial decision of January that is to simplify processes and reduce red tape. The National Registry of Biomedical Research, similar to the systems of Europe, the participation of Greece to the FAST-EU program, which is a pilot program for specific countries in order to accelerate the approval process, the digitalization of all processes, and the support of clinical research offices in various hospitals, that all this will support the clinical trial ecosystem and, let's say, to have a more organized and a better environment that will be able to attract more clinical trials. The importance of all this can be understood through the European lens, through the European perspective, because the same discussion that takes place in Greece, of course, takes place in Brussels. Europe faces a very strategic challenge, because even if we have good scientists, excellent research centers, we understand that the biggest investments in clinical research go towards Asia and the US. Biotechnology companies are founded in Greece, but they operate outside Europe, or specific protocols are done in countries where the framework is simpler, quicker, and more simple, meaning the European Union understands that clinical research is not only a matter of political health, but it is also about competitiveness, growth, and strategic autonomy. In the Draghi report in March 2024, the problem was described very well. Europe has a lot of good scientists, but they cannot keep up with translating the science to innovation, drugs, and new research, innovative research. So this is why EU has taken some initiatives in order to stop this situation, to change this situation, such as EU Biotech Act, which is an initiative to change the regulatory framework, to update 536, the regulation, in order to have more speedy processes. And since right now this is in consultation, and we say that 107 days will become 75, and in some protocols of rare diseases, such as specific special protocols that will reach 47 days, this will be the new reality for Europe. National challenges will play a role, because all countries will receive approval the same day, and then it is up to us how quickly we will continue. There is also a proposal in order to give initiatives for investors to give them some days for the additional certificate for biotechnology products if they will conduct clinical trials in 2 European countries, and if they will promise that at least one part of the manufacturing will take place in Europe. So the changes of the regulatory framework, the design of new funding tools will try to change this situation. It also prioritizes the health data through the European health data space that wants to find better population for clinical trials to become more quick and more precise. All those initiatives have the same goal. Europe understands that scientific excellence is not enough. We need to have more speedy processes, to use our data better, to have contemporary data infrastructure and an environment that will allow innovation to reach more quickly from lab to clinical practice. And all those reforms in Greece are not just national initiatives, they are European conditions in order to be at the same page and work towards the same direction. And other countries, such as Belgium, have taken similar initiatives and have built an environment to attract clinical trials. Denmark has created a central system for managing all the research protocols, and they work together with the industry and the academia, and they have now 3 times more trials. Spain and And I mention it because 10 years ago, Spain had the same problems with us, but they have utilized the change in the regulation, and now they rank first when we rank 14 out of 27 EU countries. So you understand that all these are very important because all those countries don't have better scientists compared to Greece. They have prioritized clinical trial and clinical research, and this is why we should bear in mind. Greece has got talent, research centers that do a lot of difficult protocols, scientists that want to support the future of clinical research in Greece. The challenge is to keep this dynamic, to complete reforms that we have announced, and generally to keep investing. And above all, we should have a national strategic plan that will take no consideration of political results, of administrative changes, that will be continuous and sustainable. Europe has changed its agenda. It works differently when it comes to clinical research and innovation. Greece has done a lot of steps forward and can participate in this new European agenda as an equal. Thank you very much. And I agree. We do have excellent scientists in Greece. And now I will give the floor to such an incredible scientist, the professor of clinical pharmacology. Could you please talk about this how quickly can this research go from the lab to patients? Thank you very much for this question. I would like to thank the organizing committee, ALOC, and Mr. Kapetanakis alike. As we have heard before, this is a most difficult step, and timing the transition from experimental data to clinical practice, because we have to translate, so to say, all the findings from the long-term processes at the laboratory, from experimental series, to allow us to welcome Mrs. Vilderidi, Secretary General of the Ministry of Health and Healthcare Services. Welcome, please. So, this step is examined by the sponsors after they have finished with the experimental data about the commercial sustainability, as it is called. They have to decide at that point if that product that has been developed in the laboratory can be marketed and bring about expected financial results. Then the next stage, when it comes to non-cancer medicine, the next stage should go to the phase 1 of clinical trials, healthy patients, participants. A very difficult phase that we need to see if the product is safe and the best possible dose that is good tolerated in order to continue. So, since we discuss about Greece in general, we have to understand if we can attract that sort of trials and compete with other EU countries such as Belgium that Mrs. Koraki mentioned. This is a very difficult endeavor. And allow me, since we have the president of the Medical School of Thessaloniki here with us, as the Medical School of Thessaloniki at Papageorgiou Hospital, we have built such an infrastructure, the clinical trial unit with 18 beds exclusively for that purpose. So the challenge for Greece is to be able to gain the trust of large multinational companies, because when we refer about phase 1 clinical trials, unfortunately we don't talk about Greek pharma industry, but for the big multinational pharma companies that can invest billions of dollars for such products. So this is where the comment of Mrs. Koraki comes into play. We need to have a common national strategy to support such an effort as what we have done in Thessaloniki, in order to find a place at the map. This is difficult, but it's feasible, because there are a lot of centers, wonderful colleagues around Greece that can continue with the next phases. So reference is made to non-cancer clinical trials, because this is done very successfully for such indications. Thank you very much. Very concise also. You have spoken very clearly. So now I will give the floor to Mrs. Katodritou and then to Mrs. Bildiridi. So what is in for patients by becoming volunteers on a clinical trial? Because I understand this. What is it for patients themselves, personally, on a personal level? Hello, thank you very much for this question. I would like to thank the organizing committee and Mr. Kapetanakis, the president, for this very honoring invitation to participate for yet another year to this conference. We all know the benefits for the patients are a lot. Above all is the immediate access to innovative medicine very early before the marketing authorization of such a drug. For rare diseases, this might be the only prospect to receive a treatment. Also for end stages patients, where the treatments cannot produce any outcomes, and so this is a possibility for them to expand their life. We also allow patients to have more choices, meaning that in large centers, such as the hematology department of Aeginetio, such as in multiple myeloma, which is a very often disease in, but also lymphomas, we allow patients to have a range of treatments based on the profile and the stage of the disease. So, through clinical trials, we are improving the quality of life of patients, and even if we don't have clear data about the total improvement of the life expectancy, there seem to be some data that showcase that the participation in clinical trials might allow them to live for more years. Last but not least, we give them free access not only to medicine, but also to diagnostic tests. Sometimes patients don't have access to that kind of tests, and other options, such as the possibility to come from the regions to Athens without having to pay out of their pocket to come here. So, as Mrs. Korakis said, in Greece, we have wonderful scientists, big centers with huge experience in clinical trials, and they are very famous abroad. However, we should receive support as scientists in order to conduct those clinical trials. We have infrastructure problems, as you understand. We are understaffed. A lot of steps forward have been done when it comes to the speedy approval, especially after the last ministerial decision that, correct me if I'm wrong, has been issued in January 2026 or in November 25. Nevertheless, we have more problems since we have to register the data in the European platform, in the CTIS, and of course, that means that there is a delay in allowing patients to become eligible for that clinical trial. If the trial will not start, you understand that there is a problem, and CTIS has increased that delay. On the other hand, clinical trial offices have been institutionalized. Nevertheless, in a lot of hospitals, they are not operating, and this is an important issue, such as other problems. The fact that we don't have a lot of patients in clinical trials and this pertains to the digital systems of hospitals. Nowadays, this has been given to a contractor, and we do hope that we will have the data in order to allow patients to be registered and allow the hospital to decrease the costs. We need to have specialized certified clinical trial units, which is not necessarily the reality in Greece. The centers that conduct clinical trials should be certified when it comes to their know-how and quality. And this is something that it is the ministry's responsibility. Last but not least, the platform existing, the European platform, is not adequate for the information of patients. It is lacking when it comes also to the information of physicians, but it is also very complex and it is not patient-friendly. So, in my opinion, we should keep working. Apart from the health technology assessment and the registry, we should give access to patients to more simplified information. Thank you very much.
ρωτήστε απλά για να ξέρω. Ούτως ή άλλως θα πηγαίναμε...
Well, we would be listening from the ministry the way right now. Now, Ms. Vildiridis, how do you ensure that the innovation that is generated, and this is what we are discussing here today, goes from research back to the healthcare system, and how is that offered to patients? First of all, I would like to thank for this honor invitation. I would like to say that promotion of research in oncology is a strategic pillar, both for the European and national health policy, because this is what converts medical developments into measurable benefits for cancer patients, healthcare systems, and of course for the economies or for all the member states. Well, Ms. Katoudridou talked in detail about the benefits for patients. It is true that what we can ensure is the direct access to innovative services, and this is quite important when no other options or alternative treatments are available. For example, the case of rare disease patients. This is how we can ensure continuous and high-quality monitoring. And this also provides the right and regular monitoring of their health status. It is important to say that sometimes patients have second thoughts and are rather concerned when being asked to participate in clinical trials. Since 2019, we have seen a systematic effort to simplify procedures. In that way, our country can become a reliable and attractive destination for clinical trials. I would like to share with you a few numbers. In 2025, we had 272 new applications for clinical trials. Out of them, 108 had to do with oncology, whereas in 2024 we had 212 applications and only 67 of them had to do with oncology. So this shows the increasing trend. This trend reflects that now our country has become a pole of attraction in the international ecosystem. Of course, we know that there's still a long way to go and there's still room for improvement. I would also like to talk about the standalone clinical trial units. It is very important to establish such units because this will help expedite processes. Right now, there is a point of reference for everyone involved in clinical trials. Right now, we have offices at Attikon Hospital, AHEPA Hospital, Agios Andreas, University Hospital of Patras, and over the next 2 weeks, this will become final for Papanikolaou Hospital in Thessaloniki and the University General Hospital of Heraklion, Crete, as well as the Hospital of Ioanna. You know that this is a dynamic process. We have certain criteria. The hospitals and the clinics should have a certain capacity of beds. And this is something that the ministry is frequently checking, and we try to support all those efforts. The new joint ministerial decision that was published in January brings forward a few new practical changes. The first has to do with the fact that submissions can run in parallel both to the National Medicines Agency, the Ethics Committee, the Center for the Clinical Trial, as well as to the operating body. So what did we do with this new ministerial decision? We identified the problems and the shortcomings. We try to see what are the obstacles that prevent our country from becoming an attractive pole for clinical trials, and we try to remedy those things. And then we also wanted to see whether we have specific contracts per category of clinical trials. And having offered those two tools, we could now set tighter deadlines in order to control that. You realize that this was a new endeavor. Not many months have elapsed since then, and right now we are in the process of seeing whether this has brought forward results and see what else can be made in order to move forward. We are in close contact with the Competent Committee in order to further hone the framework, in order to help more patients have access to medicines. I would like to talk about a single issue, which is the conduct of part of a clinical trial at home, of course, under very strict conditions and requirements. And of course, the National Bioethical Research Registry, which, apart from the procedural aspects that will support, because you know, every step accounts for an important time period, and this only adds up to all the delays. When we can have an interaction, online interaction with the registry, we can ensure the online signature, and this can help and expedite the procedural phase, and this will also reflect the entire course, the pathway of the clinical trial from submission till the application, the clinical trial sites, and this will be the ultimate reference points for patients and all stakeholders. Of course, this will be updated with other additions or systems, and all this information will be present there. Thank you. And thank you for bringing forward specific examples. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Alexopoulos. Oh no, the Minister will address the audience right now. Now, President President of the Medical School of the Aristotle University of Athens, still Managing Director of ODP, Secretary General, the President of HACRA, and you are, let's say, the special advisors to the Ministry of Health. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize for intruding and interrupting, but you do realize that I could not miss this event. I believe that throughout the years we have built a sincere, honest and highly productive collaboration. I don't want to blow our own trumpet about what we have done. You all know those things about the platforms and the decisions we have jointly made and we have already implemented. I would like to stress that we have already implemented all those things. Those are not wishful thinking and promises. And when the Ministry of Health says that they are interested in increasing the quality of the care service provided to the cancer patients, we truly mean it. And National Cancer Registry, a new platform for cancer patients, so on and so forth, but I believe that two of them stand out. ECOTHEN, meaning the Care at Home program, which has revolutionized the way in which treatments are being administered to chronic cancer patients. It is a very impressive achievement. This has been the first such program I have seen, and the question is, we distributed in order to see what's the level of acknowledgement, acceptance. We have the patients, we saw 100% acceptance level. And this is something that we have not come across in the past. And the NOSPI and all the other programs that are currently underway are stemming from the ECOTHEN program. And of course, the high-cost drugs transfer and delivery at home is another important parameter, another important project. We have done many, many more things, and the consultation for biomarkers is currently being completed. So I believe that we have made the most with our time, because we know that we carry a heavy responsibility to offer the best possible services to you. Allow me to say something for the future, because you know people have the inherent feature to talk ahead of themselves. Now, the National Action Plan. As we have said it many times in the past, it's high time it's being implemented, and the working group will be led by Mr. Kapetanakis. And he will be the person responsible to put together his own working group. Of course, the minister will express his opinion. You'd realize that. We will also have our input. But in that way, I would like to show my unconditional support both to you, Mr. Kapetanakis, and ELOC. And we know that this working group is first and foremost relevant to you. And we're here to build something that will have a long-term impact on you and your families. We are here in order to coordinate that effort, and this working group will be coordinated by any other government in the future. It is up to you to tell us what we should do, what decisions we should make. Well, there are some changes right now in the ministry, so we're waiting for the official gazette of the government, but we hope that it is a matter of days before it is completed. Those are things that make us quite proud. I'm wishing every success that conference. Sorry for intruding again and disrupting your agenda. You do know that I have an extremely busy agenda. But I wanted to come here and say a few words because ELOC is a federation that I hold most dear, because it is a very special organization among the numerous distinguished patient associations we have in Greece. It has to do with its way of administration as well as the love that you share. This is something quite beautiful, and I'm afraid this is not the norm in Greece. And all those things make us even more willing to stand by you and help you. Take care. I'm wishing you all the best.
Λοιπόν, κύριε
Now, Mr. Alexopoulos, the floor goes to you again. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about before. I'm here wearing two hats. I'm also a professor, but also a co-founder of Protava Tech Company. So we had been talking about how we can move from innovation to clinical trial. But there is no need to talk about clinical trials. You know that clinical trials is, let's say, the end of primary research as a process. It's the last step before it becomes clinical practice, and I must say that Greece is doing rather well, based on what Ms. Koraki mentioned before and all the other fellow speakers said. We are doing rather well, but you know that all those things are being funded by pharmaceutical companies from abroad. And we know that this will create more jobs in Greece, but we know that its foundations are abroad. So we will try to do our best. And me, in my perspective as a professor, we'll try to see how we can ensure that primary research can be funded, how it can be developed, how it can lead to concrete manufacturing, and then how it can further develop. And I believe that Greece is in a crossroads. In the past, we didn't have VCs, we didn't have any concept of innovation in universities. It is over the few past years that we have a new law about the spin-offs, and over the past 2 months, we have seen that the EIF has offered the option of venture capitals exclusively for healthcare. We have 70 to 100 million disbursed to each VC, and it's the first time that we have 250 million euro available to be spent in Greece only on healthcare. And this money should be given to Greek companies, and it's not about running after Mr. Georgiadis in order for them to provide financing for the drug or reimbursement of this or the other biomarker. This money should become double or triple, because if not, the VCs will be out of job, out of work. So it's worth investing in good ideas in Greece, in the Greek ecosystem. And we know that it's worth professors and spin-offs investing in such initiatives. In that way, in light of the clinical trials we mentioned before, we will be able to add value to the Greek economy. Through Protavio, we carry out diagnostic testing, and when we started, we were supporting the companies. We have approximately 200 projects related to biomarkers, oncology, neurological or other indications. Out of those 200 projects, 3 managed to get to the development and manufacturing phase. Right now, we have a small clinical trial and another bigger one with 10,000 participants for colorectal cancer. But the possibility of that going from research to an end product is small, but this is not the case only in Greece. This is valid worldwide. So through our collaboration with the VCs, we're able to come across those companies and offering this added value. Either we call that a new medicine or a biomarker or prevention, call it as you may, longevity, wellness or anything else, all those things. And by longevity and wellness, we say that either we'll be able to spare our patients from developing a cancer or developing a CVD or anything else. So this can help us improve spending and also improve the GDP spend by 2, 3 or 4%. Therefore, thanks to AI, the bottleneck here is not to come up with a new biomarker. Right now, from discovery, the bottleneck is relevant to regulation. So the country that will be able to better regulate, to ensure better clinical implementation, ensuring the EU health data space, the electronic files, if you want to carry out a clinical trial without having to dedicate 10 years just to ensure the GMP compliance, well, if this becomes faster, this will give added value to the country that will be the pioneer, that will lead the way, and this will be the country that will lead the way at the end of the day. And another thing, as a researcher, I have come across other researchers, not physicians, biologists, bioinformaticians. I have seen that there is a gap between research and translation of the findings. Maybe better analysis of all those programs, maybe if we could have more tangible results and outcomes, maybe that could also help us move towards this direction. Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to our last panelist, Ms. Corina Patelli-Bell. How do you ensure that patients' experience inside a clinical trial is understood, is being supported, and is constantly being improved? Well, thank you for this question, and thank you for the invitation. I would also like to thank Mr. Kapetanakis for his trust and collaboration that we have built throughout the years. I would like to share the patient's perspective as we see that in their life. And this is a result of our daily interactions. In order for a clinical trial to be understood, to be understandable and accessible, should go beyond scientific integrity. It should encompass more things, and I would like to talk about numerous aspects. The first has to do with the information. Patients should be informed in a meaningful way. Patients cannot simply sign an informed consent form. The patient should understand that this is the right clinical trial for them, and it is the right time for them to participate in this trial, to realize which are the potential benefits, the potential risks, and also they need to know that there are certain alternatives. They need to know what their rights are, and they need to know that they can withdraw from the study at any point without their care being affected or impacted in any way. Another point I would like to mention has to do with safety and trust. There is a myth around clinical trials that maybe someone be a guinea pig in the context of the clinical trial. We need to debunk this myth. My husband would celebrate his 63rd anniversary if he was alive today, and maybe this has been the most meaningful choice that he had back at then, because he would have the opportunity to receive a treatment that would allow him to live longer and enjoy better quality of life. So this is something that I want to repeat again and again. They're not guinea pigs. Clinical trials is about having access to innovation earlier, far earlier, to the moment where the product becomes marketed. We know that clinical trials are heavily regulated in terms of regulatory requirements, ethics requirements, so patients must feel absolutely safe. Personal data is also being preserved and privacy is maintained. A scientific group closely monitors the patients on a day-by-day basis. Access to information is another important thing. Having clinical trials is not enough. Of course, we want to have more phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials. In the case of my husband, he would participate if he had more time to phase 1 clinical trials. So apart from clinical trials, and I was happy to listen to Lillian saying that the number is on the rise. It would be nice for the patients to be able to track them down, to know we have the clinical gov. Well, we have all those platforms, the National Medicine Agency, but I need to assure you that it's not easy for patients to navigate all those platforms. And I was my husband's project manager. I was browsing the web before the clinical trials. I was contacting the investigators to the States. I was reaching out to them, and we're doing that for our patients at Fairlife. But you do realize that we need to have a link between physicians, investigators, and patient associations and patients themselves. This is where we come in, because in that way we can facilitate the procedure for our patients. It will be easy for them to realize which are the eligibility and exclusion criteria. This does not mean that we will put the physician aside, but we want to translate that in a language that the patient can understand. Patients and their families are lost. They're lost in space. And I believe that on top of that, it is very important for patients not just to participate. They need to be involved in the design of the study when we talk about a human-centered study. Patients have better knowledge than anyone about how they experience that. And their experience is nothing else than quality data. So they need to be able to be involved in the whole process about the language used in the forms. They need to be consulted on how they could overcome various obstacles, etc. Also, patients should be supported and caregivers should be supported when navigating the system, because they have to carry the burden of cancer, and that's a huge burden. They also need to be psychologically supported, and this needs to be part of their journey. Especially when we talk about lung cancer, this is also accompanied by profound stigma. So there's uncertainty, insecurity that I am the reason I got cancer. So I'm not asking any questions. I'm just waiting there and I'm not involved in anything.
We should also measure experience. There are the so-called proms and prems and the experiences of patients. So it would be good to measure this experience, to have feedback, in order for the trial to become better, to take into consideration patients' experience and improve it generally. So in Fairlife, clinical trial is not a closed system. It is a bridge, so to say, between science, healthcare system, and society. And if patients are in the epicenter, all three pillars will be improved. I wanted to be short and succinct. Thank you very much. And I would like to wish the best for Simon, my husband, that today would have been 63 years old. So happy heavenly birthday. So don't worry about time. We still have a few more minutes. So let's now go to conclusion remarks, last remarks. Mr. Papazisis, the floor to you. Thank you very much. A lot of things could have been said. All panelists were very interesting. I want to focus on two things. First of all, when it comes to the support that should become a national priority. So reference is made to clinical trials not done by pharma companies, the so-called investigator initiative clinical trials that start from the academia, from academic findings, or by startup companies or spin-off companies that are related with universities. Because there are a lot of examples abroad of such companies that want to start clinical trials of phase 1. So we should find a way to support on an institutional level. The ministry should support financially through funding from a budget that should be specifically for clinical trials, for academic research that can give back a lot, because they will showcase the importance of our scientific personnel that is understaffed and underpaid. The second point is, as we have heard, the simplified information that should be given by all investigators to the volunteers, to the participants. And Mrs. Katodritou said that we might need a different platform that would use understood terms, layman's terms about which is that clinical trial, which are the conditions that may render someone eligible. And we should revisit the framework, maybe update it when it comes to the status of communication, of advertisement, maybe the term is not politically right, of clinical trials, how we are going to raise awareness among people. Clinical trials abroad are broadcasted, or there are various posters on the underground. So we may have to revisit the ethics on the communication of clinical trials. We have started a first discussion of how this framework should be reshaped, of course, with very strict terms, but we should give that information to the public. Thank you very much. Yes, a lot of things have said. It is important that each year this panel is included in order to remind patients what clinical trials are all about. We have said that awareness raising and information and training of patients is very important. Clinical trials should not be afraid of addressing these centers, clinical trial centers. In this era, in these digital times, even without platforms, patients can find the so-called serious centers and go there in order to have access to clinical trials. The second pillar, in my opinion, is the support of hospitals, and especially of cancer hospitals, that bear the burden of clinical trials in the biggest part, as we have heard earlier. In order for this system to work properly, we should reinforce the administrative staff of those units. They cannot operate with the existing personnel, but we do need the minister, Mrs. Belviridi, to support and reinforce the staff of hospitals, because we scientists should focus on our work. We should focus on patients and offering them medical services to our patients. Thank you. Thank you very much. On my behalf, I believe that this myth for guinea pigs still exists, even if all stakeholders try to debunk this, if you wish, to leave this behind us. In 2025, the HACRO Alliance was set up by the Medical Association of Greece and the Patients Association of Greece, and that alliance has as a goal to increase awareness among the public. This started in May 2026 with the launch of the campaign for the value of clinical trials. It is supported by the Ministry of Health, and you can see the underground some posters. You can go all on clinikesmeletes.gr in order to see the messages that they say, I have knowledge, benefit and trust. It is an open invitation to all of you, to ALOC as well, and to all bodies, institutional and not, to support it, to participate in this effort in order to increase awareness raising. When it comes to communication and advertisement, this is about existing clinical trials. And yes, in other countries abroad, there is the possibility to inform everyone that the recruitment for this clinical trial has not finished. This is also important. The National Committee now does allow some things, since the committee itself will approve it first. When it comes to digital means and social media, one needs to be knowledgeable in order to approve this, but this is a good direction, and I agree that Greece has to update the framework. I will insist on the following. Yes, clinical trials in Greece are of very high quality. They have a very low cost compared to Europe. And let us not start compared to the US, and that is a unique opportunity for the Greek ecosystem. We shouldn't support only foreign companies, but the Greek ecosystem should be supported. It's a unique opportunity because for the first time we have so much funding. So digitalization is the sine qua non condition, I apologize, but also the boost that has been given to the Greek ecosystem with a lot of funds. It is a unique opportunity that it is a first for Greece. Let us hope that in the next 3 years we will have very nice Greek ideas that will be continued. In my opinion, if we could try to summarize clinical trials, I would say that it is the leverage that the scientific research is translated to innovative drugs and health technology products. The ministry should safeguard that the institutional framework, the procedural framework for clinical trials is flexible. Of course, we have done some steps forward, but we still have a lot of way forward, a lot of things to do. Right now, we have some good results, and you are right, Mrs. Katotriadou. In the clinical trial departments, there is more staff, not only interim staff, but we promise that within July, we will make those jobs permanent, because we want the staff that will support those offices will be permanently placed there starting from this July. So please bear in mind that this has already started, this process. Very important, especially when it comes to awareness raising. And of course, we have a lot of hopes for the National Registry of Biomedical Research. The important thing is that in the working group, we have patients, we participate, we have allowed patients and patients' organization to participate. And of course, they make proposals, they express their opinion at every stage for every ministerial decision. And for us, this is very important. Next week, we will present this platform to the working group. Patients Association will be there in order to share their opinions, if they believe that this is good enough, if we want to make extra changes. The minister himself says it very often: if you want to change something, you have to go and make changes, but one has to be on top of it in order to understand if they are enough. All the alternative is do change nothing and leave things as they are. So we have a lot of work to do. I would like to thank a lot, and Giorgos Kapitanakis personally, that 7 years of collaboration from various positions. He is a very valuable person. And now we are ready to recognize ELOC as the official institutional partner for the state. I think that this is something that you have won this. Thank you very much for this collaboration, for contribution at every stage of planning the new cancer policies. Thank you very much.
Συμφωνώ και εγώ και επαυξάνομαι το.
Thank you very much. I agree with Lilian's comment on Mr. Kapitanakis. I would like to focus on the myth for clinical trials. This campaign is very important, and it is with great pleasure that we will support it. And ideally, we want to know the Greek public's opinion and how this will change 2 years later. Now, when it comes to the existing clinical trials, I have listened to Mrs. Vilderidis say that with a new platform, people will have better access to information. So I want to focus on that, because those clinical trials that are existing, 45 on lung cancer, each and one patient that may have access to that should know that. And also physicians. When it comes to my husband, when we have visited the UK, the top physician told me, really, is this clinical trial available? I'm not aware of that, meaning that it is not just Greece that has to tackle that challenge, other countries as well. And physicians don't know everything, of course. They will also have to have easy access to that information. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά και για τις εξαιρετικές.
Thank you very much for those comments and for having the flexibility to allow the minister to make a short comment. We are ready for a short coffee break. Please come back in 20 minutes according to the agenda. Thank you very much.
Μέσα στην αίθουσα να καθίσετε για να ξεκινήσουμε με το επόμενο.
Please be seated in order to continue with the next panel. Now we will continue with a very interesting and important topic titled Sustaining the Oncology Workforce, Safeguarding System Resilience. So I would like to ask our moderator, Mr. Yannis Afandopoulos, who is the academic coordinator of the MBA in Health Management at the University of Athens. Dear moderator, kindly take the floor.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα ήθελα και εγώ με τη σειρά μου να...
Thank you very much. I would like to ask my co-panelists to take the floor. And to start with my first colleague, Mrs. Zaharoula Sidiropoulou. Welcome. Kindly take your seat.
Στην υφημένη υπόσταση διαπραγματεύεστε. Μιλάτε αρχαία ελληνικά, έτσι δεν είναι?
So the speaker is quoting ancient Greek. Mr. Ioannis Kotsianidis, Mr. George Maravelis, kindly sit next to us. Let's form a line next to each other. Mr. Nikolos Vassos, Mrs. Irini Throuvala, Mr. Paschalis Karadaglis, and Mrs. Angeliki Stefanaki. From the Breast Cancer Women's Association Alma Zois. Kindly be concise in your answers. A reference is made to the epigraph on the ancient tomb of Spartans in Thermopylae. All strangers, kindly say to the Spartans that we are buried here, defending their values. So, in the previous panel, reference was made to the quality of life and to the hidden dimensions that speak for the needs of cancer patients. And this is the side of demand. And now let's discuss the side of supply. And in this panel, we will discuss if we can safeguard the necessary human resources for the care of cancer patients through 4 dimensions: resilience, well-being, and long-term sustainability of the system. After a short introduction, allow me rather to make a short introduction. 1980, from the University of Chicago, a very wise scientist, Carrie Becker, who said that what really counts for a country's growth is not money, no treasures, but human resources, human capital. And this is when he wrote a wonderful paper titled The Human Capital Approach, meaning all this philosophy about training and knowledge. And the World Health Organization, the UN, read this paper, so they read a report, the so-called Towards a Knowledge-Based Society, that we want to build a society of knowledge. So in this panel, we want to investigate the dimensions of human resources and supply when it comes to healthcare, especially when it comes to the care of cancer patients, since we know that there are a lot of gaps, not only in nurses and physicians, but also in other healthcare professionals. There is a burnout that needs to be discussed. There is a need for training, reskilling and upskilling of the workforce. There is a great challenge ahead the so-called interdisciplinary approach of scientific teams. Last weekend, we have been discussing that the quality of healthcare services is not provided by big names or important professors, but this is based on an interdisciplinary approach and innovation. And what we try to teach in our MBA is the so-called leadership management and policy, the so-called health management. All those aspects that are related with a skilled personnel and interdisciplinary approach in cancer care will be discussed in this panel. I will give the floor to you first, Mrs. Sideropoulou, Tia Zaharoula. So, what can you say when it comes to the challenges on human resources and the shortages in the national healthcare system? Thank you very much to the organizers for this invitation, that it is very honoring for me. I come from Macedonia. I'm not Spartan myself, but nevertheless, I will try to be concise. The problem of workforce in healthcare is a global problem. It is not a Greek problem. It is not a European problem. There are huge immigration waves since the global north is draining the global south. UK drains India. North Europe is draining the southern parts of Europe. And that will continue existing if we cannot understand that we cannot have a healthcare system without workforce retainment. There is no system whatsoever that will be sustainable without its workforce. Everyone said today that we have very good scientists and physicians. This is not enough. I spent time in Africa on specific missions. The most important person during an operation is the people that help us. The person who is holding my cell phone to shed light to the operating table. So we should stop discussing about good professors and wonderful physicians. Workforce should be understood as a comprehensive unit. All of us, we are parts of the same puzzle, links of the same chain, and this problem cannot be solved if we cannot participate in the decision-making process. The healthcare system cannot ask us to endure if they cannot provide patients with good healthcare services. So interdisciplinary approach and reskilling and training when it comes to interdisciplinary approach. We say no to conflicts, but we say yes to work peace. Ioannis, the floor to you. I also come from Macedonia. The north is draining us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to my friend, Giorgos Kapetanakis, for those innovative conferences. Well done to ELOC. I agree with your professor that the answer to all questions is human beings. Oedipus was the first to say that, and then André Breton, that I will try to be more practical. I will say three main challenges in Greece. First and foremost is the paid labor. If the people are underpaid, this is a rule that will lead you to low quality healthcare services. So this is the first issue that should be tackled. The salaries of physicians working in public hospitals, they are very low. We're talking about people that have spent all their life studying. They also bear a huge responsibility. And then I will go to the second issue. A second thing is the fact that physicians cannot defend themselves against claims. We all are unprotected to people that want to file claims against us. And the states have suffered from that plague, and they have resolved that, and Europe have resolved that. we practice the so-called defensive medicine. And when it comes to cancer patients, this is very important. If the legislation will not protect our work environment of all healthcare professionals, we'll be practicing solely defensive medicine. I will not be able to face people, our patients that need care, but as possible claimants that may file a claim for damages against me. And last but not least, the administrative model. That should change in Greece. Since it is not structural, you try to manage a hospital in order to keep filling the holes. The administrative mentality should change in Greece. If we will not redistribute responsibilities, it is impossible to implement all those new digital tools. Young physicians cannot bear all that digital red tape and at the same time practice their profession rightly and keep training. It is impossible. So we need to change the administration model. And, of course, we need to invest in workforce there too. Thank you very much. Before giving the floor to Mr. Maravelis, the defensive practice of medicine, this is the so-called induced demand for services. And management is very important, and leadership, since they should also work on the level of the clinic. Mr. Maravelis. Thank you, Mr. Kapetanakis. I don't come from Sparta, but my wife comes from Sparta, so we'll try to be laconic. When we talk about the resilience and sustainability of a healthcare system that cares for cancer patients, we can believe that it is similar to a classical ecosystem. There are subsystems that should cooperate harmonically. They should operate soundly and work with each other in order for that system to be sustainable. The same goes for cancer patients, in order to be able to offer the best possible treatment. Now, when it comes to my specialty, radiation oncology, I have to say that we are a very specific specialty in the cancer care system, because we work always with cutting-edge technology. But technology is not the treating physician, is what allows for those patients to be treated. Human beings are treating the patients, and this is very important to be understood, because those people should not be leading to burnout, should not be led to burnout. A radiation oncologist, from the moment that they will receive the title of the special physician, it is a very arduous process with a lot of years of study, and when they will work in the public or the private sector, they will have to manage a patient from the beginning to the end, from the diagnosis, from discussing with, consulting with the other specialists, and until the end of the treatment, and they have to face any adverse reactions. For this is a huge endeavor, and that may change the life of that patient. You understand that since we have more and more patients per physician, physicians tend to be more overworked. So we need more physicians in that specialty in order to be able to cope with the increased number of cancer patients and cancer treatments. However, we're not alone in this difficult effort. We are a chain from various links, from various healthcare professionals that do this treatment. We have the other physicians, the radiation physicists that consult with us if this is safe for that patient. We have technicians that implement all those radiation plans on an everyday basis, nurses. All that workforce should be enough so as to be able to complete the treatment of all those cases. So you understand that we need to invest on human resources and really we shouldn't allow these people go abroad. This is a brain drain that should stop. Thank you very much, Mrs. Maravelli. Dear Nikos, dear Mrs. Vassos, in your opinion, how can we manage that understaffing in cancer care?
Thank you, and I would also like to thank Mr. Kapetanakis for his kind invitation to participate in this panel. Now, we see that we have a panel where most of us come from northern Greece and Macedonia. I also come from Macedonia. And before answering your question, I would like to share a couple of common truths. First, what was mentioned by previous speakers is something that dictates the following. Innovation on its own or technology on its own cannot treat a cancer patient. Treatment comes from the people who are involved because they are the ones transforming scientific knowledge into clinical care. And another common truth is that resilience is not a human characteristic. Let us not fall in that trap because we cannot make healthcare professionals resilient. This is wrong. Resilience should be one of the system's characteristics. The system should be resilient, not the people working in the system. So, in order to make the oncology sector an attractive sector, it's not a piece of cake. And it's normal because it is a highly demanding by its nature sector. This will never be easy. In my perspective, if we are to focus on the younger generations, if we want to attract healthcare professionals, either physicians or nurses or any other specialty that might be relevant for a cancer patient, we should consider the following four things. First of all, training and education. We talk about hands-on training, real training, not just the exposure of those professionals and the daily strain put onto them due to the red tape procedures or any other procedures. Number two, development. We need to offer perspectives, either through the participation in research activities or programs, or by including those people in an international network of people, professionals. Third, and equally important, we need to help those professionals grow the team spirit. It's something that is not an inherent part in all of us. The team spirit, the team culture. Oncology is not something that can be implemented by loners, and everyone should be part of a team. And previous speakers and throughout the day, we have heard the term interdisciplinarity being brought forward again and again. But this culture of working in teams is the most important thing. Fourth, protection against burnout. You know, it's normal. But we cannot attract young professionals, new professionals, when they see that the acknowledged year-long professionals operate in borderline conditions, the borders of their stamina. This is a counter-argument that will deter them from coming aboard. So the topic addressed by this panel is very important because we need to come up with ways that will protect professionals against burnout. Because at the end of the day, what I can say as a surgeon, is that the systems that retain the professionals and all the systems that offer the most in financial terms or offer the most benefits are the systems, because just like you said earlier, we see units in England or any other strong countries where they're being shaken and they're suffering from a brain drain as we are. So it's not the systems with the most resources, but it's the systems that allow the people to have a certain role, that give the people a certain perspective and involve them in something bigger and greater. With no further ado, Mr. Valla, you will take the floor and kindly builds on what the previous speaker said about the burnout, especially among the nurses. Well, I would also like to thank Alok and Mr. Kapetsanakis for the honorary invitation. Many things have already been mentioned by the previous speakers. The most important resource of the healthcare system is its human capital, the workforce. This ensures quality care, but I'm afraid that today we are experiencing an oxymoron because we see a rapid increase in technological developments, material wealth, but healthcare professionals, both the physicians and nurses, do not enjoy this mental well-being. And WHO, as well as the European Society of Oncology, burnout accounts for 50% of healthcare professionals. And most of HCPs, both physicians and nurses, report that they're not being heard. They feel like their voices are not being heard by the management. When it comes to nurses, you know that in our country things are quite challenging, to be honest, because understaffing rates compared to other European countries are extremely low. You do realize that nurses have to deal with burnout, compassion fatigue, as well as the silent resignation. They have to deal with organizational issues that fall beyond their purview, fall beyond their mandate. They're unable to address them, and they also have to meet the increasing needs of patients who resort to the nurses, because they are the ones they are dealing with throughout the day. Most of the times, the nurses are there helpless in a healthcare system that does not offer them any protection at all. And there are too many things that one could say about what should be improved, staffing, a safe ratio, nurses to patients, but there are things that do not require more resources. Interdisciplinarity should be a culture, should not be a theoretical narrative. The involvement of nurses in research, in management of the institutions is of paramount importance. The career pathway is also important. They need to know that they get the healthcare system, they receive training, distant education, they specialize, they follow master's or PhD studies, but they have the possibility to develop and grow. They don't do the same things in their 30s or 40s as they were doing back in their 22 or 23 years old when they started working. Most of the nurses, although they love their job, they want to resign. And we have the silent resignation phenomenon. There is burnout because there are no protective safeguards right now. Thank you very much. And I would also like to say that the Minister for Health of Cyprus has asked for a few estimates of the workforce. The major problem is that they quit their job in the hospitals due to burnout. and both north, south, west, and east. We know that everywhere there's a high demand for nurses, and given that in Cyprus they have a certain ratio in the oncology cases, and Professor, we know that you need 600 nurses in your healthcare system, and you try to hire them and you try to import them from Bulgaria, India, or elsewhere. Some comments off the microphone that cannot be translated. Well, we will discuss that later, but let's now pass the torch after Mr. Vala to Mr. Karadaglis. Paschalis, you have the floor. Hello, everyone. You represent St. Luke's Private Hospital at Thessaloniki, which is the most profitable, effective, and satisfactory, I guess? Well, your words. I represent new oncologists, young oncologists, and I would like to thank Alok and Mr. Kaptenax for the kind invitation. Many of the topics I wanted to raise have already been covered by the previous speakers. I would like to talk about the issue of culture, because we hear terms that we're not familiar with, for example, well-being. And we see that both the medical world and beyond that medical world, healthcare professionals are considered to be superheroes, and professional dedication is confused with burnout. Therefore, we are being faced with structural challenges and problems. I don't know how this can change. I'm sure that it takes more than one way in order to deal with that, but we need to focus on, to rely our robust healthcare systems on people who feel like they're being supported and protected against burnout. Secondly, I would like to talk about culture at the level of collaboration and synergies, but I believe that you have already talked about that. I would like to talk about the honest collaboration in the oncology boards, because sometimes we have the patients that try to navigate the system and they're all confused and they don't know how to find their bearings in that system. And this also has to do with the way in which procedures are run inside the institution. And we want to ensure that physicians are granted some protected time. And protected time is a term that is more and more heard of, because physicians and all the other members of staff are used to be trained in nighttime or over the weekend. Eventually they will have to do that, but that should be the extra mile they will have to walk. That's all. Thank you, Paschalis. And now, Angeliki. Mr. Fanaki, you have the floor. You represent Alma Zois. Yes, and I'm also treasurer of ELOC. And on behalf of ELOC, I would like to welcome you to our third Synergy Forum. Well, many important points have already been raised by my fellow panelists, and I would like to add the perspective of the patient. Because we, as patients, have a rather different perspective. We don't consider percentages and rates. We see faces, oncologists trying to deal with tens of patients throughout the day, nurses who are constantly on their feet, social workers, psychologists who work on the borders of their stamina. And when they are burned out and they leave the system, then this impact is something that patients have to suffer. This translates to endless waiting time, higher needs for communication, higher stress rates, higher anxiety, and higher insecurity. We have seen the refurbishment of various wards, departments, and hospitals. That's all good and well, because the Greek patients are done with the misery of obsolete infrastructure. Of course, we are aware of all those benefits and the luxury, but on top of all, we need physicians. All those modern cutting-edge beds are all good and well, but we need nurses. Of course, cutting-edge machine equipment is out of question. It's a prerequisite, but we need someone to run them. We want to enjoy the best drugs. We want to benefit from those high-cost medicines, but we're still liking the cheap, effective drugs because they don't give the right ROI to the pharma industries. We need to be able to book an appointment within a reasonable time, not months later, because some things cannot wait. It was 1 week ago that a cancer patient in our region had a referral note because this was an emergency, and our patient asked for a radiation therapy appointment. And she received one in October. And what was going wrong this time? The Hostas machine is one of the best in Greece. The number of physicians and operators is sufficient. So what was missing? Radiation physicists. They were lacking the radiation physicists that would support the operation of this piece of equipment. She was offered the opportunity to go to Alexandroupoli or to a private hospital. You can draw your own conclusions. And also, there is the argument about private healthcare, but allow me to say that a big percentage of the Greek population today cannot make ends meet. This is not an option for them, not because they're miserable, but because they cannot afford it. Resilience of the healthcare system is not something that is measured through the buildings and premises and the drugs they dispense, but through their capacity to support and develop and grow and support their people and help them grow. Now, cancer is more sophisticated, more complicated. Treatment options multiply. They're there, but no innovation can be effective unless it is implemented through the right stuff. No technology can replace human presence. No digital application can replace the empathy, the guidance, and the safety offered to the patient by the healthcare professionals. And this is why this whole discussion about workforce in oncology is not just another technical issue that needs to be addressed. It is a top priority issue that has to do with quality, equality of all the services. It's a matter of human rights. When it comes to the patients, we also share another concern that has to do with the geographic inequalities. As a representative of a patient station in the regions, I know firsthand that access to cancer healthcare services is not the same. We are being faced with staff shortages, and patients have to travel, for example, to go to Alexandroupoli, or they have to pay out of pocket, or they have to move away from their family, they have to leave their workplace, their home. The resilience of the system is measured by whether they provide fair and equal services to all citizens, no matter of where they reside. And at the same time, we should not overlook the fact that healthcare professionals are suffering from burnout. Oncology professionals have to deal with hard decision-making, pronounced emotional burden, and increased demands on behalf of the patients. We as patients truly understand and acknowledge this strain put on the healthcare professionals. We have all found ourselves in these positions where we're feeling guilty when asking for something, when sharing a feedback, or when sharing our need for assistance, because you see the other one, someone, a person who is practically falling apart. And this is why you avoid to put an extra burden on them. And this is why that should be one of the main priorities of every cancer care plan. The well-being of healthcare professionals and the cancer patients' quality of life are inextricably linked. One cannot survive without the other. Therefore, what are we asking for? We ask you to invest in people, implement policies that attract new professionals, that create incentives for those people to stay. Education, like Mr. Nvasta said, oncology is changing and developing rapidly, and vocational training is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Interdisciplinary approach, nurses, social workers, psychologists, nutritionists, physical therapists. The modern oncology is a team sport. A human-centered use of AI. AI and digital tools can relieve the workload, can facilitate decision-making and make services more effective. However, they need to be a supportive tool that will allow the healthcare professionals to have more time in order to discuss with their patient, not to substitute the human aspect. Yes, and allow me to conclude by saying that patient associations need to be actively involved in policy drafting. We shouldn't just be the observers or those who criticize the policies. We need to take stock of the actual needs of the patients and also contribute to healthcare assessment. Today, we talk about patients' resilience against cancer, but we need to talk about the resilience of the people who stand by the side of our patients. Behind every treatment, there lies a healthcare professional. Behind every successful outcome, there lies a team of people. Behind every strong and robust healthcare system, you will find professionals who feel like they're being appreciated and acknowledged, and they're being offered a perspective. And no strategy, no innovation can be effective unless it's accompanied by the right people who can implement that innovation. When we support the healthcare professionals, at the end of the day, we support patients. And the true resilience of the healthcare system begins with the resilience of healthcare professionals and ends with patient safety. Amazing. Thank you so much, Angeliki.
So the measure of everything is human beings. Aristotle said thus. Now, unfortunately, we have only a few time. Kindly, very shortly, comments. Who wants to take the floor for a final comment? I don't want to be a resilient part of the system. I want the system to be resilient and to create those conditions for me to work there. Second comment, and last. If there is a real will to correct something, to improve something, the first step would be the national healthcare systems to manage and bring back the mid-career healthcare professionals. The people that can teach, that can pass on to the next generation their knowledge and experiences. Unfortunately, we tend to want to invest only to the younger generation. This is wrong, because if there is not someone there to teach the younger generation, then the result will not be the optimal. Yannis, I will also be very concise. Do you know the story with Napoleon? Napoleon asked, why didn't the cannons fire? And his soldiers said, for those are the 40 reasons. First of all, we had no cannons whatsoever. So that salaries for physicians and nurses will not bring about any positive results. I'm sorry for having to say that, especially in the public sector. We are all underpaid. Mr. Maravellis, very shortly, a comment on your behalf. Generally, the healthcare system tackles the challenges in the cancer care, and this is due to very specific characteristic of Greeks, the so-called philotimo, the willingness to do more, and then there is a burnout. Yes, we do need more reskilling, more time, more healthcare professionals, but above all, we need structure, better organization to be sustainable forever, not only for the present. Thank you very much. Nicholas, the floor to you. My final remark is that maybe we discuss all these things today, I assume that the development of science is such in cancer care that overcomes systems themselves or the local healthcare system. So this inequality, when it comes to the development, the growth of the system, creates this gap. And this is why we have to set up an ecosystem where healthcare professionals will be able to do their best, to be the best selves. At the end of the day, this will be done if we will give them back their time. Time for thought, time for themselves, time for the patients, time for collaboration, time for human care. This is what they deserve, and this is what we should give back to them. Irene? I would like to give a vision for nurses that still work for the public healthcare system and support it. Nursing is a wonderful profession if one can practice it as it should be practiced. We should improve the working conditions and the conditions in the healthcare system in general in order for the system to become resilient and not people, and focus on the need of healthcare professionals alike. Paschalis? The digitalization is not a panacea, and if it is not done in a well and structured manner, it rather adds burden than alleviates it. And last but not least, psychological support should be organized and offered in a more organized manner and not be left to physicians as persons. I agree with all my co-panelists. We are all together in this, healthcare professionals and patients. Unfortunately, I cannot say that the resilience of the system is something different from the people themselves. If the people are happy, the system will be resilient and vice versa. So this is an inextricable link. Thank you very much. Thank you, Αγγελική.
Ετοιμαστείτε για τα δεύτερα χειροκροτήματα. Λοιπόν, έχουμε ακόμα λίγο χρόνο.
We still have some time. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this wonderful panel, what have we learned? First and foremost, economists that see only resilience and nothing more than money, we have to remind them that resilience is not about the healthcare system itself, but about people, how much they can operate under pressure. And even more physicians that are remunerated really well. 3.14 euros per hour on an hourly basis. This is how physicians, specializing physicians, get paid. All this pressure and the psychological pressure only for 3.14 euros. All that work and no more money. Allow me at this point to say that resilience lies with people. I liked what Aggeliki said that talked about equality. Let us listen to the voice of patients. And from the studies that we have conducted, the relationship between the physician and the patient is very quick. Where I visit my cardiologist, since I have an aneurysm, I have visited a professor, and we kept discussing about the healthcare system And then my wife told me, what about your aneurysm? Nothing. He kept discussing about the Minister of Health. So no communication, zero communication. This was my personal impression. All based by studies. When you ask them for written instructions, they don't give that to you. So the communication between the patient and the treating physician should be improved in order to have more resilience. Equality, who has access? I like that comment a lot because we have studied a lot unmet needs of patients. Greece ranks first among the first countries of OECD, with 15.4% of the population state that they have unmet needs. And the average is 3.4, 15 times more unmet needs. Now, when it comes to cancer patients, it is up to you, Mrs. Stefanaki, to say how much more the unmet needs are. And if one were to think the financial situation of the country, that will be 35% of the poor people say that they have unmet needs, and 4% of the richer people, the more affluent. So you understand that this gap is bigger when it comes to the poorer people. In Gimbrom, we do predictions for the medical and nursing staff until 2050. So they asked me for various scenarios if or how the reforms will affect the ratio of treating physicians to patients. And when I've asked that, I discussed that with the government. They said to me, come on, shortly we will have elections. Don't touch that. And interdisciplinary approach is very important, but of course we need upskilling and reskilling. Nursing staff is very good, but we need to allow for a better relationship with patients. How many of us have been reskilled and upskilled? My colleagues from the medical school, they don't care about the healthcare systems. My colleagues, professors in the medical schools, and burnout, of course, we need to manage it with action, and we need also to offer psychological support. And last but not least, the lack of human resources, the fact that we are understaffed, all those gaps need to be measured and provided for with the best possible way. So we shouldn't prioritize on the financial resilience, but on the mental resilience. We need to have more structure and focus on the people that offer their best on an everyday basis with their daily work in hospitals. Thank you very much. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we should thank all the panelists of this discussion.
000. Ευχαριστώ πολύ, παιδιά. Και έχετε πολλούς φίλους εκεί. Αν έχετε μια λάστα ή κάτι.
Σας ευχαριστούμε θερμά για την...
I would like to thank you for this very interesting discussion, and I would like to thank you especially, Mr. Ifandopoulos, because you are precise, always and punctual in terms of your time. Let's now start with the last round table of today's agenda. It is a round table that will discuss a timely issue, cancer care at the edge, AI, genomic therapies, and the future of medical responsibility. So I would like to give the floor to the moderators of this round table, Ms. Ioanna Michalopoulou, who is a lawyer in health, pharmaceutical and medical devices law, and Mr. Enias Piliotis, who is also a lawyer, a senior associate at Michalopoulou and Associates firm. Kindly take the floor in order to moderate the next panel. Hello everyone, it is a great privilege for us to invite on stage Ms. Eleftheria Hadjimichail, Ms. Evangelia Vasiliou, Ms. Evangelia Prydza, Mr. Nikolaos Kikilias, Ms. Foutini Papageorgiou, and Ms. Zoe Kournia, right? Yes.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, welcome to this last roundtable discussion for today. The topic that will be discussed is cancer care. And we're here in order to talk about AI, genomic therapy, gene therapies, as well as medical responsibility. All those three concepts are concepts that intersect. We are lawyers and we specialize in the fields of healthcare and technology, and we come across the same truth on a daily basis. This truth is that the medical decision is no longer human alone. It is a decision that is being co-made with the help of an algorithm following a diagnostic procedure, and after a procedural algorithm is run, therefore decisions are being made and adjusted to all those things, meaning that the responsibility shifts. In legal terms, well, we're not there yet, but in practical terms, we are there. So this goes beyond medical concerns. This brings forward other issues of consent, accountability, and human relations. And this is why we have grouped together all those people. Actually, Mr. Kapetanakis grouped those people. And I would like to thank Alok for inviting those distinguished fellow panelists. We are going to share our perspectives about this topic. And we will address those issues that are challenging, are difficult, are constantly changing. Let's start. Every time we give the floor, I would like to ask from the fellow panelists to make a brief introduction about who you are and what's the hat you are wearing here today. Now, Mrs. Piliotis, I would like you also to address the audience for a couple of minutes. Like Ms. Michalopoulou said, we have a mixed panel here. We have lawyers, we have physicians, we also have the public insurer, AOP, the payer, as we call them. And I would like to ask Ms. Hadjimichail a question. She's a physician, and we see that today we have another pillar brought forward in healthcare. I'm talking about AI, of course. And what we would like to understand is the following. Today, in the current daily clinical practice of physicians, where is the AI algorithm lying in your decision-making process in terms of your therapeutic approach? Is the AI something that supports decision-making? And how often is it for physicians to make decisions based on their own clinical judgment or based on the input of the AI? Well, I would like to thank you for this question, but before answering, I would like to thank ELOC for this invitation for the second year in a row. And of course, I would like to thank Mr. Kapetsanakis. It is a great pleasure for me to collaborate with you because I also represent the Hellenic Society of Hematology. Well, I believe that today I'm wearing the hat of the clinician. I'm a hematologist, and I would like to start by saying that compared to last year, this year we start with the assumption that the algorithm is here. And some other times we have a tacit involvement of the algorithm, not only in our clinical decision-making process, but also in our daily life. If I was to give a specific answer to your question, I would say that, of course, the algorithm needs to be an advisor to the physician, and the physician should make the final decision. And why is that? Because AI and the various algorithms can help us organize information, can help us recognize various patterns, can offer us tools that have to do with prognosis. And of course, the algorithms are available on a 24/7 basis, so they're the excellent advisor. But we also need to acknowledge the fact that in some cases, the algorithm might become a co-decision maker, not because we have granted that role, but because algorithms are quite convincing and persuasive. And this is something that we have seen through the LLMs. Now, we know that sometimes they're rather pressing and convincing, and so we know that physicians are lacking time and they operate under pressure. So maybe tomorrow we will be discussing about the fact that physicians might give up a big part of their work to the algorithm. And this is something that should raise some concerns. Another hidden risk is that if the physician does not know the exact boundaries of the algorithm, if they don't know which are the risks lying under any decision that is being made, then the algorithm might become the de facto decision maker. So I would like to summarize by saying that AI should be an advisor and nothing beyond that, but we also need to acknowledge the fact that there is the risk to put our trust to the algorithm. Thank you. Shall I continue? Well, I believe that you have given me an excellent pass because we need to understand the reasoning. We need to understand how that algorithm has made its decision, but there are some black boxes. We cannot always understand the reasoning that led to these results. So I would like to shift the discussion and address my next question to Ms. Vassiliou. Now, as a bioethicist, I would like to ask you to elaborate on what informed consent means and what happens when either the physician or the patient can explain that model. Do we still consider ourselves as having been granted the consent when we don't know how the result has been given? Well, thank you for that question. Before answering, I would also like to thank ELOC, and I would also like to thank them for the wonderful opportunity and the wonderful conference. As a lawyer, I would like to set the tone for my answer. And I would like to say the following. Right now, we are witnessing one of the most important developments in modern medicine. We have a convergence between AI, genomic medicine, and bioethics, all that in the fight against cancer. A few sectors of healthcare demonstrate this magnitude of hope and accountability that is brought forward by technology. And this is something seen very vividly in modern oncology. We are witnessing a transformation that extends way and beyond the introduction of new diagnostic tools or new treatment approaches and options. We have entered a new paradigm for scientific management. This allows medicine to be more precise, more preemptive, more personalized, evidence-based, relying on molecular data and guided by technological systems. For centuries, physicians have been trying to understand disease through observation, experience, and scientific research. Throughout the 20th century, developments in pathology, imaging and elsewhere have increased rapidly and exponentially. And this led to having more patients surviving the disease. However, malignancies are still there. And in many ways, this is a type of disease that has been treated based on the averages of the populations. Patients with similar phenotypes would receive the same treatment, despite the inherent differences in their genotypes. As a result, we saw significant deviations in terms of the results of the treatments that they received. Now, this paradigm has changed. We have a successful interaction between genome sequencing, artificial intelligence and technology that allows clinicians to characterize the disease at a level of molecular precision, profound molecular precision. And now this has become a daily practice in the majority of malignancies. This therapeutic investigation of the molecular traits in order to use biologics and immune therapies. So instead of the treating physician wondering what type of cancer does this patient have, they start wondering more and more about the specific molecular alterations that characterize this particular tumor, which is the treatment strategy that could benefit that person more. And this transition from hands-on experience to another approach that relies on treatment protocols that have been tested and are successful for the majority of the population. In the case of precision medicine, we need to find the right treatment for the right patient at the right time. And this accounts for one of the major medical revolutions of our time. And we know that AI has accelerated this transformation. Machine learning systems can now support clinicians, among others, in the interpretation of clinical images. They can predict response to treatment and, of course, predict the toxicity risks. Those technologies do not automate only the existing processes. They support clinicians in their practice and also allow for better analysis of vast volumes of data that go beyond the limited human intellect and are directly linked to each patient. Those unprecedented opportunities raise unprecedented questions because we know that those algorithms affect decision making. How should responsibility be allocated across physicians, nurses, hospitals, programmers, and healthcare service providers? How should clinicians share all those predictions with their patients without undermining their independence or autonomy? And how can society ensure that technological innovation boosts and enhances rather than undermines the right to equal treatment and informed consent. Those issues are not of a technical or legal nature, are fundamental and profoundly ethical issues that are relevant to the well-being and freedom of every human being. So, oncology is being faced with intersecting revolutions. We have genomics, which is something that allows physicians to understand the molecular level, the molecular nature of the tumor. Then we have the AI revolution, which converts vast volumes of imaging and other clinical data into actionable knowledge. And thirdly, we have another revolution aiming to ensure that those technologies are still accountable to society and promote human dignity. And I believe that that medical progress should not be measured based on that performance. It should be rather measured based on its capacity to improve human lives. And at the same time, this safeguards the ethical requirements that dictate medicine as a discipline aiming to cure. And this can optimize the choice of treatment. It can expedite biomedical discoveries, but we know that AI cannot make clinical decisions, cannot substitute human empathy, compassion, ethical judgment, or the therapeutic relationship between the physician and the patient. And as technology develops, we have unique aspects of medicine that are critical for the treatment of the disease. And in conclusion, technological innovation is subject to constant or should be subject to constant supervision oversight. It needs to be governed, not governing. Every algorithm, every discovery, every predictive model, every framework for expertise needs to have a common denominator, the promotion and protection of human health and safety. We live in times of changes. Well, no, we live in a time where our era changes. So, we know that this lies at the heart of bioethics as a discipline, and AI might become one of the best allies of medicine and humanity. If we fail, then technological development on its own will fail to guarantee and safeguard the future of this or the other. Thank you very much.
Πάρα πολύ. Κυρία Πίντε, ο λόγος σε εσάς.
The word to you. In your opinion, how should we train the next generation of clinical physicians in order to use the tools without leaving the human relationship and the judgment when patients need it more than ever? Thank you very much, and thank you to Alok for giving us the opportunity to discuss this topic today. My name is Nancy Britza. I am a professor of bioethics at the Aristotle University, and I work lately in collaboration with organizations in order to update the so-called context-based medical education, new fields of capabilities, of the fact that we have to train our physicians, such as artificial intelligence in health, patient-centered approach, to name but a few. So, medical training for more than 20 years have been focusing to what the trainee physicians should do in order to when they will work, in order to offer high-quality healthcare services. So our goal is for the physician to have enough skills, to have the knowledges and the skills that the physician should have, the values that govern our actions, and the best possible behaviors. Those are the same when it comes to artificial intelligence. It is just that artificial intelligence is the biggest change in healthcare system, and it also gives new possibilities. So what we should do when it comes to training, we should train physicians we should train them to artificial intelligence. This is a basic skill for them to be able to have the necessary skills in order to implement them and be trained to the bioethic values in order to be able to implement safely and efficient AI applications. Those will be a lot during the years to come. The clinical judgment will be the most important thing. This will govern and inform the clinical decisions according to the evidence-based medicine protocol, meaning that taking into consideration the best possible evidence in combination with the expertise of the physician that take into consideration the special needs, the special conditions and choices of the patient. Those apply anyway. So, on top of that, we can use AI application for making a decision. For example, in cancer care or in hematology, we have a lot of choices in order to inform patients or for treatment itself, such as robotic surgery that is based on AI applications. Therefore, this is something that will come on top of the existing standard of care. This is very powerful, not only from a legal, but also from an ethical point of view nowadays. Of course, it needs to be constantly updated when it comes to the regulatory and legal frameworks. So I mentioned AI Act of EU in 2024. The World Health Organization in 2021 published, after a lot of studies, the paper Ethics and Governance in AI in Health. Therefore, those will inform our decisions. And this is the role of medical schools. Medical schools now introduce training material with AI very quickly. They introduce that course in their curricula. In the States and in Canada, 50% of medical schools had such a course. In 2024, 75 of the medical schools had courses on AI, and references made to obligatory courses, not elective courses. And I will conclude with a relationship between patient and physician. The cornerstone, if you wish, in patient care is trust. With AI or without AI, patients and physicians are together from the first moment till the last during this whole path in the treatment of the patient. And this will not change. And we should not allow it to change. Thank you very much. Mr. Kikilia, the word to you. Cell and genomic treatments are very positive, but also very costly. How is AOP going to build the reimbursement assessment? Greece surprised us all because it is a small, poor state, if you wish. Nevertheless, we saw the Innovation Fund. We have new legal new laws that do not go hand to hand with our financial background. So we would like to listen from you. Thank you for this question, Mrs. Michalopoulou. This is a very timely question. I would like to thank ELOC and Mr. Kapetanakis for this very honoring invitation. Yet another time for a very interesting panel. Your question falls under the show me the money category. All healthcare systems should respond, but reference is made to a change of a funding framework. The traditional approach of healthcare systems to pay as fee for services, a service that is offered to specific numbers of people with a budget outcome that at the end of the day may not respond very well to the real economic value, I think will be solved with cell and gene therapies. ALP, the National Healthcare Service Provider, has done a lot of steps in order to leave behind the position of a buyer that just controls some accounts to start and plan strategically how the new challenges on the innovative treatment field can be funded. And the question is, how can we do this? I don't know if we will ask this question to AI. It is a very difficult equation that we think about a lot. And at the ministry, there are a lot of efforts, such as the Innovation Fund. When it comes to me, this is a three-part answer. The first part is HTA, Health Technology Assessment. Without assessing the new health technology, we cannot decide if it is suitable or not and if it can bring about the results based on that dossier that was submitted at a point. The second is the wealth of information with real-world evidence. How do we use, of course, those data in order to come up to a data analysis with characteristics that refer to other populations but are not far from the Greek reality. Reference is made to 5 patients that will receive the treatment for one time, and that may cost even up to millions of euros. And the third part is negotiation. We should opt for an outcome-based model when it comes to the efficacy, and at a point, the pharma industry should agree on a risk-sharing practice, even since that is given back as value, added value to the patients. And of course, the moral dimension of it all. If at the end of the day, the figures don't add up to cover all patients, this is a very difficult equation, very difficult decision, but reference is made to Synergies. So all the panelists that we are here together, physicians, legal advisors, all of us should work together, but we should listen to the voice of ELOC, dear Yorgos, because ELOC is a partner in this effort, and this will allow us to go further, to do the next step. We should plan such models, we should design such models for reimbursement already, and this will bring about only positive results. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Mrs. Papageorgiou. It is a great pleasure to have her here with us. We know that you focus on biomarkers, and we would like to ask you the following question. Access to targeted treatment, of course, has a condition, the access to right diagnostic tests. How big is the gap between the patients that do receive the reimbursement for biomarker testing and the ones that do not have that access? What does it mean on a clinical level for a patient not to be able to do a full diagnostic test? What does it mean for a patient not to be able to receive a targeted treatment? I would like to thank ELOC and Mr. Kapatanakis for this very honoring invitation and you for your question. In my opinion, my answer will be resume, if you want, a comment on what the previous panelists have said. Starting from Mrs. Vasiliou. Prinza, I do apologize, from Mrs. Prinza, who said earlier that medicine should be practiced on an evidence-based approach. So targeted medicine, in order to bring about the clinical benefits, as it has been proven for patients through targeted treatments too, asks for those patients to be tested for specific characteristics, the so-called biomarkers. So you've asked me the question, if there is a gap between the full testing for biomarkers and the reality as we know it in Greece. So, allow me to say that we should set a prerequisite, a precondition. What is clinical important and which is the goal for us? We agree that clinical efficacy, the benefit for patients is the goal. The reduced waste toxicity, of course, the choice of the best possible treatment that will bring us to a clinical benefit. So we should strive for the fit-for-purpose treatment. Since we are all lost in translation, and this is very well what you've said, for young scientists, for young physicians that should familiarize themselves with a lot of new technological applications, the so-called digital literacy and literacy in other fields as well. So we should define what is necessary today for cancer patients. Is it the same for the patient with lung cancer and the same for a patient that has got prostate cancer? No, because if we accept that the precondition in order to give added clinical benefit is evidence-based medicine that has come from indications of drugs that have been approved, then we should agree that biomarkers are specific biomarkers that should be reimbursed. Of course, we don't talk about very costly testing that are not reimbursed by the state. And patients, since they want to find solutions to the problems that they face, even when they, they surf LLMs, they ask LLMs, they type prostate cancer, and the AI gives them a link of 200, possible things. So the medical community should put a framework in that with terms of clinical usefulness, if you wish, clinical efficacy. And the medical community, which is the only responsible to agree that with the state, the clinical useful biomarkers should be reimbursed, not just to have equal access, but to set the framework of how they are tested in order to safeguard the quality and the credibility of those tests, and both the physician and the payer can be certain that at the end of the day, the treatment that patients will receive will bring about the best possible results, because that patient will have the characteristics that are dictated or presupposed by the drug that will bring about the best clinical result. Thank you very much. We agree, of course, yes. Now I will give the floor to Mrs. Bournia. Since you are the representative of the Biomedical Research Foundation, you will talk about some statistics. Thank you very much to ELOC and to Mr. Kapetanakis for this invitation.
I would also like to congratulate you for this wonderful conference. Now, I am the national contact point for the National Health Initiative, which continues the Innovative Medicines Initiative that had started a few years ago through the partnership of public and private sector. It is a PPP, public-private partnership. Now we have a call for collaboration. A part of the funding is offered through the industry associations, for some of the pharma industry, another 50% by the European Commission. Therefore, we have a pool of approximately 2.4 billion euro, which encompasses numerous calls that are announced every year, and we can see that the Greek participation has increased. Last year, I presented that program and we only had 3 assigned grants, and this year we have 17 assigned grants in Greece. So you see that there is broad participation. If memory serves right, a local participation in such a grant, you can see the success rates at 16.4%. Therefore, this is a program that truly deserves the attention of patient stations in both public and private sectors and businesses. They can all participate in that. Therefore, we can see that Greece ranks 8th in terms of applications and 8th, 9th, 10th of funding. So I wanted to share those statistics with you in order to show you that we're on the right track and we can receive funding. Of course, the Innovative Health Initiative, as it is indicated in the title, has to do with the maximum benefits for patients and society alike. And this is why it has been established. Like I said, companies, either small, large, or medium-sized, can participate. At least 3 member states of the European Union are required, or other associate countries. You can consult the eligibility criteria. I will share with you the website. And right now, the call number 13 will be launched in July 2026. So we don't have the deadline yet. However, the topics have been announced. And you can see the AI being present here. An AI foundation for toxicology model, meaning how we can predict the toxicology of a new molecule and how we can build networks for European innovations in clinical practice and in healthcare in general. And we see that we also have immunology as a field. And the last slide about the contact points. In the previous slide, I don't know whether we could share the slides with the participants. It is fine by me. You can also see the website that you can visit there. I just wanted to share with you last few words. I'm a chemist. I'm at the beginning of the chain when a small molecule is being designed. And I fully agree with all the previous speakers when it has to do with precision medicine. And we know that AI has helped us substantially in the design of new drugs in order to meet the pharmacological targets that we want to meet, to predict toxicology, to optimize the molecules that we design in order to ensure as fast as possible research pathway. But allow me to say that AI is data fed and is fed on data that it already has. Therefore, it cannot generate knowledge. So all scientists and physicians cannot be replaced because we can generate new knowledge and new data that AI is not aware of yet. And of course, the AI cannot dictate innovative treatment approach. Thank you. And now, in the remaining time, a comment? We will make a second round of statements. And we have split the panelists into teams. However, one of the panelists could not make it today, so we'll have to rearrange the teams. Ms. Michalopoulou, you have the floor for the second round of questions. Thank you very much. Further on what Ms. Kournia said, I believe that we are a step closer to having algorithms that can shape treatments and therapies, and physicians will elaborate on that. Therefore, a toxicology prediction model could suggest for a chemotherapy not to be administered. And in practical terms, the treating physician might disagree. However, I believe that you will all agree that there is a chain of events. And we know that drugs are being designed with the help of algorithms, and the suitability algorithm is something that is involved in the decision-making process and the prediction model. So this means that across all phases, we have the involvement and the support offered by AI algorithms. So the question is, and I will start with you, Ms. Hadzi-Mikhail. My question is whether you believe that between the person who designs a treatment and the clinician who treats the person, to your point of view, who makes the decision? Who makes the final decision? Who should be responsible? And another important thing, when should the patient be informed? And I would like to ask you whether the patient should be informed at all times that this is a decision that was co-shaped with an AI algorithm. Well, too many questions, and now we have the real challenges to comment on, because this is not a future scenario. It's something that we will be discussing shortly. Ms. Brinja said very elegantly that we need to train physicians of the future about that scenario. And I believe that the final decision lies with the treating physician. This needs to happen in the context of a treatment relationship of trust that is built between the physician and the patient. And this needs to happen not because the physician will never be mistaken, but the physician is the only one who can put together all those data. Like we heard, evidence-based medicine generates all sorts of data, and they can put together all this information. They can translate that and implement that on certain people. And every person, although we might use personalized medicine, every person is different than another human being. And therefore, we might be discussing a toxicity scenario for a treatment for a specific patient, and this particular patient might not have any other treatment options available, and they might choose to take that risk, and they might be willing to give a solution to any health issue either existing or emerging, even if they know that the solution might not be a final solution to the problem. But on the other hand, we might be having in front of us a patient for whom the algorithm has given us a prediction, yes or no. However, we as treating physicians consider that this patient cannot endure that toxicity. Therefore, no matter what the algorithms say, no matter their prediction, we need to hone our clinical judgment, and we should never give up on our clinical judgment, because we see on a daily basis that everything needs to be discussed with the patient. And most of the times, the patient might even disagree with our recommendation. So in the future, we need to have a third party, which is AI, in our discussion. But the final decision needs to be made along with the patient. Now, when it comes to the second part of your question, well, I believe that we, physicians, need to discuss with law experts in order to discuss accountability and responsibility. And we need to move to an era where the full responsibility should not be held by physicians, because we need to come up with a way to allocate this responsibility. Responsibility should be shared. And we need to start with the responsibility borne by those who build those algorithms. So the latter also have a share of responsibility, because it comes down to how they have trained their algorithm. They have to use reliable data. They have to test the algorithm in patients. They need to have the results validated. And of course, those programmers, manufacturers should give us the option to correct any mistakes that we identify. Now, on the other hand, I believe that we should also include the hospital in this discussion, because the hospital needs to make careful choices of software. So we will all agree that they need to choose algorithms and tools that are certified for medical use. And also the hospital needs to ensure that the physicians are properly trained to use those algorithms. And by train, I'm not only talking about the use, but the limitations is another topic on which the physician should have received training before using them. And also, the healthcare system should not put a strain on us, the physicians, to accept all algorithm-generated recommendations. We should reserve the right to disagree based on our clinical judgment. And I believe that this is something that will be more difficult in the future because the algorithms will be high precision, but they might err once. But we need to be vigilant in order to identify the single case of mistake. Of course, the clinical judgment of the physician should overrule any other algorithm, and they need to be trained properly and beautifully early on in the medical school in order to be able to check all these things. Until today, physicians have received training on genomics, biology, statistics, clinical trials, the level of documentation. In this beautiful pyramid, they need to be able to realize how guidelines are drafted and issued. Now we need to train them to understand the recommendations, predictions of toxicology, estimates generated by an algorithm. And of course, they need to understand the need to discover new molecules and new drugs. And then we also have patients. Patients need to be informed along the way. I don't think that it is an easy task for us to explain the sophisticated technical terms about the exact algorithm that has been used, but the patient needs to know that an algorithm has been used. They need to know in the stage at which this algorithm was used, was in diagnosis, prognosis, choice of treatment. They need to know where the algorithm has been involved in the decision-making process. And I believe that it would be nice across the chain to have traceability, meaning that in every step along the way, we need to be able to trace who has the fair share of responsibility. And physicians should also document either the acceptance or the refusal of the algorithm recommendation. This should be justified in all cases. Therefore, we still have a long way ahead of us, and we need your support, your help, in order to obtain more information about this new legal responsibility that lies with us. Yes, I know that this is a multi-level issue. You raised numerous points and issues regarding the responsibility of the algorithm, the person building the algorithm. That's a new field. And we know that it has been revisited and will be integrated in Greece by the end of the year. It's the so-called responsibility in terms of a defective product. And we know that this is something tangible and real. You talked about the responsibility of the algorithm, the responsibility of the authority, of the principles that are used in order to create that tool. Is there transparency? Is everything explained? How does the algorithm make its decisions? Those are important things. You talked about the responsibility of the hospital, the clinic. And I believe that this is not regulated enough. And everyone consults any tool they think fit, to any extent they think fit. So this is something that needs to be regulated by the state, I guess. Now, I don't want to bore you and I won't take more of your time. So with no further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Papageorgiou. And she will share her own perspective, also considering the fact that patients, well, in the past they would consult Google. Now they visit Claude, ChatGPT, or any other algorithm. And in our example, the patient might come having already made a decision about the treatment they would like to receive.
So before giving you an answer, I will introduce at the end of the panel. I do apologize. My name is Fotini Papageorgiou, and I am a biologist. I focus on biomarkers at the Diagnostics Lead Oncology Department of AstraZeneca. Patients right now have the possibility to go and get information very quickly, even before they visit their physician. So, there should be a framework in place that will allow patients to remain human beings. The stress levels that a person that navigates the web, and the web is the only source of their information, is unimaginable. We should reduce this stress, and we should substitute with the contact with their clinician. The clinician is the one that will be able to put the situation in context. Today, I will give you an example, and this is why I say that there is a need for a regulatory framework for biomarkers. If there is a gap in how biomarkers are reimbursed, etc., there are not all the biomarkers that are necessary are reimbursed yet. Should we reimburse a huge number of biomarkers, since we know that a lot of patients are imposed even by the Google or by the LLMs to go and pay out of their pocket in order to be tested? The question is no. The answer is no, apologies, but this framework should be there, because if there is a lack of framework, we will have answers that, without the judgment of evidence, only with a few data, will give answers that will be misleading the patients, that may create problem to clinicians, because hypothetically so, a laboratory may give an answer for a biomarker that there is no clinical evidence whatsoever that will allow patients to receive any kind of drug that is related with their malignancy. Not all malignancies are the same. If they were, we have 200 approved medicine. All patients, regardless of their tumor, would receive one of those 200 drugs. There is a reason why we talk about evidence-based medicine. Clinical trials prove which drug is best for each patient. So if I get an answer from a laboratory that will say, for example, you have this XYZ exotic biomarker that is irrelevant to my malignancy, there is also a clinical trial for another time of neoplasia, I will go to my clinician and I will demand to be included for that clinical trial to get that drug, and I will put them under pressure that is not their own to bear, to explain to me why I am not eligible for this clinical trial. So there should be a regulation throughout the chain, to all the links of chain that are included in the medical ecosystem. Mrs. Cunha, let me introduce myself. My name is Zoe Cunha. I'm the Director of Research at the Research Foundation of the Academy of Athens, and I am also Vice President at the Scientific Board. Right now, there is no regulatory framework. Part of it will be ready shortly, but right now, we are not certain who will bear which part of the responsibility, and we don't know who is informed by what. There are contradictory information. I hope that shortly this will change. Could you please repeat the question? So, this is the same question with the self-driving cars. For example, in the States, it is allowed if the car is moving and one has to decide if we should kill the driver or the pedestrian. Who bears the responsibility? Those are huge dilemmas, huge cases, and we don't know yet how this framework will operate. But of course, we need your help in order to have some kind of evidence. Allow me to say that both physicians and scientists alike should not stick only with the decision of the algorithm. We should test them very carefully. New knowledge is something different. Physicians used to learn old biology. This should keep happening, because if we don't know the basics and we just stick to what the algorithm knows, we will not produce new knowledge whatsoever. So the framework should help us understand that AI is an aid, is able to co-shape but not shape by itself and not substitute us, because that will lead us to an end point, to a dead end. Because instead of making a step forward, we will go 10 steps backwards. We should still keep producing knowledge as we have done so far. Thank you very much. I will ask now Mr. Kikilias, who is the head and the director of the Autonomous Directorate of Compliance of Healthcare Providers and Contractors at AOP. This is why I've told you earlier that he's the payer, who can guarantee that all this innovation that AI is going to bring about, even if we're not there yet, that will be available for everyone. How you're going to safeguard that all patients will have equal access to new diagnostic models, to new products. For example, I do not use what I cannot understand. This is the main principle that lawyers give as a tip to physicians. So how are you going to safeguard that innovation is available for everyone? I am a general inspector, but I keep my identity close to my heart. The question is, who has the responsibility? It's a little bit different. How responsibility is allocated? I think it starts from the state. The state should set up the regulatory framework. My colleagues here, the physicians and biologists alike, ask the question if we do have the legal framework. And there are doubts if it is strong enough. Mrs. Papageorgiou remembers that we didn't have a legal framework for biomarkers, but after negotiation, we managed to include the biomarker for breast cancer to LP. We tried with a very low budget to cover all the populations, and nowadays the results that are not assessed. For example, in Nebraska, how many mammograms are done without being necessary by a laboratory that was not quality enough, that bear both the legal, penal, the criminal, all kinds of responsibilities, but patients were not aware of that. So there are issues of how we can include all that population to a model, how we are going to implement the European health data space, how all those things can become tools for physicians. Nevertheless, this is not a risk matrix for the state. Pharma industry should co-shape the rules in order to have accountability and transparency and to depict the real efficacy of that drug. And then EOP, along with the scientific community, and that along with patients, because patients have a saying, have a seat at the table, to shape the field, to co-shape the field, where everyone can co-decide and leave no patient behind. The worst for me is not if we're going to cover 5 people. The worst for me is if there are 6 and only one person was left behind. I'm not going to mention about Qualis because in Greece, thank God, the access is easier compared to other more contemporary health systems with bigger budgets compared to Greece. A lot of effort has been done, and I insist that through Synergies, we will be able to safeguard that we will have less mistakes, better treatments, and that is also a very good social contract for the future of Greece. Thank you very much. We do hope so. Now, I will ask the last series of questions. I will start with Mrs. Vasiliou on behalf of bioethics. And my question is, if not patients, neither physicians understand the model fully, what happens to the trust between patients and physicians? How are we going to safeguard that patients are participating in the decision-making process, and how are we going to protect their autonomy?
It is very important to make a distinction between information and knowledge. AI systems, well, actually the people who log into those systems and use them are able to collect information. Maybe they can also create information, but this information does not mean that they have the knowledge. In order to hold someone responsible, then we need to ensure that we have the combination of knowledge and free will. Right now, the systems in the current situation, this is not the case. Therefore, physicians are the first and most important person who can exert the medical judgment. The treating physician is, let's say, a factor, an agent that cannot be replaced or substituted in the case of treatment choice. And among other things, they are the ones who translate the data collected by the AI systems, and they translate them in a way that can be understood by the patient in order to receive the informed consent of the patient, in order to ensure that the patient enters the clinical trial having got all the information they needed, and all that should be governed by a more, let's say, abstract, actually, how they say that in English, a beneficence, meaning this abstract concept of the physician doing justice to their discipline. So, first, do no harm. That's the main principle, the no maleficence principle. And the AI systems cannot do that. They're not there yet. And they cannot be evaluated in such terms. No matter how much data a system gathers, they cannot understand medical preferences, family preferences, and all the other extensions of any decision, and all the parameters that a patient should consider when choosing a treatment regimen. This is where physicians are irreplaceable, because they have an upgraded role. Physicians have an upgraded role thanks to AI. And they have the knowledge, they are in touch with their field and industry, and they can realize that now physicians have more and more responsibility to bear, because they also have to adopt other roles. They need to become technicians, they need to familiarize themselves with more disciplines in order to be able to offer this high level of practice. Well, I don't know if it's for good or worse, but they are responsible for providing the healthcare services. Thank you very much. And I dare say that this is an excellent pass because, Ms. Prida, like you said before, we need to train physicians. So how can we train physicians? Because they need to have a background knowledge in order to convey all those things to their patients. Well, your question focused on two words: understanding and trust. Let me start by addressing the word trust. Trust is built as soon as one person gets an interaction with the healthcare system. It is being built, it is being preserved, and it's being used because this is the solid foundation on which the entire patient journey will take place, from diagnosis to treatment to rehabilitation or support and palliative care at the end of life. That's it. And it's not just a random incident. It is a continuum. Now, the word understanding. And I would also like to make some comments on what I heard before, because we keep discussing the various fora that we do not have regulatory framework yet, and this is how it will be done. Technology will be run ahead of us, and we will be struggling to keep a pace. Now, understanding. Okay, the AI has penetrated our lives. It goes beyond decision-making systems. It has to do with treatment. And a few days ago, in the context of another forum, we were talking about not only a system that you might call it an algorithm, but we were talking about the agentic AI, where we talk about other things. And of course, this has also penetrated the medical science. Now, patients need to understand everything that they fail to understand on their own. Of course, we need to support them. And there is a consensus here, meaning that we might not have the same legal background. We might not have the same legal framework. And of course, it is up to the states to look after and ensure the provision of healthcare. Either we live in the America, the States, Asia, Europe, there is a consensus. Patient needs to be informed that there are AI applications that are involved somehow in their healthcare. And we need to help patients understand the general rationale on the basis of which source system is being used, decision-making process, and how this algorithm ends up making a proposal for this particular patient at this particular time. And of course, patients need to know that they have the right to choose. They can choose that, no, I don't want an AI application to be used in my case. I don't want to follow the recommendation made by the AI algorithm. I want to choose. And I want to choose one of the things proposed by my physician, who makes some proposals based on the clinical judgment, knowing my personal history, and so on and so forth. All those things are things that the patient needs to have understood. And we need to have the traceability, like you mentioned, because that's the only thing that can safeguard our role. Because at some point, we will not know what to do, what decision to make. The only thing that we need to do is to record everything that has happened in this light. Now, no matter the treatment that will be discussed, either with the involvement of AI or not, the patient needs to understand the treatment goal. Which are the adverse reactions that they need to expect, and what's the treatment framework? What will happen in case the treatment succeeds? What will happen if the treatment fails? And they need to be familiar with all those terms across the journey, with or without AI. Patients need to have time, space, and human social contribution in order to understand everything that has been discussed. That's the only way in order to talk about informed consent. In any other case, the concept of choice is non-existent. Patients are asking for more meetings, not consultations, meetings, in order to discuss the treatment options. And we say that in the first meeting, they have heard nothing. They have understood nothing. Everything went out. They only wanted to get cancer out of their body. So you'd realize that in such a framework, there's no point whether an AI algorithm is involved, because there is not a decision-making framework in that case for patients. And this is why the big oncology centers use or rather apply the care in the following way. They give half a day of visit for the patient, and the patient has the possibility to discuss with the treating physician, with other healthcare professionals, so they can discuss again and again everything that has been discussed or everything that they might have already read about their condition. And now this brings us to understanding AI. Yes, physicians cannot understand the black box. Of course, they cannot know every detail on how the system has been trained, but the physicians must, if they are to use an AI system, to have received adequate information about the fact that this algorithm might have been trained in a way that could meet the needs of the population that they target. We have the principle of transparency, you talked about that, and we also have the principle of trying to reduce bias. What does bias mean? It means to train a system mainly for white females and wanting to implement that to Asian males. So this is what bias is all about. Bias does not mean there's a bad intention, because we have the gender, the age, for susceptibility and vulnerability. Those things should be considered, and the physicians need to be assured by those who have developed that, the administrators of the healthcare system in the context of which that thing is purchased and used, and the physicians are the stakeholders that need to be involved, and they need to be put at ease that the AI system that has been given to them meets certain requirements. Physicians also hold certain legal responsibilities. They have the legal responsibility and protection to follow the clinical judgment and the guidelines generated through evidence-based medicine against the invasion of AI, and vice versa. They're being held accountable, cannot be legally protected if they follow the AI recommendation that runs counter to the existing guidelines and the medical judgment, and also the patient has a negative outcome. So we do have those data. And there's another thing, and I will conclude with addressing the topic of trust again. Physicians and patients build relations of trust, and those rates are quite high. They're not too excited in the perspective of AI being used for their health. They might be happy that AI brings forward latest developments and progress. So physicians and patients need to operate in a framework that will empower them and allow them to play their role in the way that has been described today. It is in this context that they will use AI as a help, as an aid tool, not as a threat to their independence. And allow me to conclude by saying something that I strongly believe. It is in the human nature, no matter the circumstances, to have the need to believe that we have the options, or that we can make a choice for ourselves. No matter our background, no matter our circumstances, we need to know that we can make our own choices.
And with this wish, thank you very much for being here with us.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Χαίρομαι πάλι που τα είπαμε. Βέβαια. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Να είστε καλά. Σας ευχαριστούμε.
Thank you very much for all these very interesting things that you have said and shared with us. We have reached the end of the first day. Thank you very much to all of you for sticking until the end with us. We invite you for a dinner in Αυγό του Κόκορα, in the restaurant. And we will meet at 8 o'clock in the entrance of the hotel. Or else, you can find the restaurant in Avdi Square, Platia Avdi. You can walk there if you wish.